Chapter 669. In the dense forest, a man and two women were leisurely walking on a mountain path. Behind them, there was another man sitting on a majestic three-eyed wolf. There was also a small dragon coiled on top of the wolf's head. It seemed to have fallen asleep, ignoring everything around it. Ling Xiao, how can you have this name? Can you change it? Yao Qingmin said to Ling Xiao with a pleading expression. Ling Xiao had a headache when he heard this. He had heard this sentence hundreds of times in the past few days. He was almost tortured to the point of collapse by this woman. He had already said that he was the first emperor, but why didn't this girl believe him? He couldn't help but think to himself, do you really want this young master's dragon body to shake and emit that tyrannical aura before you believe me? Ling Xiao was too lazy to bother with this thick-skinned woman and just treated it as if he had heard it. Now that he had met Bing Ruoshui, Ling Xiao gave up the time to comprehend in the mountains and accompanied them out of the setting sun mountain range. At the same time, the two of them wanted to take the opportunity to warm up and tell each other what they had encountered and heard in the past few years. It was just that Yao Qingmin was not tactful. She didn't even know how to retreat at the right time. It really made Ling Xiao have the urge to grab this woman and ruthlessly ravage her. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Yao Qingmin pulled Bing Ruoshui in a bad mood and said, Junior sister, can you let him change his name? How can someone as weak as him have a name Ling Xiao? Bing Ruoshui said unhappily, so what if he has the same name? What's so great about it? He's even an alchemist, and his status isn't any worse than the first emperor. What? He's an alchemist? A first or second rank alchemist? Yao Qingmin was surprised at first, but then she said with disdain, although the status of an alchemist was honorable, an alchemist who had not entered the ranks was not worthy of others' attention. Bing Ruoshui said with a slightly proud expression, a few years ago, Xiao was already a fourth-rank alchemist. Now, he should have gone one step further. He was a fourth-rank alchemist a few years ago. I really couldn't tell that you have a bit of ability, Yao Qingmin said with slight surprise. Ling Xiao was only 25 or 26 years old at most. A few years ago, he was only about 20 years old. To be able to become a fourth-grade alchemist at that age, this Tenbin was quite outstanding. Bing Ruoshui didn't want Yao Qingmin to look down on Ling Xiao, so she immediately asked, Xiao, are you a fifth-grade alchemist now? Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth, Bing Ruoshui said angrily. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, if I said that I've already reached the realm of a sixth-grade alchemist, would you believe me? I'm being serious here. Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed. These days, no one really believes the truth. Yao Qingmin laughed at the side. Hee, this is the first time I've met such a shameless man. If you were a sixth-grade alchemist, I'm afraid I'd be at the Mystic Emperor level. A sixth-grade alchemist was a respected figure in any sect or clan in the central region, and those who could reach this level were all middle-aged or old men. She absolutely didn't believe that a young man like Ling Xiao could reach the sixth grade. In the legendary medicine sect, there probably didn't even exist a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age. At the side, Bing Ruoshui didn't speak up for Ling Xiao. She also felt that Ling Xiao's words were too unreliable. Damn, no one believes the truth these days. Ling Xiao sighed speechlessly in his heart. Since they didn't believe him, he couldn't be bothered to explain. In any case, time would prove everything. After a few more days, the group was almost at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains. The Sunset Mountains was a paradise for mercenary groups. Here, there were often dozens of mercenary groups hunting spirit beasts or searching for various spear herbs to auction in exchange for various cultivation resources. The Lion's Fong mercenary group could be ranked in the top 5 among the many mercenary groups. Its leader, Xianxia, was a mid-level Empyrean, and he had 5 low-level Empyrean deputy leaders under him. There were more than 1,000 Earth Emperor and King-level people. It had to be said that the strength of this mercenary group was indeed extraordinary. The ones chasing after Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were only members of one of the small groups. In a tent, Xianxia and his 5 assistants were drinking and chatting merrily. Each of them was served by two beauties with outstanding figures. Xianxia was already 600 or 700 years old, but he looked to be in his 50s. His 5 deputies seemed to be a bit older than him. Xiajin, didn't your subordinate say that they found traces of Li Shui's 2 precious disciples a few days ago? I heard that they wanted to catch them for me to have a taste. How come a month has passed, and I still haven't seen them? Xianxia, who was sitting at the top, drank a bowl of wine and said, Xianxia was like the king of the stronghold. His aura was extremely vigorous, and the lion beneath his feet seemed to be exceptionally ferocious. The golden-robed man on Xianxia's right replied, Those bastards are really unreliable. We almost caught them, but they actually escaped inside. I don't know if we caught them or not. The green-robed man opposite the golden-robed man laughed. I'm afraid those bastards couldn't help but take the lead first. When they come back, they'll only be too trash. If they do that, I'll have to castrate them all. The golden-robed man said angrily. He didn't forget to fiercely grab the chest of a woman beside him. Actually, in my opinion, boss, why don't you just directly capture that Li Shui and make her our commander's wife? Although that Li Shui is a little old, her looks and figure are still superb. Another blue-robed man said with a lewd expression, Fourth bro's right. If boss doesn't like her, then we can work together to take her down and have her submit to us. That would also be a happy thing, said another person. Xianxia laughed. I've had my eyes on this woman for a long time. It's just that her combat strength isn't weak. Also, that ice wind eagle of hers at the peak of the 6th step is really a headache. Boss, you think too highly of this woman. If we really meet her here, wouldn't the 6 of us be able to capture her? The green-robed man from before said. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, the corner of his eyes twitched. He revealed a thick smile and said, Third bro, your words came at the right time. That woman really is nearby. Let's go capture her and make her my leader's wife, huh? With that, Xianxia flew out of the tent. The other 5 looked at each other and flew out of the tent at the same time. Not far away, a woman in plain white was rapidly flying into the depths of the setting sun mountain range. This woman seemed to be only in her 30s. Her facial features were very exquisite, and her figure was even more curvaceous. At first glance, she gave off the impression that she was a mature and beautiful young woman, which greatly aroused the desire of men. However, her cold temperament gave off a feeling of coldness before she even approached. This woman was Bing Ruoxue and Yao Qingmin's master, Li Shui, a peak mid-level heavenly venerable. I really can't be at ease with those 2 girls. I only told them to stay for a month before returning, but they've been gone for 2 months now. I hope they're fine. Li Shui was extremely worried. However, just as she was moving forward at top speed, she felt 6 powerful auras coming in her direction. Long time no see, Venerable Li. You're even more glorious than before. Xianxia's voice came from afar. Li Shui frowned and murmured, Lion Fong mercenary groups, Xianxia, and his 5 vice-captains. Why are they all here? Li Shui faintly became worried and immediately summoned the Ice Wind Eagle to act as a protector. What does Division Captain want? Li Shui asked coldly. The 6 people landed on Li Shui's side and separated into several corners at the same time, surrounding Li Shui and the Ice Wind Eagle. Xianxia even summoned his protective spirit beast, the 3-headed water lion. This lord has admired Venerable Li's beauty for a long time. My heart is deeply in love with Venerable Li. How about inviting Venerable Li to be this lord's wife? Xianxia sized up the beautiful Li Shui as he spoke. Li Shui said angrily, Division Captain, please be careful with your words. Otherwise, your Lion Fong mercenary group will not have peace in the future. Boss, why waste your breath on him? Let's capture him first. When the time comes, do you think he'll refuse? One of the vice-captains said. Li Shui knew that the other party was powerful and that it was not a good time to fight them head-on. She immediately leaped onto the Ice Wind Eagle and shouted, Xianxia, you will regret today's matter. Wind Eagle, leave. Since we're already here, how can we let you escape so easily? Xianxia said, and then shouted, Set up the 5 elements world. After saying that, He quickly flew up, and the blue broadsword in his hand condensed into a frightening sword energy that slashed towards Li Shui. The sword energy was so strong that the surrounding trees were smashed into pieces. Li Shui, who had just flown into the air, had no choice but to use her sword to block. However, in the instant she blocked, Xianxia's 5 vice captains had already flown into the air and stood in 5 different corners. 5 small worlds were deduced. These 5 worlds were the most ordinary mortal world energy. However, these 5 people's world energy was different. They were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world energy of the 5 elements. From the looks of it, their strengths seemed to be about the same. The Pentagon stood in different positions, and the power of the 5 worlds they deduced was like a 5-colored screen of light that enveloped Li Shui. And when those 5-colored attribute attacks fused together, their power was actually even stronger than the world power of a mid-level Empyrean, approaching the world power of a high-level Empyrean. The 5-colored attacks flew towards Li Shui and the Ice Wind Eagle, while Xianxia and his 3-headed water lion attacked from the side. Li Shui felt like she was facing a pincer attack from 2 mid-level peak heavenly venerates. She was in a sorry state. Her clothes were already torn, revealing her tender skin. Chapter 670. The 5 low-level heavenly venerables controlled the colorful light screen, and the golden blades, wooden spikes, waves of water, fire blades, and earth spikes all smashed towards Li Shui, who was in the icy world. When the 5 ordinary grade world energy overlapped, it actually reached the spirit grade world energy, and its power was several times stronger. Li Shui's world of ice and snow was being blasted apart by the waves of attacks from the 5 attribute world energy. Fortunately, she was wearing a set of high-grade defensive armor. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. Xianxia occasionally launched sneak attacks, making her even more exhausted. Meanwhile, the Ice Wind Eagle was entangled by the 3-headed water lion, so it was difficult for it to help her. If you want to capture me, Li Shui, you will also have to pay the price. Li Shui had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she was really captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Frozen World. Li Shui's small world appeared once again, and the atmosphere within 100 meters of her immediately became much colder. Some hail and snowflakes fell, and countless ice blades bombarded the colorful world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The continuous bombardment caused the sky and earth to tremble slightly. Li Shui's all-out attack finally created a crack in the colorful world power of the 5 low-level heavenly venerables, just enough for her to escape. However, just as she leaped out of the crack, a domineering wave of water blasted towards her. Li Shui was caught off guard and was immediately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 5-colored world power of the 5 vice leaders shrouded Li Shui once again. The powerful energy locked onto Li Shui, and if she made even the slightest movement, she would immediately be crushed by the 5 waves of energy. Xianxia walked over slowly and looked at Li Shui proudly. "Venerable Li, are you willing to be my wife, the wife of the leader of my Lion Fong mercenary group?" Li Shui said angrily, "If you have the guts, kill me immediately. Even if I die, I will not be with a scum like you. Seems like you still don't understand the situation. Wait for me to destroy your mount first. Then I will properly entertain you." Xianxia looked up at the 3-headed water lion, which was currently at a disadvantage. Then he flew up, and a water screen world enveloped the Ice Wind Eagle. "Feng, run for me. Go find my 2 disciples and protect them." Li Shui knew that she would not be able to escape death, so she decisively removed the contract curse from the Ice Wind Eagle, returning it true freedom. The Ice Wind Eagle let out a few screeches, forcibly breaking through the siege of Xianxia and the 3-headed water lion, and flew towards the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. Just as the 3-headed water lion was about to give chase, Xianxia said, "Forget it. A feathered beast can't do anything." Xianxia returned to the surface and walked towards Li Shui. Li Shui's eyes flashed with an unwillingness to die. She thought to herself, I originally wanted to nurture my two disciples into heavenly geniuses, but it seems like I, Li Shui, am unlucky and do not have this fortune. Thinking of this, she already had the thought of exploding her dantian. Shirlan said, "Venerable Li, why are you doing this? If you die, your two disciples will probably become the female pets of my lion's tooth mercenary group in the future. You bastard! Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." Li Shui cursed. Just as she was gathering her energy, Xianxia did not want to take the risk of sealing her dantian. If she detonated it prematurely, it would not be worth it. What a pity for this woman. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Roar! An eagle's cry reverberated in the sky, and the ice wind eagle once again flew back. The ice wind eagle seemed to know why Li Shui was being suppressed, and it pounced towards one of the 5 low-level heavenly venerables controlling the 5-colored world. The ice wind eagle was a peak rank 6 spirit beast, and if not for the 3-headed water lion, they would not have been able to suppress Li Shui. Why is the ice wind eagle back? Li Shui paused and looked at the snow-white figure in the sky. You really don't know death. Water lion, attack. Xianxia shouted from atop the 3-headed water lion. His 3-headed water lion was a rank 6 spirit beast, and it was slightly weaker than the ice wind eagle. However, if they worked together, it would not be a problem to kill the ice wind eagle. One of the low-level heavenly venerables maintaining the 5-colored world was startled by the ice wind eagle, and he had no choice but to retract his energy to block it. The 5-colored world's power could no longer be maintained, and Li Shui's energy exploded once more, forcing the other 4 back. Li Shui no longer held back, and the powerful ice wind world continuously emitted a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius, blasting the low-level heavenly venerables into pieces. Boss, hurry and stop this woman. Let us reorganize the 5 elements world. One of the low-level heavenly venerables hastily called out. Li Shui panicked. If she allowed the other party to reorganize the 5 elements world, she would be under their control again. Immediately, her attacks became even more ferocious. Within a few hundred meters, countless ice flowers and frost kept falling, and the trees and flowers below were all frozen into frost. The low-level heavenly venerables had no way to reorganize their formation, and they were blasted far away by Li Shui's attacks. Their bodies trembled nonstop, and it was obvious that they could not withstand the chill of Li Shui's ice wind world. Xianxia cursed inwardly. He could only give up on the opportunity to kill the ice wind eagle, and instead charged towards Li Shui. The 2 small dimension worlds collided, and a powerful energy explosion rang out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 5 low-level heavenly venerables immediately swallowed some recovery pills and adjusted their auras. At the same time, they summoned their own lion beasts, letting the 5 low-level Tier 6 lion beasts and the 3-headed water lion surround the ice wind eagle. One of the low-level heavenly venerables said, "This time, we can't hold back anymore. Once that woman is heavily injured, there will be nothing to fear. That's right. Let her have a taste of the true power of our 5 elements world." Another low-level heavenly venerables nodded in agreement. In an instant, the 5 low-level heavenly venerables erupted with their strongest power. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elements world fused together once again, and a huge 5-colored sky screen once again enveloped Li Shui. Li Shui, this time, don't blame this venerables for not knowing how to have tender and protective feelings for the fair sex. Xianxia roared, and used all his strength to force Li Shui into the 5-colored sky screen of his brothers. Li Shui once again faced the 5-colored sky screen, and the power of the small dimension world once again forced her into a sorry state. Am I really going to die here? Li Shui thought dejectedly. Then, she bit her lips and muttered, "Even if I die, I have to drag a few down with me." Li Shui fought with all her strength, and the 5 people controlling the 5 elements world were also struggling. On the other side, the ice wind eagle was also being besieged by the 6-headed lion spiritual beasts, and the situation was also quite bad. Xianxia looked at the situation and decided to restrain Li Shui first. He couldn't let her self-destruct, or else this trip would be in vain. Not far from the battle between humans and beasts, a man and two women were watching the battle in the sky. Yao Qingmin and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were already extremely anxious. Just now, when the ice wind eagle flew over, they met them, and it was also because of this that they knew that their master was trapped, so they rushed over at top speed. The two of them wanted to immediately rescue their master, but unfortunately, they were stopped by Ling Xiao. Now, it was a time of crisis, so how could they care so much? They just wanted to rush out and help. However, before they could fly out, they felt a powerful pressure confining them, making them unable to move. Xiao, did you do something? Quickly let us go. We want to save our master. Bing Ruoxue begged. Yao Qingmin didn't believe that Ling Xiao was confining them because she didn't feel any fluctuation of Ling Xiao's aura. She felt that it should be the doing of Ling Xiao's little brother. Ling Xiao, quickly let the three-eyed wolf king help my master. I, Yao Qingmin, am willing to serve you together with my junior sister. At this moment, Yao Qingmin actually calmed down and said, no longer having the slightest bit of nerves. She was an orphan that Li Shui had picked up when she was young, and she had depended on her master since she was young. Her master was her second parent, and she was willing to sacrifice everything in exchange for her master's life. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, then you could be my bed-warming maid. You, Bing Ruoxue, said angrily. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so shameless, taking the opportunity to make such an excessive request to her senior sister. She couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. Before she could finish, Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, immediately made a decision and said, sure, I, Yao Qingmin, will absolutely have no complaints as a slave or a maid. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then transmitted a message to the Golden Wolf King. Xiao Jin, eat those lions for me. The Golden Wolf King had already reached the peak of the 6th stage after being fed with beast cores for a period of time. After hearing Ling Xiao's instructions, it immediately roared and flew into the sky to join the battle of the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao then said to the prodigal, Zizai, I'll leave that annoying fellow to you. You can do whatever you want with him. The prodigal was already itching to use his skills, so he raised his gun and shot towards Xianxia from behind. Xianxia didn't expect a wolf and a man to appear at this moment to help Li Shui out. Who are you? I am the Lion Fong mercenary groups. Xianxia was shocked by the prodigal's powerful shot, and he immediately asked in a panic, someone who wants your life. The prodigal didn't want to talk nonsense. He kept waving the long gun in his hand and raised a fire shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia gritted his teeth and had no choice but to fight. Although Li Shui had the prodigal to share the pressure, the 5 Elements World Force was extremely difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, she, a peak mid-level Heavenly Venerate, would definitely be able to defeat 5 low-level Heavenly Venerates without much effort. However, these 5 people were all from the 5 elements, and their small world force was actually fused together. Their combat power kept multiplying, and the pressure was so great that she almost couldn't breathe. Damn, the 5 Elements World Force is too difficult to deal with. Li Shui cursed in her heart. Yao Qingmin and Bing Ruoxue, who were not far away, became more and more anxious as they watched. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the 5 Elements World Force with an infatuated look, as if he was in some kind of enlightenment. Chapter 671. The 5 Elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other. The world formed by the 5 energies was filled with supreme might. The golden blades, wooden spikes, water waves, fire blades, earthalls, and all sorts of other attacks came one after another. They also relied on the principle of mutual promotion to amplify their attacks. It was as if the world had formed an independent world of the 5 elements. Li Shui was struggling to cope with the 5 elements world. Although her world of ice could barely protect her, if she couldn't break the world of the 5 elements, she would die sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked at the world, and a certain scene kept appearing in his mind. World of metal, golden dragon roars. showing the domineering aura of a ruler. World of Fire. Volcano Cheelans display their ferocious might. World of Wind. Wind wreaks havoc, leaving no corpses behind. World of Ice. Ice mountains seal thousands of miles, raging rivers. World of Wood. Vitality flourishes, and time passes in an instant. Like a giant painting of a scene, it kept appearing in his mind, and the related profoundness within it. There seemed to be a special relationship with the mysteries of the five elements world, but it was hard to grasp. The five elements lack earth, but there's wind. How do I combine them? Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he vaguely comprehended something. However, he couldn't connect the nodes one by one. It seems like I can only know how to integrate the world's energy by experiencing it myself. Ling Xiao murmured excitedly. Then a powerful aura burst out. What's wrong with laughing? Bing Ruoshui sensed that Ling Xiao was acting strangely and asked. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying aura pressing down on her chest. Looking at the dragon chi that emerged from Ling Xiao's body, she couldn't help but feel a sense of submission. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, was already a low-level earthly sovereign, but facing Ling Xiao's powerful aura, she felt suffocated. She looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes and murmured, What a powerful aura. Could he have been hiding his strength all this time? Swish! Ling Xiao ignored Bing Ruoshui's words. He bounced up from the ground and flew towards the battlefield at full speed. Bing Ruoshui shouted worriedly at Ling Xiao, Don't laugh at me. It's a battle between heavenly venerables. You can't participate in it. Yeah, we can move out now. Yao Qingmin was astonished, and then said to Bing Ruoshui, Junior sister, don't shout anymore. Let's go and help Master. Oh, okay, no, we can't go. With our strength, we'll just be throwing our lives away, said Bing Ruoshui. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as Master dies? Yao Qingmin stamped her foot. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Look, Bing Ruoshui pointed upwards with a dull look on her face. Yao Qingmin followed her gaze, and her expression changed several times. The energies of the several minor worlds collided with each other. Any martial artist below the Empyrean realm would likely be turned to slag if they were to approach. However, a figure had actually managed to forcefully enter the five-colored world, as if it didn't require any effort at all. Junior sister, you said that he's called Ling Xiao? Yao Qingmin asked sluggishly. Bing Ruoshui nodded heavily. Yes, I've already told you 1,000 times. Then he said that he's the first emperor, right? That's right, he said that, but we didn't believe him. Now, do you really think that he's the first emperor, Ling Xiao? I don't know. I only know that he can save our master, and you're his maid who warms his bed. Even if Ling Xiao didn't increase his combat strength by 20 times, his strength was still comparable to that of a low-level heavenly venerable. Although the power of the five elements world was very majestic and violent, he still forced his way in. Where did this wild kid come from? He actually dares to enter the five elements world. He's really courting death. A low-level Empyrean shouted. Who cares about him? He's just a peak Earth Emperor. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Another low-level Empyrean said. Hurry up and kill this kid, then capture that Li Shui. Something seems to have happened to Boss, another person said. The few of them chatted for a while, and then each of them used all their strength to attack Li Shui and Ling Xiao, who were in the five elements world. Li Shui had long since switched from offense to defense. With her strength, she could still resist for a while. Once she didn't have a plan to break through the enemy, she would be exhausted to death. However, when she saw Ling Xiao suddenly barge in, she felt that she couldn't understand what was going on. The young man in front of her clearly only had the aura of a peak Earth Emperor, but it was as if he could ignore the attacks of the five elements here. He brandished a golden spear in his hand rather casually, and the energy that was pressing down on him was dispersed by him one by one. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her, who looked like an emperor, and her heart that had been frozen for a long time actually jumped a few times. I'll send you out first. I'll deal with them. Ling Xiao said indifferently to Li Shui, and the golden dragon spear in his hand blasted out a terrifying dragon-shaped energy towards the energy barrier of the five colors world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The five low-level Empyreans who were controlling the five colors world felt their respective auras become unstable, and one of the energy barriers even had a hole blasted open. What are you waiting for? Leave them to me. Ling Zhao's 20x combat power erupted at the same time to block the energy attacks of the five people. Li Shui came back to her senses and replied, "Thank you for your help. I'll deal with them together. No need. They're perfect for me to practice on. You don't have to interfere. You should go take care of your two disciples who are worried about you." Ling Xiao replied with a calm smile. "My two disciples?" Li Shui murmured, and then she sensed two familiar auras. She immediately cupped her hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you for saving me. Be careful. If you can't handle it, I'll definitely help you." After saying that, Li Shui finally flew out from the hole that Ling Xiao had blasted open. "Oh no, that woman escaped," one of the low-level Empyreans said. "So what if she escaped? We can't catch up with her. Even if we do catch up, I'm afraid we'll be defeated one by one. Let's kill this brat first." Another low-level Empyrean said angrily, "Come on, let me have a taste of the true power of your five elements world. Don't let me down, or you'll all die miserably." Ling Xiao said excitedly, holding the golden dragon spear in his hand. He faintly felt that through this battle, he would definitely gain a lot. "You're just a peak earthly sovereign. How dare you be so arrogant just because you have some ability? Watch me destroy you with one finger." The golden-robed Empyrean said with extreme disdain. He kept waving a large number of golden saber shadows in his hand, chopping down at Ling Xiao. This wave of golden saber shadows could completely smash a mountain into pieces. In the eyes of the five of them, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. But in the next moment, they were shocked. After the young man swung his spear wildly, the golden saber shadows were all smashed into pieces. "Second brother, this brat is strange. Why don't we join forces to kill him and then help boss?" Another low-level Empyrean said. "All right, this brat's brain is flooded with water. He actually dares to fight one against five." Another person replied. Ling Xiao did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the five of them to gather the five elements world. When the five forces superimposed and fused in a mutually reinforcing and restraining trajectory, Ling Xiao's eyes became more and more conflicted. The five elements can mutually reinforce and restrain each other, but I'm not one of the five elements. How can I fuse them together? Ling Xiao muttered as he looked up at the five-colored light curtain. The energy attacks of the five elements were like a mountain torrent, smashing down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's entire body was covered with five-colored dragon scale armor. He let the waves of attacks hit his body. The sharpness of the metal attribute, the toughness of the wood attribute, the continuity of the water attribute, the explosiveness of the fire attribute, and the sturdiness of the earth attribute. Five different attack energies bombarded Ling Xiao's body continuously. It seemed that with every hit, Ling Xiao could understand a little more. The superimposed power of the five elements caused slight cracks to appear on Ling Xiao's five-colored dragon scale armor. Not far away, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Ling Xiao being submerged by the five-colored light curtain. "Smile!" Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes became misty as she exclaimed. "I didn't expect that such a small body would actually contain such courage. If you don't die, why can't this lady warm your bed for you?" Yao Qingmin clenched her fist and muttered. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's handsome and imposing figure had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. The sound of breaking wind came from a direction. "Master!" The two girls exclaimed at the same time when they saw the newcomer. These two lasses really made Master worried. Li Shui looked at her two disciples and said happily. She originally thought that she wouldn't have the chance to see her two disciples again. Fortunately, her life wasn't fated to end. We made Master worried. We were also chased by the Lion's Fong mercenary group. They wanted to violate me and my junior sister. Fortunately, we escaped in time. Moreover, we were rescued by Ling Xiao. Only then were we able to escape. Yao Qingmin immediately went over to support the weak Li Shui and briefly explained. It's the Lion's Fang mercenary group again. Wait until this matter is over. I'll make them disappear from this sunset mountain range. Li Shui quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills and angrily said, Master, are you all right? Can you save Ling Xiao? Bing Ruoshui came to Li Shui's side and asked. Her master had already consumed a lot of spiritual power, so she felt embarrassed to make such a request. However, Ling Xiao was in a very dangerous situation. If she didn't save him, she was afraid. Ling Xiao, the newly born first emperor-level expert? What happened to him? Li Shui asked with a surprised look on her face. He was besieged by those 5 people in order to save Master. Bing Ruoshui pointed at the sky and said, He is Ling Xiao. Li Shui turned her head and exclaimed. Yao Qingmin replied, Yes, Master. He should be the first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. Then, he and the Wolf King are his helpers? Li Shui pointed at the prodigal boy and the Golden Wolf King and asked. Both of them nodded. Bing Ruoshui said, One is his little brother, and the Wolf King is his mount. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so outstanding. The first emperor-level expert is indeed worthy of his name. Li Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a complicated look as she muttered. Chapter 672. Master, now is not the time to be emotional. Even if he is the first emperor, but he is only at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. How can he be a match for 5 Emporians? Bing Ruoshui said in a panic. Li Shui looked at Bing Ruoshui in astonishment. You already knew him? Before Bing Ruoshui could reply, Yao Qingmin rushed to say, He is junior sister's junior brother from the Purple Sky sect. He is also the lover she has been yearning for. Senior sister. Bing Ruoshui's face turned red as she stomped her feet, not daring to look at Li Shui. She had the impression that her master did not have a good impression of ordinary men, and she was afraid that her master would be biased against Ling Xiao. Li Shui revealed a thoughtful expression and said, He doesn't need my help. Look over there. His friends and the Wolf King have already obtained an overwhelming advantage. I think he can definitely deal with them, which is why he doesn't want me to help him. On the other side, the Icewind Eagle had the help of the Golden Wolf King. 2 of the 6 lion spirit beasts had already been bitten to death, and it wouldn't take long for the remaining 4 to be bitten to death. After all, the 2 peak rank 6 spirit beasts couldn't even win against a high rank 6 spirit beast and 5 low rank 6 spirit beasts, so they should just smash their heads and die. The prodigal was currently at the peak of rank 6, so it wouldn't take him much effort to deal with Xianxia. However, his boss didn't allow him to kill so quickly, so he had been playing with Xianxia. Xianxia could no longer remain calm. He couldn't understand where this expert had come from to help Li Shui. Could it be Li Shui's lover? However, seeing that this young man was only in his 20s, he couldn't help but suspect that Li Shui was an old cow eating young grass. This can't go on. That woman Li Shui has already escaped, so there's no point in fighting. Xianxia knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat the young man in front of him, so he already had the intention to retreat. The prodigal seemed to be able to see through Xianxia's thoughts, and his attacks became fiercer, making it harder for Xianxia to defend. He tried to escape several times, but he was always intercepted by the prodigal. Now it was like a cat playing with a mouse. Xianxia understood his situation more and more. On Ling Xiao's side, he was like a lone leaf in the ocean, allowing the waves to surge violently and the torrent to surge violently, yet he could still float steadily. Ling Xiao seemed to have completely forgotten that he was in a battle. Layers of the 5-color dragon scale armor wrapped around his body, allowing the various energy attacks to hit him. He closed his eyes and entered some kind of epiphany. A vivid world seemed to appear in his mind. It was an ancient forest. There were giant trees that towered into the sky, and all kinds of strange flowers and grasses were everywhere. The scenery was very pleasant and beautiful. From time to time, roars of beasts could be heard. A golden-white wolf king climbed up the mountain and howled at the sky, displaying the ferocity of the wolf king. Not long after, gusts of cold wind blew over, and the world began to change color. The trees, the grasses, the flowers, all of them actually withered in an instant, forming a gray world of emptiness and chaos. No one knew how many years this world had experienced. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning began to intersect in the sky, and an earth-shattering roar resounded in all directions. A huge golden shadow descended from the sky. It was a real dragon, a golden dragon that shone with golden light. It was like an overlord, stirring up the heavens and earth, and the cold wind and dark clouds were all blown away by it. The golden dragon began to shine, and the heavens and earth became clear again. Everything began to gradually recover, and strange lands began to form in all directions. Volcanoes rose up like spring bamboo shoots, and the blue flames in the belly of the volcanoes kept compressing. Finally, as if dissatisfied with the heavens and resisting everything, the countless blue flames covered thousands of miles, and countless living beings were burned into nothingness. Then, a fiery shadow rushed out from the belly of the mountain. The Chilean divine beast was born between heaven and earth, and auspicious clouds filled the sky. Its awe-inspiring righteousness was on par with the tyrannical might of the golden dragon. The four seasons changed and alternated without end, and everything grew here without end. When winter came, it was covered in layers of glittering snow, and in the end, it formed a beautiful scene that was like a naturalized sculpture. Everything seemed so real, so beautiful, and it caused one to feel carefree and intoxicated. The 5 low-level Empyreans who were constantly attacking Ling Xiao were incomparably shocked. They couldn't help but think, is this guy a masochist? Second brother, he seems to be immune to our elemental attacks. We've been bombarded so many times, but we haven't been able to completely break his defense. A low-level Empyrean said. The golden-robed, low-level Empyrean replied. He must have some kind of high-grade defensive armor on him. It might even be at the half-step saint level. Otherwise, even a high-level Empyrean wouldn't be able to withstand our attacks. Why don't we do this? We'll fight him in close combat, kill him, and then snatch his defensive armor, a low-level Empyrean reminded. The 5 of them made up their minds and withdrew the light screen of the 5 elements world. One of them flew towards Ling Xiao, who had his eyes closed, and a long sword slashed towards Ling Xiao's head like a snake. Ling Xiao didn't open his eyes, but his head seemed to have an extra pair of eyes. He gently tilted his head and dodged the incoming sword. The low-level Empyrean was surprised for a moment, and then the long sword kept changing, slashing, stabbing, and lifting towards Ling Xiao's vitals. However, no matter how he attacked, Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to predict the future and was able to dodge them one by one. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill you. The low-level Empyrean cursed. The long sword in his hand moved even faster, and his moves became even more powerful. Countless sword flowers bombarded Ling Xiao like raindrops. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He gently lifted the golden dragon spear in his hand and disintegrated the low-level Empyrean's attack. All of you, come at me together. This kid is 2F** King Abnormal. The low-level Empyrean shouted to the 4 people behind him. Not far away, 4 low-level celestial masters looked at each other, and then they all charged towards Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The aura of a peak Earth Emperor was actually becoming unstable. It wasn't because his aura was in disorder, but because the power was gradually spreading out and his strength was starting to soar. With all things as the boundary, wood as the foundation, wind as the supplement, metal and fire as the spear, and ice as the embellishments. Even if the 5 elements are incomplete, I can create a world that belongs to me. It contains all things in the world, whether it's ancient trees, forests, or the leader of all beasts. Everything in the world can be formed with a single thought, and everything can be at my fingertips. So the power of the world is born from the yearning of my heart. So that's how it is. I understand now. As Ling Xiao muttered to himself, the luster in his dragon eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a world gradually appeared behind him. This world was a true primordial world. The ancient trees, strange flowers, strange herbs, divine beasts, everything that should be there was there. It looked like a moving scene, and it caused one to be absent-minded. When the 5 low-level Empyreans who wanted to kill Ling Xiao fell into this world, their expressions all became sluggish. They all felt as if they had entered an independent space. Everything here was watching them, and they had become outsiders to this desolate world. Second brother, where are we? A low-level Empyrean asked. The golden-robed man replied, Who do you ask me? Could it be that that guy used some kind of demonic technique to bring us to another place? No, this seems to be an illusory space. This is that person's world power. One of them immediately saw Ling Xiao in the center of this world and cried out in shock. What? This is impossible. He was clearly at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm just now. It seems like he just used the power of our 5 elements world to comprehend his own Tao. This kid definitely can't be left alive. Take advantage of the fact that he's not familiar with using it and kill him. The 5 low-level Empyreans were already very anxious. The will of the world in their bodies erupted, and the power of the 5 elements world converged once again. 5 elements equal heaven. The 5 of them cried out in alarm at the same time, and a vast amount of energy simultaneously blasted towards Ling Xiao, who was slowly walking over. This was the full strength of the 5 of them. Even a high-level Empyrean would have to temporarily avoid it. As for Ling Xiao, he still walked over with a straight face. He casually waved his hand and muttered, Tree rise. The ancient trees in his world actually grew crazily. The powerful tree trunk formed a strong defense in front of him, and the snake-like tree vines entangled the few people from all directions. The dense leaves were like arrows that shot towards the few people's vitals. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful force destroyed the tree trunk, but the countless tree vines bound the 5 people. The sharp leaves pierced the bodies of the 5 people, turning them into beehives. The thin wounds on their bodies kept flowing with blood. The 5 of them were shocked. The powerful force had scattered the tree vines. They actually didn't have the courage to fight against Ling Xiao anymore and chose to retreat together. Didn't you guys want to kill me? Why are you leaving just like that? I still have to repay you guys for letting me comprehend. Ling Xiao smiled like a spring breeze. He had already put away the golden dragon spear, and his palms began to change. The volcanic craters that were covered by the ancient trees were revealed under their feet. The compressed lava kept churning, making people's scalps go numb just by looking at it. The 5 of them retreated frantically, but it was as if they had entered an endless space. No matter how they flew, they couldn't escape from this world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several volcanoes erupted at the same time, and the earth-shattering energy seemed to destroy this part of the world. The intense flames burned everything into ashes. Not far away, the 3 women saw this scene, and their expressions became sluggish. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were also wide open. The Golden Wolf King and the Ice Wind Eagle, who were fighting at the side, were scared out of their wits. They ran far away, as if afraid of being affected by the energy. On the other hand, the prodigal completely knocked Xianxia unconscious and retreated far away with him. Chapter 673. Am I hallucinating? Why is there a real space in the sky? Yao Qingmin rubbed her eyes fiercely and murmured. Bing Ruoxue also had a look of disbelief on her face. I think I'm also hallucinating. There's a volcano erupting over there. What terrifying power! Li Shui let out a heavy sigh and said, What a genius! No, he should be a genius. He actually comprehended his own Tao in the midst of battle and created this peerless world energy. Could this be the power of an Emperor-grade world energy? How terrifying! Emperor world energy? Master, Are you talking about him? Yao Qingmin pointed in Ling Zhao's direction. Who else could it be other than him? I really didn't expect the first emperor to be so terrifying. No wonder he could suppress so many geniuses from the other factions. Now it seems that he's truly talented, Li Shui praised. When Bing Ruoshui heard her master address her, the boulder in her heart was finally lifted. She was really afraid that her master wouldn't like Ling Xiao, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. At the same time, she felt happy for Ling Xiao. As expected of the sect's youngest elder, he always surprises people again and again. In the sky, the 5 low-level heavenly venerables had already been blown to smithereens. The clouds above the clouds had long been dispersed by the firelight. When the mushroom smoke disappeared, everything returned to normal. The primordial world in front of Ling Xiao did not disappear. The grass, the trees, the flowers, and the beasts were still alive and kicking. Oh no, how do I get rid of this thing? Ling Xiao discovered that his spiritual sea was spinning happily, but the illusion in front of him didn't show any signs of dissipating. Looks like I have to close it properly. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and then said to the prodigal, Zizai, follow your sister-in-law and hand that person over to her master. I'll look for you when I come out of seclusion. After saying that, he brought his world and rushed into the Sunset Mountain Range. Wherever he went, everything around him was crushed into pieces by his world. Ling Xiao flew at high speed. After flying for an unknown period of time, he chose to descend on a mountain peak. Rumble. However, as soon as he landed, the world that seemed to descend from the sky instantly crushed the mountain into dust. The spirit beasts nearby let out a series of neighs and hid far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. What a scam! You can't toy with me like this, Ling Xiao said in distress. He wanted to control his world power to stop, but he found that his spirit power was showing signs of losing control, and those world illusions were still constantly changing. It doesn't matter. I'll collect the power of this world here first. Ling Xiao sat down helplessly and began to comprehend the mysteries of this world's power. In Ling Zhao's spiritual sea, the vast and pure spirit power kept churning, and under Ling Zhao's elixir field, the 5-colored energy kept emitting strong spirit power, and the two produced a resonance that penetrated through Ling Zhao's body and mind. As the 5-colored energy was continuously transferred over from his elixir field, his spiritual sea underwent astonishing changes. The original spiritual sea kept expanding, and the space that could fuse with spirit power became more and more, while the original almost full spirit power seemed to be less. In fact, the amount was still the same, but as the space grew, the proportion became smaller. The spiritual sea was expanding, and the 5 elements' energy was like a bridge, gradually crossing the sea of consciousness. This energy actually showed signs of dividing the sea of consciousness into 2. Ling Xiao was in a completely unconscious state, and this change was like a canal without any signs of discomfort. In the end, after the 5-colored energy bridge divided the sea of consciousness into 2 layers, it didn't stop. The 5-colored energy began to form another layer of shield, and the sea of consciousness was actually divided into 3 layers by the 2 5-color energies. The first layer was the largest, and it was full of pure spirit liquid. The second layer was a lively world, just like the wonders of the world power that Ling Xiao displayed. The tree, the flower, the grass, and the beast were like real existences, looking incomparably magical and wonderful. The third layer was occupied by a green tree and 2 beads. This amazing change made Ling Xiao feel a sense of surprise. His sea of consciousness was actually divided into 3, and the spiritual sea of consciousness below seemed to provide the purest and most gentle energy to the first 2 layers, so that the first 2 layers always maintained the purest aura. As Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness was divided, the world power around him finally slowly shrank and finally disappeared. Ling Zhao's aura rose at this moment, and the nearby spirit qi surged towards him like swallows returning to their nest. The spiritual qi seemed to have formed a storm, absorbing all the spiritual qi within a radius of several thousand meters. The nearby mercenaries were all shocked by this scene. Is someone breaking through to the Emperor's stage? The nearby spirit qi has been sucked dry. That must be it. Or else what kind of expert could cause such a huge commotion? Could it be that one of the 3 mercenary kings broke through? If it's them, then it's possible. 10,000 miles away from where Ling Xiao had made his breakthrough, a middle-aged man with 2 axes on his back was shocked. He looked in the direction of the surging spiritual energy and murmured, "It's absorbing the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. No, there's no earth element. There's a wind element." Could it be that someone didn't make a breakthrough, but someone set up some kind of formation? He hesitated for a moment, then instantly flashed in that direction. He was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was difficult to catch him. At the same time, a few people also flashed in that direction from a few different directions. These people didn't dare to get too close to the central area, because if it really was an Emperor stage expert breaking through, then they would be committing a huge taboo. Regardless of whether he broke through or not, they would fight to the death. None of them could bear the wrath of an Emperor stage expert. In another direction, a black-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction covered by spirit qi and muttered to himself, "His aura is vast and mighty, and he's showing his Emperor's might." Who is this young man? Doesn't he know that he needs to find a quiet place to break through, set up a restriction, and have people protect him before breaking through? How impulsive. Fortunately, it's not those 2 fellows. Otherwise, my old bones wouldn't be able to hold up here. In another direction, there was also a white-robed middle-aged man watching everything. This middle-aged man looked very dignified, and his eyebrows were actually white, making him look extremely unique. If other mercenaries saw this person, they would immediately recognize him as the leader of the number 1 mercenary group in the Sunset Mountain Range, Bai Chou. Although he looked middle-aged, he was still an old man who had lived for more than 2,000 years. The black-robed old man and the middle-aged man with 2 axes on his back were the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd mercenary groups. They were called Lu Kun and Huang Tai-sun, respectively. These 3 people were the top experts in the Sunset Mountain Range and Zhongguang City, and they were all at the half-emperor stage. The strength of these 3 groups was about the same, and they had always been like the well water and not the river water. However, once one of them broke through to the Emperor stage first, then the tripod would collapse. At that time, the distribution of resources in the Sunset Mountain Range would be very different. Therefore, they all rushed over to check on the situation, afraid that their opponent would break through first. Now that they had all sensed each other's existence, and the person who was breaking through was not one of them, they all felt at ease. However, they began to have other thoughts. They already knew that the person in front of them was not really breaking through to the Emperor stage, but breaking through to the honored stage. A breakthrough to the honored stage required such a large amount of energy, so one could imagine how strong this person's foundation was. Once he broke through, he would probably be much stronger than an ordinary Empyrean. And this person had chosen to break through here, so it was obvious that he did not have any backing or background. He was probably a rogue cultivator like them. This would give them the opportunity to rope them into their own mercenary group. Only by doing so, their strength could be greatly enhanced. As the commotion caused by Ling Xiao's breakthrough grew bigger and bigger, many powerful mercenaries rushed in this direction. They watched everything unfold from afar, and their faces were filled with shock. The spiritual energy storm in this world was simply too shocking. After 3 days and 3 nights, the spiritual energy finally stopped surging. It was also at this moment that a powerful aura instantly exploded. Bang! A figure shot into the sky, and powerful 5-colored light dazzled everyone's eyes. The dragon-shaped illusory figure became more and more solid, and the supreme dragon might and imperial aura it emitted caused everyone to tremble. Those martial artists who had not yet reached the honorable level felt as if they were facing an emperor. Their legs unconsciously turned to jelly, and they knelt on the ground, worshipping the high and mighty emperor. Although those heavenly venerables could barely resist the pressure, their faces were drenched in sweat, and it could be seen that it was quite difficult for them to resist. Only the three quasi-martial emperors remained calm. However, the solemn expressions between their brows had already betrayed the strange thoughts in their hearts. What kind of cultivation technique does this person cultivate to be able to emit such powerful might? And that golden dragon illusory figure, could it be that he has seen a true dragon divine beast? The three of them asked in their hearts. When the five-colored light gradually disappeared, the golden dragon illusory figure also dissipated, and a dignified young man appeared in front of everyone. A low-level Empyrean? It seems to be more than that. Ling Xiao muttered as he spread out his hands. His dragon eyes shone brightly. He already knew that this breakthrough was not just a simple leap of a large level. His current strength had reached the mid-level Empyrean level. Previously, in the chaotic abyss of war, his strength was already enough to break through to the Empyrean level. It was just that he had not comprehended his own Tao, and he had forcibly compressed and purified it. Now that he had comprehended it in battle, he had finally reaped great rewards. A breakthrough had allowed him to jump 2 levels. This made Ling Xiao ecstatic. Ling Xiao looked around, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered, 3 half-emperors? Just right for me to practice. Chapter 674. Ling Xiao looked in each of the 3 directions and hooked his finger in one direction. His attitude was quite contemptuous and disdainful. What is that guy doing? Is he challenging Captain Bai Chou? He's really courting death. He's just a newly advanced Empyrean. Even if he has a solid foundation, how could he be a match for Captain Bai Chou, who has the strength of a half-step emperor? Looks like this guy is overconfident. No matter what, there's a good show to watch. Bai Chou let out a cold smile and stepped out from the void. He looked at Ling Xiao playfully and said faintly, "Kid, I know you're very strong now. You actually jumped 2 rank from the peak of the Earth Emperor to the middle stage of the Empyrean realm. But you dare to challenge me. I have to say that you have good eyes. But I, Bai Chou, have never left anyone alive. Seeing that it's not easy for you to break through, as long as you're willing to surrender to me, I'll give you the position of vice captain. How about it? Sounds good, but we'll have to wait until you defeat me." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. After saying that, he released his aura and a desolate world appeared in front of everyone. This desolate world exuded a thick ancient aura. Every tree, flower, grass, and beast were filled with an ancient aura. Especially the roar of the divine beast. It was even more frightening. The mercenary groups nearby were filled with surprise and confusion when they saw this world power. They had seen a lot of world power, but they had never seen such a mysterious and strange world power. Even Bai Chou, Lu Kun, and Huang Tyson's expressions became strange. They all felt the pressure of this world power, but they did not feel the killing intent of this world power. But this made them feel that this world power was not ordinary. Could it be a high-grade spirit-level world power? Bai Chou frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Come, as a trial opponent, I will definitely not kill you." Ling Xiao was like a god of that desolate world, exuding a vast majesty that pierced the opponent's mind. For some reason, Bai Chou felt a sense of stage fright, as if he was not facing a middle venerable heavenly venerable, but a true emperor stage powerhouse. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bai Chou clenched his teeth, his aura started to rise, and his world power was also deduced. The reason why Bai Chou was able to become the leader of the Sunset Mountain Range mercenary group was because his world energy had already surpassed the mortal level and was a spirit-level, low-grade world energy. Amongst those of the same level, he was a rather powerful existence. In the white light, there were several snow-white pythons hissing nonstop, their bloodthirsty fangs flashing with cold, killing intent. This side of the world had already reached the perfect state of a small square world, occupying an area of 700 to 800 meters above the space. The giant python was like a dragon, its huge body like a hill, terrifying people. Kill. Bai Chou unleashed a thick killing intent. This was the killing intent formed from his many years of killing experience in the forest. An ordinary timid person would be frightened to the point of stage fright. And Bai Chou used this killing intent to engrave his fear of Ling Xiao in his heart. The world of white light enveloped Ling Xiao's small square world, and the several hundred-meter-long giant pythons descended from the sky towards Ling Xiao's desolate world. Although Ling Xiao's small square world was only in its initial form, the area it covered was comparable to that of a high-level heavenly venerable. It was already more than 500 meters wide. When the world of white light and the giant pythons collided, everything in Ling Xiao's small square world seemed to have come to life. The trees grew at a crazy pace, and the tree vines wrapped around the giant pythons. However, the giant pythons were not so easily restrained. They directly smashed the tree vines into pieces and pounced towards Ling Xiao. So it's just a small world of trees, and I thought it was something amazing, Bai Chou said disdainfully. However, the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar resounded. Several golden-white, three-eyed wolf kings pounced out of the forest and began to fight with the giant pythons. Although the wolf kings stopped the giant pythons, the intense white light was like the sun shining down, causing people to feel uncomfortable all over, and it was difficult to open their eyes. Rays of light shot out, destroying Ling Xiao's world energy. Bai Chou took the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Arrogant Junior, when I, Bai Chou, made my debut, you weren't even born yet. You've just broken through to the heavenly venerable realm, and you're already so arrogant, die. The silver spear in Bai Chou's hand was like a giant python, piercing towards Ling Xiao's vitals. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Haven't you heard of the saying that the waves ahead drive the waves ahead? You old people are not qualified to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, another bestial roar rang out. The terrifying sound wave was many times more terrifying than the wolf's roar from before. Bai Chou was shaken by the sound wave to the point of losing his mind. His eardrums were buzzing nonstop, and he fell into a temporary, sluggish state. When he regained his senses, a mighty seven-clawed golden dragon appeared in the sky above him, staring at him with its bell-like eyes, causing a half-emperor like him to feel his scalp go numb. The golden dragon roared as it pounced towards Bai Chou with its huge mouth. Bai Chou had no choice but to face the golden dragon head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This golden dragon was like a real existence. It was actually able to fight evenly with Bai Chou, and faintly made Bai Chou look like he was struggling. Is this a real dragon or a fake one? Bai Chou thought sullenly. No matter how powerful his attacks were, the golden dragon seemed to be unable to kill it. Instead, he was swept by it a few times, causing his blood and qi to churn. If this is all you've got, then I'm too disappointed, Ling Xiao said disappointedly in the desolate ancient world. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Bai Chou snorted coldly, dodged the golden dragon's attack, and summoned his spirit beast to protect himself. A giant python, similar to the one in his small universe, appeared in front of everyone. This was a peak rank 6 silver python, a light attribute spirit beast. The silver python hissed and pounced towards Ling Xiao, revealing its sharp fangs. Hee, not a bad spirit beast. A pity it's still not enough. Ling Xiao smiled calmly and raised his palm lightly, as though he was giving some instructions. Another bestial roar sounded, and a blue qilin appeared in front of the silver python with its 4 hooves majestically. The supreme might of a divine beast caused the silver python to stagnate. The blue qilin and the silver python instantly clashed. For a moment, Bai Chou's spirit-level world power and himself were completely suppressed by Ling Wan's world power, and there were already signs of defeat. What kind of world power does this bastard have? It's actually like a separate space. Damn it. Bai Chou cursed in his heart. Lu Kun and Huang Tai-sun, who were watching the battle from the side, had a shocked look on their faces. Obviously, they were shocked by Ling Xiao's world power. The mercenaries nearby were also incomparably shocked. What kind of world power is this? It's actually so terrifying. It's at least high-grade spirit level. This time Captain Bai Cho is in trouble. You're all blind. Can't you see those two divine beasts? This is at least the power of an Emperor Realm world. This guy is really abnormal. That's right, Emperor-level world power. Not even 1 in 100,000 people can deduce it. What kind of background does this young man have? This still can't force me to use my true strength. This is too boring. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and muttered, then turned to Lu Kun and Huang Taisun and said, "Both of you come at me together. Don't disappoint me." The surrounding people were in an uproar. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had the guts to fight 1 against 3, and all 3 of them were the strongest pseudo-emperor captains? Just this courage alone was enough to win their respect. Good. Taisun, have long been itching for a fight. Let me experience this magical world of yours. Huang Taisun shouted, full of fighting spirit. The 2 axes on his back instantly burst forth. The vast desert world was also deduced, and a high-grade 6th-level 2-headed spirit hound appeared beside him. 1 man and 1 beast charged fiercely towards Ling Xiao. All right, this old man's bones will accompany a young man like you to play a little. Although Lu Kun did not want to participate in the battle, he could not lose his reputation as a pseudo-emperor. If word got out that he, a pseudo-emperor, did not dare to fight a mid-level heavenly venerable, wouldn't he lose all his face? His mercenary group's reputation would also be greatly damaged. Lu Kun's was an ordinary wood world, while his spirit beast was a high-grade 6th-level green-eyed cat. 3 pseudo-emperors, 3 perfected minor world, and 3 high-grade 6th-level spirit beasts clashed together with Ling Xiao. Now there's some pressure. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless at this time. The ice and fire swords appeared in his hands, and his minor world also began to display its true might. The desolate world actually began to blow with gusts of chilly wind. Mixed within the chilly wind were bits of snowflakes. At the same time, the temperature began to drop, and volcanoes appeared in the world. It was incomparably strange. The chilly wind had already made the 3 of them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The defensive light was actually being corroded bit by bit, and the snowflakes caused the temperature to plummet, causing them to feel a bone-chilling cold. The terrifying energy contained within the volcanoes made their scalps go numb. You two, block it first. Let me go and take him down. Then this world will collapse on its own. Lu Kun was indeed an old man. He was also extremely experienced in battle. He immediately pointed out the crux of the matter. Bai Cho and Huang Taisun both nodded and did their best to block the various attacks from Ling Xiao's world. Lu Kun took mysterious steps. A series of afterimages flashed past. The azure sword in his hand burst forth with countless sword chi, drowning out Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. The ice and fire swords also began to brandish out sharp sword rays, meeting the azure sword chi. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 675. Close combat could better reflect a person's true strength. Although Ling Xiao was only a middle-level heavenly venerable, the eruption of 20th combat power was not a joke. Fortunately, Lu Kun had the cultivation of a half-step emperor, which was several times more powerful than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. Thus, he was able to fight against Ling Xiao without falling behind. However, Lu Kun's heart was in a perilous state. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why this young man had the cultivation of a middle-level heavenly venerable, but his combat power was comparable to his. This made him extremely depressed. He could not help but wonder if he had lived for nearly 3,000 years in vain. He could not even defeat a middle-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought, and his speed became faster and faster. At the same time, 12 clones appeared, bombarding Lu Kun and forcing him to retreat step by step. He wanted to summon the green-eyed cat to help, but he realized that the green-eyed cat had actually been frozen into an ice sculpture and could no longer move. My God, this kid definitely has the power of an emperor-level world. Lu Kun wailed in his heart. On the other side, Baichou was still evenly matched with the golden dragon, but the silver serpent python in his world power was firmly suppressed by the three-eyed wolf king and countless tree vines. His world power was already in a state of withering, and it would not be long before it was completely exhausted. Huang Tyson's situation was not much better than his. His desert world was blown back by the countless chilly winds. The chilly winds formed a terrifying tornado that enveloped him, making it impossible for him to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The light of his dark protection force was being corroded bit by bit. Even though he tried his best to disperse the chilly winds, it was a pity that it was all in vain. His two-headed spirit hound also encountered the same dangerous situation as him. The volcanic energy kept exploding out, and it was so frightened that it dodged in all directions. It did not have the demeanor of a high-level spirit beast at all. The surrounding mercenary groups were all dumbfounded. The three mercenary kings that they had always admired were actually forced into such a sorry state by a young man. This was simply too unacceptable. At this moment, a young man and three women rushed over from afar. They were all sitting on spirit beasts and watching the battle from afar. It's the three great mercenary kings. They're actually ganging up on Ling Xiao. Isn't this too much? Li Shui said with surprise and indignation. What should we do? The three great mercenary kings are people who kill without batting an eye. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he won't be a match for them. Bing Ruoshui said worriedly. Yao Qingmin said from the side, the situation doesn't seem to be that bad. Don't worry, boss will definitely win. The prodigal said without a hint of worry. Ling Xiao actually already advanced to the middle level Empyrean strength. How could he possibly advance so quickly? Furthermore, his world energy is very strange. It can actually contend against three quasi-emperors. Li Shui seriously observed the battle situation, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Beside her, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were also stunned. This old man concedes. Lu Kun was forced by Ling Xiao to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. He knew that if this went on, his old life would probably be tossed around here. This kid in front of him was too abnormal. Old man, play a little longer. I'm also almost exhausted. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Lu Kun panted heavily. He looked at the calm and composed Ling Xiao and cursed in his heart. You're not even panting, and you're saying that you're done? Who are you trying to fool? That was what he thought in his heart, but he still wore a smile on his face and said, This old man knows that I'm not a match for you, so I'm willing to concede. Seeing Lu Kun's sincere attitude, Ling Xiao did not want to make things difficult for him anymore. He immediately said, Thank you for letting me win. With that, he calmly walked towards Baichou. I'm not fighting anymore. I concede. Baichou was already at the end of his strength when facing the Golden Dragon's attack. Now that Ling Xiao had come over, it gave him a lot of pressure. He could only helplessly admit defeat. On the other side, there was no need to ask Huang Tyson. He had actually been spun by the tornado to the point that he was foaming at the mouth. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. He did not have enough fun and dispersed his desolate ancient world. At this time, Ling Xiao looked a little tired. He sighed in his heart. If not for my Dantian and Sea of Consciousness being stronger than those of the same level, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for an hour. Although his world energy was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had not taken any pills to increase his strength all these years. This allowed his foundation to be incomparable to others. Moreover, he was proficient in mental power attacks, and his Sea of Consciousness was especially strong. This was the true reason why Ling Xiao was able to use the world energy for such a long period of time. The situation of the three half-emperors and the three spirit beasts was even more difficult. If not for Ling Xiao holding back, the three of them would have already died. Do the three of you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked indifferently with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The three of them had ugly expressions. However, they were not as skilled as the other party, so they could only nod their heads and admit the facts in front of them. After this battle, this young man's name would probably spread throughout the Sunset Mountain Range and Zhongguang City. One must know that they were all famous people in this area for a long time. To actually lose to a middle-level heavenly venerable, they had lost a lot of face. However, when they remembered that the other party used the Emperor World energy, they felt a little better in their hearts. That's good. Many thanks for the practice. I won't disturb you anymore, Ling Xiao said with a relaxed expression. Then, he flew towards the prodigal and the others. Little friend, please wait. At this time, Lu Kun called out. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at Lu Kun. Is there anything else, senior? Could it be that you want to fight? Lu Kun waved his hands and said no. How could that be? This old man has already admitted defeat. This old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if little friend can talk to me? Oh, then tell me about it, Ling Xiao replied after a pause. Lu Kun rubbed his hands and said, Little friend is a dragon among men. However, I see that you chose to break through here, and there is no one to protect you. It seems that you're a rogue cultivator like us. I wonder if you're interested in joining the mercenary group. I can give you the position of group leader. What do you think? What? Old Lu, are you crazy? Huang Tai-sun cried out in shock. Bai Chou also revealed a look of surprise. He did not expect Lu Kun to make such a decision. The surrounding mercenaries also revealed puzzled expressions. A few figures flew out at the same time. Leader, you can't. This is your hard work over the years. Do you have the heart to give it away? A high-level heavenly venerable said. That's right. We 2,000 brothers only recognize you as our leader. Please reconsider, another heavenly venerable said. We are only willing to follow you, leader. A few heavenly venerables objected, their expressions filled with indignation. They were all brothers and subordinates who had followed Lu Kun for many years. Now that the mercenary group had developed to its current scale, it could be said that other than Lu Kun, their contributions could not go unnoticed. Now that Lu Kun actually wanted to give the position of leader to a young man of unknown origin, how could they accept this? Some of them even wanted to replace Lu Kun's position as soon as possible. Lu Kun waved his hand, his old face darkening. I'm old. If I don't take that step, I don't have many years left to live. After I die, do you all have the ability to keep your current position? I'm afraid that old brother Bai and old brother Huang will be the first to not let you off. And the 2,000 brothers who followed me, old Lu, will definitely suffer. So, I'll let this little friend take charge of my group. Old Lu, can also go search for opportunities without worry and see if I can take that step. Lu Kun could not remember how long he had lived. He was afraid that it was at least close to 3,000 years. Any high-level Empyrean had a maximum lifespan of 3,000 years. If they couldn't break through, then only death awaited them. Although Lu Kun was at the quasi-emperor realm, the many years of fighting and killing in the forest had left behind many hidden injuries in his body. Although he had consumed many natural treasures, it was still difficult for him to eliminate all of those hidden injuries in his body. Recently, he felt that his time was approaching, so he had no choice but to make plans for his mercenary group in advance. He had a few strong subordinates, but they did not have the talent to lead, and it was difficult for them to compete with the other two groups. He had no choice but to make this plan. If they could recruit Ling Xiao, not only could their mercenary group keep their position, but they could also go up a level. Bai Chou and Huang Tai-sun could understand Lu Kun's plan, but they did not have Lu Kun's courage to give up the position of group leader. Wasn't this equivalent to giving up their foundation? They were not that great. What do you think, little friend? My Green Cat mercenary group is one of the top 3 groups in the Sunset Mountains. We have a good harvest every month, Lu Kun said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waited for Lu Kun to finish speaking and basically understood what he meant. He immediately spread out his hands and said, Senior, I appreciate your kindness. I, Ling Xiao, am used to being undisciplined. I really don't have the time to manage this mercenary group for you. All right, the 3 of you. I'll take my leave now. With that, Ling Xiao turned around and flew towards the prodigal. Ling Xiao, this name sounds very familiar. I don't remember where I heard it before. Could he be the newly born first emperor, Ling Xiao? The one who defeated many powerful forces and even the princess of the Dongfang family took the initiative to throw herself at him? Yes, it should be him. The previous 100 combat emperors entered the pond of enlightenment for more than a month. I think this Ling Xiao did not leave, but took the opportunity to break through to the celestial master level. He really deserves to be the first emperor of his generation. Even after breaking through to the celestial master level, he is still an invincible existence. This child's future is boundless. It is rumored that he is the only successor of the legendary demonic emperor. So it's him. No wonder his combat strength is so abnormal. Lu Kun, Bai Chou, and Huang Taisun suddenly realized. However, they felt that this year's first emperor was really abnormal. Even they, who had been famous for many years, could not hide his brilliance. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at Lu Kun. If you want to take that step, maybe I can help you. Chapter 676. What? You can help me? Lu Kun's body trembled as he replied. Bai Chou and Huang Taisun looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They had been stuck at the half-emperor stage for hundreds of years, and they knew that if they wanted to take this step, without sufficient resources for them to absorb and cultivate, it would be very difficult to take another step forward. Other than that, they also needed to have Tenbin's outstanding comprehension ability. These two conditions were indispensable, otherwise they would not have been stuck at this stage for so many years. And now, Ling Xiao's words were simply shocking, causing them to be unable to remain calm. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, 80%. 80%. Lu Kun, Bai Chou, and Huang Taisun sucked in a breath of cold air. This success rate was a little too high. If it was only 30%, they would definitely believe it without a doubt, but 80% success rate. Even if there was a heaven-defying pill that could directly advance, it would not be so reliable. This made them doubt Ling Xiao's words. Believe it or not, I will still be around here for half a month. At that time, you can come and find me. With that, he instantly landed in front of the prodigal and the three girls. Let's go. The few of them followed Ling Xiao's footsteps, looking for a place to stay. Lu Kun looked at Ling Xiao, who was already far away. His heart was filled with contradictions. He had at most 20 to 30 years of lifespan left. He really did not have the confidence to cross the threshold that he had been stuck at for close to 1,000 years in such a short period of time. Could it be that I really have to put down my old face and try? Lu Kun thought in his heart. Ling Xiao, the prodigal, Bing Ruoxue, Li Shui, and Yao Qingmin found a quiet place to stay. Ling Xiao then solemnly bowed to Li Shui. Thank you, senior, for taking care of Ruoxue these few years. Ling Xiao is truly grateful. Li Shui lightly waved her hand and said, She is my disciple. This is nothing. I should be the one thanking you for saving my life. She looked at Ling Xiao, who was now at the same level as her. Her heart was truly filled with emotions. She had already found out from Bing Ruoxue that Ling Xiao was only around 26 years old. Yet he already had such achievements, it really made many people of the older generation feel ashamed. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time. Moreover, Ling Xiao also wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend his own Tao. It was out of selfishness, Ling Xiao said modestly. Looking at this mature girl who was not inferior to Bing Ruoxue and Qingmin, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoxue of Ling Xiao, had a good impression of her. The three girls were so beautiful. It would be if they did not attract trouble. When Bing Ruoxue saw how polite her master and Ling Xiao were, she immediately said, Master, Xiao is one of us now. There's no need to be so polite. That's right. Saying too much will make you look hypocritical. Yao Qingmin said from the side. All right, I won't say any more, Li Shui replied. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, your name has already spread throughout the central region. I wonder what your future plans are. Li Shui's words were actually asked on behalf of Bing Ruoxue. She wanted to know Ling Xiao's direction so that she could decide whether or not to hand this disciple over to Ling Xiao. In her heart, she was actually reluctant to part with Bing Ruoshui. It was difficult to find a suitable disciple, but before she could nurture him, it would be regretful to end their relationship like this. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yao Qingmin said, "Ling Xiao, you might as well cultivate with us. In any case, Junior sister is your woman, and she is also your personal maid. Master can also be considered your mother-in-law. With you around, we won't be afraid of being bullied by others." Li Shui reprimanded with a straight face. "Qingmin, how can you say that?" Yao Qingmin was not afraid of her master, and immediately said boldly, "Master, I've already lost to Ling Xiao, and I have to be his bed-warming maid. I also want to serve Master forever, so I can only let Ling Xiao accompany us to cultivate. This way, we won't have to be separated." Li Shui glared at Yao Qingmin, but did not reprimand her anymore. She knew that Yao Qingmin's words came from the bottom of her heart. Although she and Yao Qingmin had a master relationship, they were like mother and daughter. "That's right, Xiao. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with us?" Bing Ruoshui asked tentatively. In the past few years, Li Shui and Yao Qingmin had treated her well, which was engraved in her heart. She was also truly reluctant to part with them. Ling Xiao waited for them to finish speaking, then chuckled and said, "Rather than me following you, why don't you follow me?" "Follow you?" The three women were startled and asked. Li Shui recovered first and said, "That's right, Ling Xiao, your strength is outstanding, and even a quasi-emperor is not your match. We should be following you to cultivate, but I am used to freedom, so I will leave my two disciples to you. You must treat them well, and if I find out that you have let them down, I will definitely not let you off." "Master, I don't want to be separated from you," Yao Qingmin said very firmly. Bing Ruoshui was full of contradictions. One was her lover, and the other was her master. Making her choose between the two really put her in a difficult position. "I don't think there's a need for you two to separate," Ling Xiao said. Then he looked up at the sky and said, "I want to create my own world and establish my own business. I'm short of manpower. Although your strength is a little lacking, there's still room for development. Follow me. I won't let you suffer." Yao Qingmin anxiously said, "What strength is lacking? My master is a mid-level heavenly venerable, and this lady has the strength of an earthly sovereign. This lady is not even 40 years old." A mid-level heavenly venerable was considered an expert in the central region, and Yao Qingmin, who had broken through to the earthly sovereign before the age of 40, could be considered a genius level 10bin. "Qingmin, wait for Ling Xiao to finish speaking," Li Shui said, then frowned and said, "You want to establish a mercenary group?" Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, "No, I want to establish a force that can stand shoulder to shoulder with those major forces. I want everyone to know that I, Ling Xiao, have people walking around in the central region so that everyone will respect me and not be bullied." Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin were all shocked by Ling Xiao's words. "Maybe you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you." Ling Xiao charmingly smiled. Then 2 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion appeared in his hands. "Other than the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, I am also a 6th-grade alchemist. Perhaps in the near future, I can become a 7th-grade alchemist." Ling Xiao sighed. Then he handed the things in his hands to Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin respectively and said, "The 10,000-year stone emulsion can allow you to cleanse your marrows and meridians. I will seclude myself here for a few days and refine isotribute pills for you to break through." After saying that, Ling Xiao opened up a secluded cave and had everyone stand guard for him while he went in to refine pills. 6th-grade alchemist. Li Shui's expression became incomparably excited. She really didn't expect that a monster like Ling Xiao was actually not a 6th-grade alchemist. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that advancing to the 7th-grade alchemist realm was very easy. This was simply unbelievable. 3 days later, Ling Xiao once again appeared in front of the 3 women. He gave Bing Ruoshui an Emperor Ascension pill and a King Ascension pill, Yao Qingmin an Emperor Ascension pill, and Li Shui an Incarnation pill. When the three women received the pills, they felt as if they were in a dream. A fifth-grade alchemy pill was already difficult to buy, and now there was a sixth-grade alchemy pill. This value was simply inestimable. You are really giving this to us? Li Shui asked with a sluggish expression. Of course. Regardless of whether you are willing to follow me or not, just based on my relationship with Ruo Shui, these pills belong to you. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Bing Ruo Shui's heart almost melted when she heard this. She swore that these days were the happiest days of her life, and also the days when she laughed the most. Because with him by her side, her ice-cold heart was no longer ice-cold. The corners of Li Shui's eyes became a little moist. She didn't know how many years it had been since she received someone's selfless help. Thinking back to the time when her clan was destroyed by her enemies, she had to wander around alone, relying on her own two hands to slowly raise her own strength. Those who had once wanted to help her all harbored ill intentions. Now that she had this pill in her hand, all the bitterness and grievances she had suffered over the years burst forth in an instant. Ling Xiao, us master and disciples will follow you from now on. Li Shui wasn't willing to let Ling Xiao see her loss of composure, so she turned around and flew away. Her resolute voice could still be heard from afar. Ling Xiao was very gratified. His efforts had indeed not been in vain. You two should also go and break through. I will protect you, Ling Xiao said to Bing Ruo Shui and Yao Qingmin. Bing Ruo Shui nodded and said, Xiao, thank you. After saying that, she even lightly kissed Ling Xiao on the cheek before leaving. Yao Qingmin, on the other hand, stared at Ling Xiao without blinking. Her beautiful eyes were filled with boundless foreboding. She had once fantasized that she would definitely find a man who could suppress her generation and was famous in the central region as her husband. She never thought that her wish would really come true. Not only was this man mighty and extraordinary, his appearance was also charming and alluring, causing her to feel extremely intoxicated. Ling Xiao joked, Don't be infatuated with brother. Brother is just a legend. Who would have thought that Yao Qingmin would really directly reply, I'm already infatuated with you. I'll be your bed-warming maid for the rest of my life. After saying that, she actually hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body and fiercely kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Then, she turned around and ran away. Ling Xiao touched his lips and muttered, Could it be that this young master has become more handsome again? This charm is really increasing by the day. It seems that this young master should keep a low profile. Ling Xiao sat down in boredom, then called the prodigal, Golden Wolf King, and Blue Dragon over. Do you recognize this thing? Ling Xiao said as he took out a pearl. What kind of pearl is this? I can sense a very powerful energy, as if it has the bloodline of the god race like me, but it's different from my race. The prodigal said with a suspicious expression. The Golden Wolf King's knowledge was the worst. After smelling it, fear appeared in his eyes, and he said, It seems to be the aura of a beast emperor. It's so scary. Boss, is this a dragon pearl? The blue dragon swallowed its saliva and said. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, That's right. This is the dragon pearl born from the dragon's origin essence. Unfortunately, it's of the metal attribute. I wonder if you can devour it? Chapter 677. The Dragon Ball was where the essence of the true dragons resided. It was a top-grade treasure for many spirit beasts that possessed the bloodline of the true dragons. However, this Dragon Ball was born from a metal-type true dragon. Ling Xiao had always been hesitant to let the blue aquatic dragon know about it. After all, the attributes of the two were different. If the blue aquatic dragon knew about it, it would only be envious. After some consideration, Ling Xiao decided to take it out, hoping that it would be of some help to the blue aquatic dragon. Sure enough, the blue aquatic dragon's anxious and envious look seemed to be of some use to it. Xiaolong, is this useful to you? Ling Xiao asked again. The blue aquatic dragon hurriedly replied, Boss, it's very useful. It can help me transform. Can you let it eat me? But this is of the metal type. Will it really be useful to you? Ling Xiao asked. Before the blue aquatic dragon could reply, the prodigal said, Boss, you might not know this, but the origin essence of the gods is non-elemental. It can be consumed by any descendant of the gods. The blue water dragon replied from the side, Just as your highness said, as long as I consume this profound qi, I can increase the power of my bloodline, reshape my body, condense the Dragon Ball, and become a true god. So that's how it is. Then you can swallow it. Ling Xiao threw the Dragon Ball to the blue Jiao dragon. The blue aquatic dragon opened its mouth wide and caught the Dragon Ball, then immediately swallowed it. Boss, I'm going to enter the cauldron space. I'm afraid I'll need a long time to digest this. The blue aquatic dragon's body instantly grew bigger as it spoke. Its aura slowly became more fearsome, and the spirit beasts nearby seemed to have sensed the supreme coercion, causing them to flee in all directions. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately stored it into the cauldron. The prodigal said, This time, this Xiaolong can become a god with a high-grade bloodline like me. The Golden Wolf King let out a few howls, its eyes filled with envy. Ling Xiao touched the Golden Wolf King's forehead and said, Xiao Jin, stop yelling. Your bloodline is not bad. In the future, you can at least become a holy beast. The Golden Wolf King was the first mount he had personally tamed. Of course, he couldn't let it stop here. Although it did not have the bloodline of a divine beast, the fact that it had opened its third eye proved that it had a mutated bloodline. In the future, it could at least advance to the level of a rank 9 holy beast. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao continued to comprehend and research his world force. He really couldn't understand why a spiritual world had started to form in his sea of consciousness. This was a sign that only appeared after reaching the emperor rank. The Empyrean step was a process of comprehending one's own Tao. It was a kind of energy that was deduced from one's spiritual sea and dantian. It possessed a destructive might. However, it was impossible for an Empyrean to form a spiritual world. Only after reaching the emperor rank would it be possible to form a spiritual world, storing all of the world force in the sea of consciousness and using the dantian and spiritual power to constantly nourish the world force, allowing it to gradually grow larger. Now, that Ling Xiao had only broken through to the sky's sovereign stage. He had actually formed a spiritual world first. This made him very puzzled. After studying for a few days, he came to a conclusion. Looks like this young master's character is good. I've received the favor of the heavens, allowing me to be one step ahead of others. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been overly narcissistic. In fact, the reason why he was able to form a spiritual world ahead of time had a lot to do with his refined spiritual power. His sea of consciousness was much more spacious than others, and his spiritual power had reached a level that ordinary people could not compare to. In order to form a spiritual world, one needed enough space in the sea of consciousness and gentle spiritual power. Ling Xiao had already met these two standards, so he was naturally able to form a spiritual world a step ahead of others. Forming a spiritual world is easy. I can cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art's 6th transformation, spiritual refinement. Ling Xiao muttered. Spiritual refinement could allow one's sea of consciousness to form a powerful defense, preventing it from being injured. At the same time, when one's soul left the body, it would also have a certain level of defense, making it harder for others to destroy it easily. In the past, the Zhan Wang had cultivated to the peak of spiritual refinement. Even after his soul was severed from his body, he was still able to survive for 100,000 years. Moreover, his combat power was not weak. This was the power of spiritual refinement. In other words, if one day Ling Xiao met with a calamity after his soul left the body, he would still have a certain level of self-protection. It was not something ordinary wandering ghosts could compare to. At this time, 3 powerful auras rose up one after another. At the same time, some icy snowflakes began to fall from the sky, making it look beautiful and cool. Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin all broke through together. Li Shui's beautiful figure landed gracefully in front of Ling Xiao. Her face was filled with endless joy as she said, "Thank you for your help." Looking at this beautiful woman, Ling Xiao's index finger was moved. However, this was Bing Ruoshui's master, so it was better not to be so desperate. Otherwise, their relationship will be messed up. "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin had also become mid-level Earth Emperors. Although their foundations were a little unstable, they could be made up for with time. "I'll call you young Master Ling from now on. Since we've chosen to follow you, we'll naturally listen to your orders from now on," Li Shui said humbly. She now firmly believed that with Ling Xiao's current ability, it was still possible for him to establish a power, but to reach the level of the 18 powers, he still had a long way to go. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious and nodded. "Don't worry, you won't regret your determination." "Oh right, do you really have the ability to help that Commander Lu break through to the Emperor stage?" Li Shui asked curiously. "Of course, I won't speak carelessly," Ling Xiao replied. Li Shui's heart became a little excited. If Ling Xiao could help Lu Kun break through, it would mean that she would also have the chance to take that step in the future. Once one reached the Emperor stage, their lifespan would greatly increase. Anyone would feel exceptionally happy. "Then do you want him to join our ranks by helping him break through?" Li Shui asked again. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. "Of course, there's no free lunch in this world. But aren't you afraid that he'll go back on his word after breaking through?" Li Shui asked again. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Don't worry, if I can help him break through, I naturally have a way to suppress him." Looking at the calm Ling Xiao, Li Shui didn't say anything else. At this time, he took out 3 10,000-year-old pearls and gave them to the 3 women. This time, the 3 women were overjoyed. These were all top-grade beauty and beauty treasures. They had participated in an auction before and had also seen these 10,000-year-old pearls. At that time, they were also envious, but they didn't have the financial resources to auction them. Now, these things were like ordinary goods in Ling Xiao's hands, and he casually gave them to them. They were extremely moved in their hearts. Half a month's time was up, and Lu Kun was still late in the end. Lu Kun greets the Emperor stage venerable. Lu Kun respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. The first emperor was Ling Xiao's lifelong glory, and no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. And now that Ling Xiao had the strength of an Empyrean, he could already be called a venerable. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "I thought that Commander Lu wouldn't come. Haha, this old man has no other choice now. Perhaps the Emperor stage venerable is my blessing," Lu Kun said with a smile. He didn't have much time to waste, so he might as well give it a try. He believed in the demonic emperor's only successor. Perhaps he really did have some kind of treasure that could help him break through. "Commander Lu, your choice is correct, but you should know that there is no free lunch in this world. I will help you break through to the emperor level, but you must serve me for 100 years. After 100 years, I will return you your freedom," Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. There was no need for him to be secretive. After all, becoming an emperor was an extravagant hope for many people, and Ling Xiao could help Lu Kun become a true emperor. Of course, he needed Lu Kun to give him enough bargaining chips. Otherwise, Ling Xiao didn't have the spirit of a saint who took pleasure in helping others. Lu Kun seemed to have already known about Ling Xiao's request. He nodded and replied, "As long as you can help me break through to the emperor level, even if I have to serve you for 500 years, I won't frown." In the central region, an emperor-level expert was already at the peak, and his lifespan could be increased by 3,000 years. 100 years was really not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, since you've already made up your mind, then you can stay by my side in the future. I'll give this to you first. I believe that it won't be a problem for you to live for another 200 years. Ling Xiao took out a small bottle containing the milk of the 10,000-year tree and threw it to Lu Kun. An ordinary person could increase their lifespan by 100 years if they consumed the milk of the 10,000-year tree, but a wood attribute martial artist like Lu Kun could increase their lifespan by more than 100 years. At the same time, it could also repair some of the hidden injuries in his body. Lu Kun opened the bottle and looked at the drop of pure and vast liquid. His old eyes flashed with joy. With just this bit of essence, he could increase his lifespan by 200 years. He knew that Ling Xiao could help him break through to the emperor level. Lu Kun thanks Master. Lu Kun bowed to Ling Xiao. By doing this, he also expressed his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to call me Master. Just call me Young Master or Young Master Ling." "Yes, Young Master." Lu Kun hurriedly corrected himself. "Take the milk of the 10,000-year tree first. We'll leave this place tomorrow," Ling Xiao said very straightforwardly. Lu Kun nodded and impatiently walked to the side to consume the 10,000-year tree milk. That pure energy caused Lu Kun to instantly release a ball of dense green light. His aura continued to rise, and his body that was originally filled with aging energy actually recovered a lot of vitality. Lu Kun couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A green light shot out from his hand and instantly destroyed a nearby mountain peak. "Haha, I feel that long-lost vitality again." Lu Kun laughed, then returned to Ling Xiao and said respectfully, "Lu Kun swears to follow young master to the death." Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "All right, let's go." Chapter 678. After leaving the setting Sun Mountains, Ling Xiao and the others went straight to Zhongguang City. They didn't stop and immediately went to Maple Flame Valley through the transmission array. Maple Flame Valley was the Gu clan's territory. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on all four sides. Bright red maple trees grew all over the place, creating a fiery red color. It looked extremely spectacular and peculiar. All the buildings here were basically built along the mountains, and when paired with the maple trees, it was even more beautiful. The Gu family was quite famous in the central region. Although it couldn't compare to the 18 great forces, it was one of the top forces. The Gu family had been famous for its alchemy for generations. There were 2 7th-grade alchemists in the Gu family, more than 10 6th-grade alchemists, and even more 5th-grade and below alchemists. Alchemists had always been the most popular and respected profession in the mainland. Therefore, an alchemy family of the Gu family scale naturally had many experts following them. In the Gu family, Yi Yunfeng was arranged to stay in a high-class guest room. After 2 to 3 months, Yi Yunfeng's strength had actually broken through to the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. His aura was already very different from before, and the majesty of a venerable was gradually taking shape. That memory is really precious. Not only did it help me break through to the heavenly venerable level, but it also gave me a secret technique similar to the Yi family's ascension technique. However, this secret technique can increase my combat strength by 5 times. Although it can only maintain my combat strength for an hour, there are no side effects. Military advisor really has foresight. He knew that I would definitely gain something from this trip. Yi Yunfeng muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Previously, Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness had been invaded by a remnant soul in the chaos abyss of war. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had helped him disperse the remnant soul and allowed him to absorb its power. The remnant soul's memories had also been absorbed by him, and Yi Yunfeng had benefited greatly from those memories. Without those memories, he wouldn't have been able to understand the remnant soul's understanding of breaking through to the venerable level, as well as the secret techniques similar to the Yi families. Of course, there were also some other precious techniques. A series of light footsteps sounded outside the door. Yi Yunfeng didn't have to guess to know that it was Gu Jiaojiao. He opened the door, and sure enough, he saw Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful face. However, there was a trace of worry on her face, and her dimples weren't as charming as they used to be. "Is there something on your mind?" Yi Yunfeng asked gently. After spending some time together, the relationship between Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao improved further, and Gu Jiaojiao gradually had a good impression of Yi Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, there's something I want to talk to you about," said Gu Jiaojiao with a guilty expression. "Okay, go ahead." Yi Yunfeng seemed to know why Gu Jiaojiao was here and replied calmly. Actually, actually, the reason I brought you to Maple Flame Valley is because I want Ling Xiao to make a trip here. Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to speak. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists, suppressing the rising anger in his heart, and asked why. If the Gu family or Gu Jiaojiao wanted to harm his boss, he would never forgive himself, nor would he let Gu Jiaojiao off. Even if he liked Gu Jiaojiao, he would still kill her without mercy. Yunfeng, don't worry. I have no intention of harming Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao quickly comforted Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's anger subsided slightly. Gu Jiaojiao continued. Didn't you say that Ling Xiao is a 6th-rank alchemist? I want him to help our Gu family participate in the medicine school's alchemy conference that's held every 5 years. Of course, we'll give him enough compensation. Why will my boss care about your family's compensation? Yi Yunfeng snorted coldly. The anger in his heart had mostly dissipated. He was really afraid that the Gu family wanted to harm his boss, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Gu Jiaojiao said apologetically, I know, but this alchemy conference concerns our Gu family's reputation and our ranking in the Alchemy Alliance. That's why I came up with this plan. She paused for a moment before continuing. However, I don't need Ling Xiao's help anymore. I don't need to feel so guilty anymore. Yi Yunfeng looked at Gu Jiaojiao in astonishment. His eyes were filled with questions. Gu Jiaojiao was just about to speak when she sensed someone walking over. 3 young people walked over, 2 men and 1 woman. The tall and skinny man on the right looked somewhat similar to Gu Jiaojiao, so he must be her older brother, Gu Li. The other man was wearing the unique clothes of an alchemist. He had an evil smile on his face, and his eyes were looking at Gu Jiaojiao without concealing his greed at all. This person was called Qi Tong. The young woman beside him looked like a fox, and her typical mean face was revealed. She was Gu Jiaojiao's cousin, Gu Tingting. Brother Tong, you insisted on seeing your cousin. I'm having a rendezvous with my lover. Why don't I take you around our Maple Flame Valley? It'll be more comfortable. Gu Tingting's mocking and flirtatious tone sounded so sharp. From the moment she was born, Gu Tingting was destined to be Gu Jiaojiao's foil. Whether it was in terms of appearance, cultivation, or alchemy, she was suppressed by Gu Jiaojiao. This caused her to have a deep resentment towards her cousin since she was young. The Gu family rarely interfered with the competition between the younger generation. This was also a relaxed system that allowed them to compete with each other. As long as one was strong and had a high timbin of alchemy, they would be respected and have a corresponding status. Therefore, even though Gu Tingting was mocking Gu Jiaojiao like this, she wasn't afraid that Gu Jiaojiao would dare to do anything to her. In any case, she didn't insult her elders. Qi Tong smiled and ignored Gu Tingting. He only looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said gently, Qi Tong, congratulations to Jiaojiao for obtaining the top 100 battle emperors. Now that your strength has reached the half-venerable realm, it is truly worthy of celebration. He directly ignored Yi Yunfeng, as if Yi Yunfeng was nothing in his eyes. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes revealed a look of annoyance, but she didn't directly show it. She only returned the greeting and said, Thank you for your concern. I was just lucky. Haha, there's no such thing as luck in the ranking of combat emperors. 10 years ago, I also risked my life to get into the 57th place, and I was only slightly higher than Brother Gu Li. I'm really ashamed, Qi Tong said with a chuckle. Although he was ashamed, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead, he was more proud. 10 years ago, he and Gu Li had participated in the Imperial ranking battle together, but he had obtained the 57th place, while Gu Li had only obtained the 72nd place. This difference was not small, and it also represented the gap between the two. Qi Tong also wanted to use this opportunity to show off and show his superiority. Gu Li, who was standing to the side, had a slightly ugly expression on his face. He had indeed had fewer imperial pills than Qi Tong, but these few imperial pills were enough to pull the two of them far apart in the rankings. This could only be attributed to his bad luck and not to his inferior strength compared to Qi Tong. Now that the two of them were both low-level Empyreans, if they were to really fight, he had absolute confidence in defeating Qitong. However, he and Qitong were old acquaintances, and this time, it was their Gu family who had invited him to help, so it was really not good for him to shed all pretense of cordiality with Qitong. Furthermore, Qitong might become his brother-in-law this time, and in terms of status, he was also a level higher than Qitong, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Gu Jiaojiao had always regarded her big brother as a role model. Now that she heard Qitong use her big brother to mock her, she immediately said, unhappily, 57th place is indeed quite a high ranking. When Qitong heard this, he felt very comfortable in his heart. Gu Tingting, who was at the side, also raised her voice and said, of course, Brother Tong is not only good at alchemy, but even his cultivation of Tenbin is also amazing. Gu Jiaojiao curled her lips and said, 57th place is amazing, but your sister also obtained 23rd place this time, and my friend Yi Yunfeng even obtained 15th place, almost advancing to become a slaughter emperor. When Gu Jiaojiao said this, Qitong and Gu Tingting's expressions both changed. Gu Li, on the other hand, seemed to already know, and a faint smile hung on his face. If it was said that Gu Jiaojiao being able to enter the top 20 was shocking to them, then Yi Yunfeng, who was infinitely close to becoming a slaughter emperor, was even more shocking. Just based on him, he can also obtain 15th place? Cousin, I think you're just bragging for your lover. If he has the ability, then let him prove that he has the ability. Gu Tingting said disapprovingly. She did not believe that Yi Yunfeng was truly someone who was close to becoming a slaughter emperor. If he really had that kind of strength, she did not believe that he would follow her cousin to their Maple Flame Valley. He should have long been taken away by other great powers. With your weak strength, of course I don't believe it. Yunfeng is already an Empyrean, so there is no need for him to prove anything to a mere Earth Emperor like you. Gu Jiaojiao angrily stared at Gu Tingting and said rudely, the prestige of a venerable could not be offended. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng was a guest that she had invited, and his boss's battle strength was unparalleled. She absolutely did not want her cousin to offend Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Ling Xiao. Gu Tingting did not expect that her cousin, who had always been gentle, would actually reprimand her like this. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Nonsense. He actually dares to call himself an Empyrean with just his strength of a mid-level Earth Emperor? I think there's something wrong with your eyes, cousin. Gu Tingting pointed at Yi Yunfeng and scolded. Currently, Yi Yunfeng had used the concealing breath technique to suppress his aura to that of a mid-level Earth Emperor. He did not want to be too ostentatious and show off while sitting here as a guest. However, this Gu Tingting refused to budge, which really annoyed him. I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Yi Yunfeng coldly snorted. His venerable strength instantly burst forth, and the pressure of a venerable pressed towards Gu Tingting. Brother Yi, please be merciful. Gu Li shouted softly and immediately moved in front of Gu Tingting. Gu Tingting, who was behind him, was already in a cold sweat. She really did not expect that the other party would actually conceal his aura, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. At this time, Qitong began to seriously look at Yi Yunfeng. His eyes were filled with a bit of hostility and a bit of disdain. So it turns out that you are a hidden expert. Qitong has been disrespectful, Qitong said lightly to Yi Yunfeng. So what if Yi Yunfeng was close to the rank of Imperial Killer? He was ultimately not an Imperial Killer, while Qitong had the noble status of an alchemist. Yi Yunfeng also had a look of hostility towards Qitong. He disapprovingly replied, likewise. Chapter 679. Your strength is not bad, but I advise you to leave Jiao. I can give you 50 top-grade 5 pills as compensation. How about it? Qitong stared at Yi Yunfeng and said faintly. Qitong, Gu Jiaojiao wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Gu Li. Sister, let them settle this themselves. Besides, the clan has already made a decision. Although Gu Li was biased towards his sister, In a large clan like theirs, marriage was not up to him. He could only listen to the clan's arrangements. Although Qi Tong's words were a little harsh, it was still a good way for Yi Yunfeng to withdraw in advance. Gu Tingting's eyes were like silk, flashing with a wanton light, as if she was waiting to watch a good show. Yi Yunfeng looked at Qi Tong and murmured, 55th grade pills? That sounds pretty good. Qi Tong revealed a proud expression and said, of course, it's not a problem to take it to the auction and get 1,000,000 high Xian grade crystals. It's also enough for you to raise your cultivation by another level. This price should be enough for you to leave Jiao Jiao. Hee. What if I say no? Yi Yunfeng chuckled. Gu Jiao finally relaxed when she heard this. Although she had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao before, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was too far, making her look up to him from afar. On the other hand, Yi Yunfeng liked her, and after these days of contact, Yi Yunfeng had become a lot calmer. He had even broken through to the Sky's sovereign stage, so she had a good impression of Yi Yunfeng. Qi Tong's arrogant personality always made her dislike him. Qi Tong was slightly stunned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Good. You have a bit of backbone. Since you don't want it, you can save it, but Jiao Jiao is not someone you can touch. At this time, Gu Tingting said from the side, Brother Tong is an alchemist invited by my clan to participate in this year's pill competition. He has already reached the peak of the 5th rank. You should be more tactful and listen to Brother Tong. Otherwise, you won't be safe outside of Maple Flame Valley. Ting, if you dare to threaten my friend again, believe it or not, I will immediately tear your mouth apart. Gu Jiao angrily said to Gu Tingting, You good. You're actually so fierce to me because of an outsider. Brother Tong, look at how much my cousin cares about her lover. It's fine if she doesn't want this kind of woman. In any case, she doesn't like you. Why don't he marry you? I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Gu Tingting said to Gu Jiao, her expression changing again. She was really thick-skinned and didn't know shame. Qi Tong chuckled and said, My goal is Jiao. Of course, if you are willing to be a concubine, I don't mind taking you in as well. Gu Tingting didn't expect Qi Tong to be so direct. She was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She lightly stamped her feet, turned around, and ran away. Qi Tong looked at Yi Yunfeng again and said, Perhaps you don't know this, but this time I agreed to represent the Gu family in the alchemy competition because of Jiao. As long as I can protect the Gu family's position, or even go one step further, I can form an alliance with Jiao. So, don't even think about it. After saying this, he glanced at Gu Jiao, turned around, and left. Gu Li didn't say anything and immediately followed him. Now, only Gu Jiao and Yi Yunfeng were left. After a while, Yi Yunfeng opened his mouth and said, What he said is true. He didn't know why, but when he heard this news, he felt a faint pain in his heart. He realized that he really liked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded lightly, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. She said, Yes, what he said is true. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Then do you like him? If Gu Jiao really liked Qi Tong, then he had nothing to say. Gu Jiao shook her head, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of sadness. She said, Why would I like someone like him? But this is the family's arrangement. What can I do? Then are you willing to be with me? Yi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question that he had been suppressing for a long time. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Yunfeng's handsome face, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Finally, she said in a voice that was as soft as a mosquito, Rather than marry Qi Tong, I'd rather marry you. When Yi Yunfeng heard this, his eyebrows immediately relaxed, and his heart was already bursting with joy. Jiao, in this life, you'll only be my woman. No one can take you away from me. Yi Yunfeng revealed his true feelings, and with both hands, he solemnly promised Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes revealed infinite tenderness as she looked at Yi Yunfeng. Unfortunately, this tenderness only lasted for a moment. She shook off Yi Yunfeng's hand and said, My family will never allow it. No, you have to believe me. Tell me what the pill gathering grand competition is all about. I will definitely think of a way to change your family's mind. Yi and Feng refused to give up. Gu Jiaojiao took a light breath and slowly began to explain the reason for the pill gathering grand competition. The pill gathering grand competition was a kind of alchemy test organized by one of the 18 major forces, the medicine sect, and many alchemy sects and families. In the central region, all alchemists below the age of 100 could participate. It was held once every 5 years. Apart from evaluating the level of every participating alchemist, it was also a system to reward alchemists for their hard work in alchemy. At the same time, the pill gathering grand competition was also a standard to evaluate the ranking of the various alchemy forces. The medicine sect, as well as many alchemy sects and families, formed an alliance called the Dan Alliance. This force was as strong as the spiritual martial pavilion in the central region. However, the Dan Alliance had never participated in any battles. Every allied force had their own jurisdiction, and every year they would provide a certain amount of alliance fees to the medicine sect, who occupied the position of alliance master and the top 10 members. Every 5 years, there would be a reselection, and every time, the evaluation and ranking would be adjusted. Therefore, the Dan Alliance was not included in the 18 major forces, but its scope of power could be compared to the spiritual martial pavilion. The Gu family was a member of the Dan Alliance and was ranked in the top 9 out of more than 100 forces in the past 5 years. Every year, they could enjoy a batch of alchemy resources from the Dan Alliance. At its peak, the Gu family could be ranked in the top 5 of the member forces, but in the past few years, the Gu family's aptitude had declined a lot with each generation, and they were about to fall out of the top 10. Once the Gu family fell out of the top 10, they would no longer be able to enjoy the free alchemy resources and would have to pay a certain amount of alchemy resources to the Dan Alliance every year. This was a situation that the Gu family did not want to see. Every 5 years, in the Dan competition, each force could choose 5 alchemists under the age of 100 to participate in the competition. For example, 2 of the top 10 members of the Gu family had to advance to the top 20, and one of them could at least advance to the top 10 in order to maintain or improve their ranking. If the 5 representatives did not achieve this result, then they would be replaced by the other forces that did not enter the top 10. The higher the ranking of the participating representatives, the higher the ranking of the forces, and the more benefits they would enjoy. This kind of competition in alchemy was the purpose of the Dan competition. Currently, there were not many outstanding alchemists under the age of 100 in the new generation of the Gu family. If they wanted to maintain their position in the top 10, they needed to have 2 5th-grade and 3 peak 4th-grade alchemists in this competition. Currently, there is only one person in the Gu family who had reached the 5th level under the age of 100. There were quite a few at the peak of the 4th level, but none of them were useful. Therefore, their Gu family had to find external help to maintain their ranking in this competition. Otherwise, they would fall out of the top 10. Qi Tong was the external help that the Gu family had invited this time. 3 years ago, he was already a 5th-grade alchemist. The main reason why Qi Tong was valued by the Gu family was that he had a rather arrogant master. His master had been a famous figure for many years. His name was Wu Fu, and people called him Master Wu. He was a high-grade alchemist who had already advanced to the 7th level. In the central region, he was also a well-known alchemist. He had always been a rogue cultivator and had never joined any forces. However, as a high-grade alchemist, he had many followers and was also a distinguished guest of various forces. Therefore, the Gu family was very concerned about Wu Fu and Qi Tong. Qi Tong had long taken a fancy to Gu Jiaojiao of the Gu family, so he agreed to the Gu family's invitation. The condition was that the Gu family agreed to marry Gu Jiaojiao to him. After a unanimous discussion among the Gu family's higher-ups, they had already tacitly agreed to Qi Tong's request. They felt that Gu Jiaojiao marrying Qi Tong would allow them to obtain an outstanding alchemy master. It would also allow Qi Tong's master, Wu Fu, to be on the same line as the Gu family. This was definitely a good thing for the Gu family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Jiaojiao was naturally clear about the layers of relationships involved. This was also why she felt so helpless and sad. Originally, when the trip to the Enlightenment Pond ended, she wanted to ask for Ling Xiao's help. However, Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend his own Tao and had to cultivate on his own for a few days. She had no choice but to use Yi Yunfeng's favorable impression of her to invite him to their Maple Flame Valley as a guest. Her goal was to hope that after Ling Xiao finished his cultivation, he would make a trip to their Gu family. At that time, she would ask for Ling Xiao's help. Who knew that before Ling Xiao came? The Gu family had already recruited Qi Tong as their external help. This had already become a fact. What could she do to change the family's mind? After listening to Gu Jiaojiao's story, Yi Yunfeng's brows furrowed into the shape of a chuan. A deep feeling of helplessness arose in his heart. Why? Why don't we elope together? As long as you follow me, I definitely won't let you suffer any grievances. Yi Yunfeng said anxiously. Since Gu Jiaojiao had already admitted that she was willing to be with him, he definitely could not let his woman become someone else's wife. Gu Jiaojiao smiled bitterly and said, "You're too naive. Right now, I've already been grounded by my family. Before the pill competition, I definitely can't take half a step out of the Gu family. Then why don't you just let my boss be your external help?" Yi Yunfeng said again. Then do you think they will give up an ally of a 7th-tier alchemist and a 5th-tier alchemist for a foreign aid? Gu Jiaojiao asked. Yi Yunfeng immediately became speechless. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao and the others quietly arrived at the Maple Flame Valley. Chapter 680. Maple Flame Valley, one of the 28 valleys of the central region, really does have some unique characteristics. Look at these maple trees. They're all over 1,000 years old. Many of them are over 1,000 years old, and their red maple leaves are the best supplementary ingredient for refining 3rd-rank medicinal pills. Ling Xiao sighed in admiration as he looked at the maple trees, which were so beautiful that they were both red and purple. After he left the setting Sun Mountain Range, he immediately brought Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin to Maple Flame Valley. The prodigal didn't like to communicate with others, so he put him and the Golden Wolf King into the cauldron. However, he didn't let them know the secret of the cauldron for now. When they asked about the prodigal's whereabouts, he just brushed them off. Maple Flame Valley is surrounded by 3rd-grade spiritual lands that can grow many 3rd-grade spiritual herbs. It's nothing to the Gu family, which is an alchemy family. Moreover, the medicine sect has 5th-grade spiritual fields that grow 5th-grade spiritual herbs everywhere. Lu Kun said from the side. So that's how it is. With these spirit grasses, we'll be able to let the younger generation squander them. Ling Xiao nodded. May I know why young master came to the Gu family? Could it be that you want someone from the Gu family to help you refine pills? Lu Kun asked again. Yao Qingmin, who was quick to speak, said, young master doesn't need others to refine pills for him. He's a 6th-grade alchemist himself. What young? Young master is a 6th-grade alchemist? Lu Kun almost bit his tongue in shock. Of course. Yao Qingmin puffed out her full chest. Looking at her expression, it was as if she was the 6th-grade alchemist. Young master, is this true? Lu Kun asked from his side. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's false. Ling Xiao kept them in suspense. Lu Kun revealed a bit of excitement. He was now more and more convinced that Ling Xiao had the ability to help him take that step. The group arrived at the main entrance of the Gu family's courtyard. Just as they were about to go forward to let the guard announce their arrival, a woman hurriedly ran out and almost bumped into Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough to avoid a collision. Why are you all blocking my way? Do you all want to die? Gu Tingting had a belly full of anger. She had just run out of the inner courtyard and wanted to go to the market to get some fresh air, but she didn't expect to be blocked by someone. She immediately cursed unreasonably. Ling Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Qingmin, who was behind him, shouted, You shrew! You were the one who bumped into me, yet you're still scolding me. Qingmin, Li Shui immediately shouted. Yao Qingmin's personality was too straightforward. This was someone else's territory, so it was better to be more patient. This was also the cautious personality that Li Shui had developed over the years. Fine. Just who are you to dare curse me? Do you know who I am? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Gu family's territory? Men, kill them all. Gu Tingting looked at the three women in front of her. They were all incredibly beautiful, and that made her even more envious. She didn't even bother to sense their strength before directly ordering people to kill them. Good. Just who are you to dare to curse me? It had to be said that Gu Tingting's personality was far different from Gu Jiaojiao's. Before the few king-level guards could even get close, they were immediately suppressed by Lu Kun's powerful aura and were unable to move. Little brat from the Gu family is so rude. Perhaps I, old Lu, will have to discipline you on behalf of your elders. Lu Kun was the first to stand out, and his powerful aura made it hard for Gu Tingting to breathe. At this moment, a few figures rushed out from the Gu family's courtyard. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gu family? A startled shout rang out, and several Empyreans landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Gu-he kid, do you recognize this old man? Lu Kun said to the mid-level Empyrean in the lead. The mid-level Empyrean called Gu-he looked at Lu Kun and enthusiastically said, So it's Uncle Lu. I didn't know that you would come. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ling Xiao and the others hadn't expected that Lu Kun would actually know someone from the Gu family. I haven't been here for so many years. I'm afraid that your old man doesn't even remember me as a brother, Lu Kun said with a displeased expression. Gu-he glanced at the suppressed Gu Tingting and seemed to understand something. He immediately said, Uncle Lu, look at what you're saying. My father was still nagging at you a few days ago. If there's anything you want to say, please come to the courtyard and don't make things difficult for these juniors. Lu Kun coldly snorted and dispersed the pressure. Gu Tingting and the guards instantly fell to the ground. The few of them all revealed expressions of fear. Gu Tingting didn't dare to say anything more. She glared at the group of people and hurriedly left. This time, I'm not here to look for your old man. I'm here to accompany my young master, Lu Kun said. Your young master? Gu-he was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed. As far as he knew, Lu Kun had always been the leader of the Green Cat mercenary group and had never relied on any forces. In the past, his father, Gu Xian, had repeatedly asked Lu Kun to join the Gu family as a senior elder, but Lu Kun had refused. How could he have a young master now? Gu-he's gaze also fell on the extraordinary temperament of Ling Xiao. He almost didn't sense Ling Xiao's aura, but he found that Ling Xiao had an invisible emperor's aura that was suppressing his heart, causing fear to arise in his heart. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Gu-he and said, I'm Ling Xiao. I once met your young lady, Gu Jiaojiao, in the chaotic abyss of war. This time, I've come by invitation. Please inform her. You the first emperor, Ling Xiao? Gu-he said in shock. The few celestial venerables behind him also revealed a somewhat moved expression. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, Yes, it's me. Good. Come with me to the inner courtyard. I'll send someone to inform the young lady immediately. Gu-he replied very excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man in front of him was actually the first emperor, an expert who could suppress the younger generation of the 18 forces. He didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao as a junior. Moreover, Lu Kun's young master made him even more suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Gu-he brought Ling Xiao and the others directly to the main hall. Not to mention Ling Xiao's identity as the first emperor, Lu Kun's strength as a half-step emperor was enough for them to treat him as a distinguished guest. Not long after everyone sat down, two powerful auras quickly flew over, and a hearty voice sounded. Elder brother Lu is really a rare guest. In the past, I invited you many times, but you never came. Now that you've personally come to visit, I, Gu Xian, am flattered. An old man and a middle-aged man walked into the main hall at the same time, and the one who spoke was the old man. He was Gu-he's father, Gu Xian. He had the strength of a peak celestial venerable and the identity of a fifth-grade alchemist. The middle-aged man beside him had a dignified bearing and a faint, imposing manner. Although his strength was not as good as the old man's, He was also a middle-stage celestial venerable. He was the Gu family's patriarch, Gu Ying, and the identity of a sixth-grade alchemist. Ordinary alchemists had a certain degree of difficulty if they wanted to have particularly high achievements in strength. After all, most of their energy was spent on alchemy, and most of their strength was increased with the help of alchemy. The higher their realm, the harder it was for them to improve. Their foundation also became more and more superficial, and their combat strength was much worse than those of the same level. Therefore, although Gu Ying and Gu Xian looked strong, they were actually much weaker than those of the same level. Ling Xiao and the others stood up and bowed slightly to Gu Ying and Gu Xian. Lu Kun said, "Younger brother Gu is too serious. A boar like me has to fight every day for a living. How could I be as carefree as you?" Gu Xian smiled and then introduced Lu Kun to Gu Ying. "Patriarch, this is Lu Kun, the leader of the Green Cat mercenary group, one of the 3 great mercenary groups in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. He is also a good brother that I made when I was out adventuring in the past. Our family also has a lot of spirit grass transactions with the Green Cat mercenary group." Gu Ying had obviously heard of Lu Kun's name, and his attitude immediately became much more enthusiastic. He said, "So it's Leader Lu. Gu Ying has been impolite." Lu Kun was already a half-step emperor, which was comparable to the older generation of the Gu family. Gu Ying did not dare to neglect him. Lu Kun was not polite and immediately introduced Ling Xiao to the two of them. "This is my family's young master, Ling Xiao." This time, Lu Kun is only accompanying him. "I hope Patriarch Gu and younger brother Gu will not take offense." "Your family's young master, Ling Xiao?" Both of them were surprised. Gu Ying immediately said, "Could it be the first Emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao?" "Emperor-level expert?" Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, it's me. I'll let Patriarch Gu see a joke." "Ha, good. You really are a young hero. I heard from my granddaughter, Jiao Jiao, that she was able to become a war emperor because of your protection," Gu Tan said with a smile. After all, the first emperor-level expert was only a junior, so Gu Ying should not be so polite to him. However, it was said that Ling Xiao was the disciple of that legendary person. This was confirmed by a senior of the spiritual martial pavilion, so Gu Ying did not dare to neglect him. "Patriarch Gu's words are too serious. I came here to reminisce about the old days, and also to—" Ling Xiao had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by a voice. "Big brother, you've finally come." Yi Yunfeng's voice sounded outside the hall. Then, he and Gu Jiao entered the hall together. Both of them saluted Gu Tan and Gu Xian. Yi Yunfeng stood beside Ling Xiao with a rather excited look on his face. Now, he needed his big brother to stand up for him. His big brother had come at the right time. "Grandpa, he is Ling Xiao, the first emperor-level expert." Even the evildoer of the spiritual martial pavilion was suppressed by him. Gu Jiao pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him to Gu Ying. Gu Ying stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Grandpa already knows. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, Ling Xiao is also a 6th-grade alchemist. Let him replace Qi Tong and participate in the elixir gathering on behalf of our Gu family. Our chances of winning will be greater." Gu Jiao could not wait to cut to the chase. Gu Ying and Gu Xian's expressions changed. Obviously, they had not expected that Ling Xiao had such an identity. Gu Ying was about to say something when 3 people came in from outside the main hall. One of them was wearing the Gu family's emblem, while the other 2 were wearing alchemist robes. One of them was Qi Tong, who had been seen before. He still had a sinister smile on his face. Beside him was a short and fat old man whose hair had almost all fallen off. This old man was his master, Wu Fu. He was a 7th-grade alchemist and a powerful expert with the cultivation of a half-emperor. Chapter 681. The status of the old man from the Gu clan that brought Wu Fu and Qi Tong here wasn't low. He was Gu Ying's cousin, and his name was Gu Fun. His cultivation was above Gu Ying's, but his alchemist grade was a grade lower than Gu Tan's, and he was only a grade 5 alchemist. Because of this, Guing had narrowly missed the position of patriarch. After all, the Gu family was a family of alchemists, and strength was not the only standard to measure one's position. Alchemy skills were even more important. Seeing the person who had arrived, Gu Jiaojiao became nervous, while Yi Yinfeng, who was at the side, stared at Qi Tong with a gaze filled with hostility. It's actually him. Lu Kun looked at Wu Fu and said in surprise. Who? Ling Xiao asked. 7th tier, alchemist Wu Fu. Lu Kun replied. 7th tier, alchemist. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he squinted at the short fatty. He could feel Wu Fu's strong fire attribute, and this attribute also carried a strange smell. It should be some kind of powerful beast fire or earth fire, and he could sense this with the heaven fire. Gu family head, you found a new external aid. It seems like you don't like my disciple. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Wu Fu had heard Gu Jiaojiao's words before he entered, and immediately said to Gu Ying angrily. He was a 7th grade alchemist, and belonged to the same generation as the 2 ancestors of the Gu family. There was no need for him to show such a good expression to Gu Ying. Patriarch, you better think twice. The old ancestor really hopes to obtain Master Wu's support. Gu Fan said to Gu Ying with a frown. From his tone, he didn't seem to respect Gu Ying at all. Gu Ying glared at Gu Jiaojiao, then said to Wu Fu with a smile, Master Wu must be joking. This kid has a big mouth. Please don't take it to heart. This time, my Gu family's external aid will still be joined by Qi Tong. Since that's the case, then I ask Gu family head to set a wedding date for my disciple and your grandson. Otherwise, a few juniors will hurt our alliance. Wu Fu said arrogantly, completely not putting Ling Xiao and the others in his eyes. This seems to be too hasty. Gu Ying replied with an ugly expression. Everyone knew how much he doted on Gu Jiaojiao, and he also understood Jiaojiao's feelings. He had been suppressing himself and not completely agreeing to this marriage, hoping that Jiaojiao would have a little more time to consider. But now that Wu Fu had come knocking on his door, it really made him unhappy and put him in a difficult position. Conflicts between factions were unavoidable in any large family. He and his cousin had always been at odds with each other, causing the position of the family head to deteriorate day by day. This time, Wu Fu was invited by his cousin, and Wu Fu's reputation was well known. In the last meeting, many elders had agreed to join forces with Wu Fu. If he didn't agree, not only would it affect the clan's results in the elixir gathering, but it would also cause his reputation as the clan head to fall to the extreme. This put him in a very difficult position. Patriarch, this time, many of the elders have already agreed, and the 2 ancestors have already tacitly agreed. Could it be that the patriarch does not agree with the ancestors' decision? Gu Fan said coldly from the side. This? Gu Ying was instantly speechless. He glanced at Gu Jiaojiao and sighed heavily. Forget it. Having Master Wu join our Gu family is also a great blessing. Jiaojiao's marriage is just like that. However, before he could finish his words, a dissatisfied voice sounded out. Gu family head, please don't come to a conclusion so quickly. No one expected that someone would actually dare to interrupt Gu Ying's words. Their gazes all landed on the person who spoke. The one who spoke was Yi Yinfeng. Gu Jiaojiao nervously tugged at the corner of Yi Yunfeng's clothes and said, Forget it, Yinfeng. This is our Gu family's matter. It's best if you don't participate. No, Jiaojiao. You are mine. No one could take you away. Yi Yinfeng said with incomparable determination. Then he looked at Gu Ying, bowed and pleaded, Patriarch Gu, please allow Jiaojiao to marry me, Yi Yinfeng. No one thought that Yi Yinfeng would be so bold. He had already decided to marry Gu Jiaojiao to Qi Tong, yet he still had the guts to stand out and propose marriage to the Gu family in front of so many people. Gu Jiaojiao was already very moved in her heart. With a man who liked her so much, she felt that she had no regrets. Yao Qingmin seemed to be a person who couldn't stand loneliness. She actually fanned the flames and said, How mighty! If young master can treat me like this, I'll warm his bed tonight. Li Shui fiercely knocked Yao Qingmin's head and said, No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Who do you think you are? How dare you influence the decision of my Gu family? Man, kick them out. Gufun frowned and shouted at Yi Yunfeng. As soon as his voice fell, several earthly emperors immediately rushed in. They looked fierce as if they wanted to chase Yi Yunfeng, Ling Xiao, and the others out. Let me see who dares to be presumptuous. Lu Kun frowned and shouted angrily. The powerful aura of a half-emperor instantly spread in the hall, causing everyone to suffocate. Elder brother Lu, don't be impulsive. Gu Xian immediately shouted. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Gu family? Do you want to become enemies with my Gu family? Gufun looked at Lu Kun with an ashen face and asked, The Gu family is so mighty. This old man is Lu Kun. Lu Kun had recovered 200 years of his lifespan. His essence chi had also increased by a level. He had become incomparably powerful. I was wondering who it was. So it's one of the mountain savages. Wu Fu frowned. With a wave of his sleeves, a majestic energy dispersed Lu Kun's pressure. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Kun. He naturally knew of Lu Kun's name. They were both half-emperors of the same level. However, Lu Kun had reached this level hundreds of years earlier than him. He, on the other hand, had relied on elixirs and spirit herbs to reach this level. On the surface, Lu Kun was stronger than him. However, his fire attribute could restrain Lu Kun's wood attribute. Moreover, he was a 7th-grade alchemist. He looked down on mercenaries like Lu Kun who often fought and killed. That's right. This old man is a mountain savage. However, I'm still better than a hypocritical villain like you. Lu Kun glared at Wu Fufo and shouted, This master can't be bothered to argue with a vulgar person like you. Wu Fufo straightened his sleeves and looked at Gufun. He asked again, Gu family head, you don't want me to startle my 2 brothers. Let them decide for you. His tone was full of threat. He clearly didn't have the patience to continue wasting time like this. Leader Lu, this is our Gu family's matter. You shouldn't get involved. Our Gu family has already made a decision on this matter. Jiao Jiao and Master Wu Fu's disciple, Qi Tong, are a perfect match. Let's hold the engagement ceremony today and wait until the end of the elixir meeting before holding the wedding. Guing said faintly. Gufun said faintly. He also knew that this matter couldn't be changed. If he really startled their family's ancestor, he, as the family head, would be too incompetent. Gu family head is wise. Wu Fufo said proudly. All right, this matter has already been decided. You are not people of the Gu family. We don't welcome you. Please leave. Gufun frowned at Lu Kun, Yi Yunfeng, and the others. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with tears of grievance. She looked at Yi Yunfeng and didn't say anything else. Their fate had probably come to an end. Boss, please help Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth, turned around, and knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao as he pleaded. Before Yi Yunfeng could kneel to the ground, a force forcefully lifted him up. Yi Yunfeng instantly revealed a look of surprise. Boss, you comprehended it? Don't say anything. I'll make the decision for you. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and slowly stood up from his seat. When Yi Yunfeng heard Ling Xiao's words, he instantly calmed down and looked at Gu Jiaojiao with a determined expression. All of you get out. Do you really want to become enemies with our Gu family? Gufun shouted again. Gu Xian also tried to persuade him. Brother Lu, this matter. I think it's best if you don't care about it. Hurry up and leave. Gu Xian, will personally come to apologize to you in the future. Gu Xian was only a branch elder of the Gu family. His status in the Gu family was not as high as he had imagined, so he could not speak up for Lu Kun. Young master, Lu Kun said to Ling Xiao. He wanted to persuade Ling Xiao to leave, but he knew that he couldn't make the decision based on his status, so he hesitated and didn't say anything. According to his knowledge, the Gu clan didn't just possess a grade 7 alchemist, it even possessed an emperor rank expert. He was deeply afraid that his young master would go too far and draw out that emperor rank expert, so it was truly unwise for him to do so. Moreover, there were many beauties in the world. If he really wanted to find a woman for his brother, he might not have to find the woman in front of him. Ling Xiao ignored their words and walked over to Gu Jiaojiao. He looked at her and said, Jiaojiao, do you like Yunfeng? Are you willing to be with him? Ling Zhao's words were sonorous and powerful, directly pointing to his heart, causing people to have an aura that they didn't dare to disobey. Gu Jiaojiao's body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with sadness. I don't know, shut up. No matter if you know or not, you're already Qi Tong's wife. You should return to your room and rest first. Gu Fan reprimanded Gu Jiaojiao in a timely manner. You're so noisy. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at Gu Fan. A formidable sound wave shook the entire hall, and a terrifying, imposing aura instantly charged towards Gu Fan. Pooh! Gu Fan felt a supreme and overbearing aura press down upon his chest to the point it hurt, and his eardrums rumbled. It caused him to be unable to stabilize his figure, causing his entire body to collide heavily against the wall while a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would be so overbearing. He'd actually merely utilized the imposing aura of a sound wave to blast a high-level heavenly exalt to the point of spitting blood. What exactly do you want? Gu Fan stared at Ling Xiao with an unsightly expression. Even though he wasn't on good terms with his cousin, Ling Xiao had injured someone from the Gu family, which was a slap to the face of the Gu family. As the patriarch, no matter what, he had to stand up and speak up. Ling Xiao ignored Gu Fan and once again said to Gu Jiaojiao, "Let me ask you, do you like Yin Feng? Are you willing to be with him?" I like him. I'm willing." Gu Jiaojiao was frightened by Ling Xiao's might to the point of panicking. She cried as she nodded her head repeatedly in agreement. "All right then, I'll take you away," Ling Xiao said faintly. Ling Xiao simply ignored the members of the Gu family, as well as Wu Fu and his disciple. His calm tone revealed an unquestionable tone, and it was filled with an overbearing imperial might. "How dare you? Junior, do you really think that there's no one in my Gu family?" Gu Fan recovered his breath and immediately roared loudly before fiercely slapping his palm towards Ling Xiao. The fiery-colored strong wind raised the temperature in the room by a lot. Before the flaming palm could hit Ling Xiao, a figure blocked in front of Gu Fan and dispersed the flaming palm. "Who dares to touch my young master?" Lu Kun's half-the-arch aura suddenly rose. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became extremely tense. "Ling Xiao, this matter ends here. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out of my Gu family's door." Gu Fan said. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Today I'll see how your Gu family can make us stay." Ling Xiao had advanced to the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm and was already considered a top-notch expert in the central region. Once he used his full strength, even a low-level mystic the Arch would not be afraid. Even if the Gu family's patriarch came out, he would still have a life-saving trump card. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to say something, but when she saw Yi Yunfeng's resolute gaze, she didn't say anything more. Since things had already developed to this point, she had nothing else to say. She would accompany them in their madness. "How dare you? How can you take away my fiancé just like that?" Qi Tong finally couldn't help but get angry. Black flames flashed around his body, and the powerful heavenly venerable aura was unmistakable. A black flaming eagle pounced towards Ling Xiao. The black light was demonic, and the raging fire raged. This was definitely a fire seed nurtured by a Tier 6 high-grade black eagle. Lu Kun was just about to make a move, but he was held back by Wu Fu's powerful aura. Once he made a move, he would be fiercely attacked by Wu Fu. "What can a mere beast fire do to me?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and suddenly opened his mouth. A powerful suction burst out, and the black beast fire attack was forcibly sucked into his mouth. "Gulp! It's really not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Why don't you take out your fire seed and let me have a taste?" Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tong contemptuously. Qi Tong was so infuriated by Ling Xiao's words that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was ashen as he said, "How can you suck fire?" The expressions of the people in the hall also changed. Besides Ling Xiao's group, the people from the Gu family and Wu Fu's master were all alchemists. They seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this junior has a high-grade earth fire? Otherwise, How could he swallow the beast fire? Wu Fu thought to himself. Then he actually disregarded everything and used his strength to bully the weak. A crimson claw grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Wu Fu, you ignorant fool, don't you dare succeed. Lu Kun was constantly paying attention to Wu Fu's direction. The moment he saw Wu Fu make a move, he immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao and punched out with a green fist. Rumble. The clash of half-emperor-ranked experts had a huge amount of energy. Even though they had suppressed the destructive power to the minimum, the main hall was still on the verge of collapsing. Who dares to be so impudent in my goof family? A loud and clear voice sounded. This voice was like a morning bell, and it caused everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. A powerful aura instantly descended on the main hall, locking it in place and preventing it from being destroyed. Everyone rushed out of the main hall. The people from the Gu family all knelt towards the fiery figure in the sky and said, "We respectfully welcome the old ancestor." The person who came was actually someone of the same level as the Gu family's old ancestor. Gu Qin was a low-stage mystic the Arch and a grade 7 alchemist. He had a high-grade beast fire seed and was a well-known figure in the Gu family for many years. Raging flames surrounded him, and he was like a flaming man. That terrifying aura poured down, and not many people could withstand the true pressure of the Arch. Wu Fu and Qi Tong both bowed to pay their respects. As for Lu Kun, he did not dare to be careless. Just as he was about to bow, a terrifying aura suddenly rose beside him and actually dispersed the mystic Thearcha's pressure. "Young master, you..." Lu Kun looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed. He knew that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary, but he did not expect that he would not even care about the true pressure of the Arch. Lu Kun's heart was extremely complicated, and he did not know if it was a right or wrong decision to follow this reckless young master. Gu Qin, who was high above, looked at Ling Xiao and the others who were not affected by the pressure, and a look of astonishment flashed in his old eyes. "Who are all of you? How dare you not pay your respects when you see this Arch?" Gu Qin shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. That voice seemed to strike at the bottom of everyone's hearts, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. "Looks like your Gu family's hospitality is not that good," Ling Xiao replied with a similarly thunderous voice. Gu Qin's voice was instantly shattered by Ling Xiao's sound wave, and the others instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Gu Fan said to Gu Qin, "Ancestor, this person's origins are unknown. He actually destroyed the alliance between our Gu clan and Master Wu Fu, and he intends to forcefully take the Gu clan's granddaughter away. Ancestor, please uphold justice." Something like that actually happened. Gu Qin frowned as he replied, and then he glared at Ling Xiao with the intention of exerting an even greater pressure on Ling Xiao. Lu Kun had no choice but to brace himself and stand before the imposing aura, and he shouted with shock, "Please show mercy. Yeah, you're actually at the quasi-emperor realm, but your lifespan seems to be less than 3 million. Gu Qin seemed to have discerned Lu Kun's true strength, and he spoke with surprise. He paused for a moment before he said, "However, just this little bit of strength you possess isn't sufficient for you to dare act wildly in my Gu clan." As soon as he finished speaking, the formidable, imposing aura was like a surging airflow that instantly pressed Lu Kun back by over 10 steps, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The quasi-emperor realm seemed to be only half a step away from the mystic emperor realm, but the strength between them was worlds apart. "Is that so? Then why don't you try this little bit of strength of mine?" Ling Xiao said, faintly, and his entire imposing aura suddenly soared. His figure was like the birth of a real dragon, and he instantly shot in front of Gu Qin. A dragon fist with a strong gust of wind smashed towards Gu Qin's chest. Gu Qin's eyelids twitched. He seemed to feel that the young man in front of him was like an awakened real dragon, and he felt a kind of subduing might. "How dare you?" Gu Qin shouted in shock, and his withered old palm slapped towards Ling Xiao's fist. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and an ear-piercing muffled sound rang out. Ling Zhao's figure was forced back by more than 10 steps, while Gu Qin only took a slight step back. However, this step, in the eyes of the people below, was like a stormy sea. This Ling Xiao actually has the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerate, but he can't use this little bit of strength to force the old ancestor back. Guing exclaimed in his heart. The Imperial Roll Tournament had only ended about 3 months ago, which meant that Ling Xiao had jumped 2 levels in these 3 months, from the peak of the Earth Emperor realm to the mid-level heavenly venerate. However, the strength of a heavenly venerate should not be able to resist the mystic Tharch, but Ling Xiao could force the Gu family's old ancestor back a step. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength was formidable. The people of the Gu family, Wu Fu, and his disciple all revealed looks of horror, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Kid, you're not bad. You can actually force me back a step. However, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now, I will let you have a taste of 70% of my strength. Gu Qin also looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. After speaking, he sent an even more ferocious palm strike towards Ling Xiao. The blazing flames and the strong gust of wind were enough to tear apart any small universe of a peak heavenly venerate. What do I have to be afraid of? Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit, and his strength had already increased to 15 times. His golden fist was not afraid of any flames, and it directly blasted out a dragon that roared towards the flames. Rumble. The powerful energy exploded in an instant, and the sky above the Gu family seemed to tremble slightly. The surrounding Gu family disciples all felt the earth-shattering power, and many of them cried out in fear. Isn't that the old ancestor? Who is this expert that dares to challenge him? Could it be that he's looking for death? Since he dared to challenge us, of course he has some strength. I just don't know which divine god is so bold. Now that the elixir meeting competition is around the corner, someone has come to cause trouble. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for my Gu family. In this exchange, Ling Xiao once again retreated tens of meters, but Gu Qin actually retreated more than 6 or 7 steps. Good. I didn't think that Gu Qin, would meet such a handsome young talent just after I came out of seclusion for so many years. Then let me see how many moves you can take from me. Gu Qin's fighting spirit soared, and he shouted a few times as he continuously sent out several fiery palms. The fiery palms tore through the heavens and the earth, burning all the air around them as they bombarded towards Ling Xiao. Then bring it on. Ling Xiao's battle strength was fully unleashed, and his dragon-shaped battle aura burst forth. The powerful dragon's might shook the surroundings. One dragon fist after another continuously clashed with the fiery palms, and the sky kept shaking. Limitless clone technique, 24 clones. Facing a mystic Tharch tier expert, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He immediately counterattacked with all his strength. 24 clones bombarded Gu Qin from all directions. If it was an ordinary high-level heavenly venerable, they might not even know what to do. However, Gu Qin was a genuine mystic Tharch. His old eyes twitched as he muttered, "It's actually the Blue Sun Sect's limitless clone technique." At the same time, he raised both his palms slightly, and countless palm shadows spread out to meet the 24 clones. A series of terrifying explosions rang out incessantly. Golden light flew everywhere, and fiery snakes danced, forming an intense collision in midair. Ling Xiao is so strong, he can actually fight against the mystic Tharch. Li Shuel looked at that heroic figure, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. The 2 girls beside her looked even more infatuated. It seems that young master did not use his full strength that day. Lu Kun thought to herself with infinite emotions, and her loyalty towards Ling Xiao skyrocketed. With Ling Xiao's talent, she believed that he would definitely be able to take that step. Jiao, look, boss will definitely be able to bring us away. Yi Yanfeng quietly held Gu Jiao's hand and said resolutely. Chapter 682. Flames tore through the sky, dazzling golden light. Gu Qin and Ling Xiao hadn't deduced the power of the world, but the resulting shockwaves were terrifying. No one had expected that Ling Xiao could fight with a mystic the arch so fiercely. The faces of the Gu family's people and Wu Fu turned ashen. The more powerful Ling Xiao was, the more likely it was that things would change today. Ah, good. How delightful. I didn't expect you to have such strength. You can be said to be invincible under the emperor rank, but today you will still lose. Gu Qin laughed a few times, and the aura of the emperor rank was fully displayed. A large area of the world's power covered the sky above the Gu family's residence. Gu Qin's generous world was actually a world of fire lotuses. Each of the fire lotuses had 6 petals, and the crystal-clear petals flickered with the fiery light of energy. At the heart of the fire lotuses, there were strange tongues of fire, as if they could rush out at any time and cause great damage. When this world appeared, the sky above the Gu family's residence turned crimson, and the intense heat made some of the Gu family's disciples almost unable to bear it. If you have the guts, then fight with me. Gu Qin naturally didn't want the Gu family's buildings to be destroyed by him. He shouted at Ling Xiao and took the lead to fly towards the mountain range outside the valley. Why would this young master be afraid of you? Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit. Balls of spiritual energy constantly washed around his body, and a glass dragon scale armor revolved around his body. He turned into a rainbow as he chased after Gu Qin. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already begun to slowly deduce the power of his world. The primordial world was full of vitality and a primitive aura. The trees, the flowers, the grass, the beasts, all of them displayed the flourishing age of the primordial era. The roars of beasts echoed for thousands of miles, like the descent of divine punishment. The spirit beasts in a mountain range were so frightened that they crawled on the ground, not daring to move. There's something strange about this kid. His aura has actually surpassed that of an ordinary peak Empyrean. Interesting. Gu Qin felt Ling Xiao's rising aura and thought excitedly. Although Gu Qin was a rank 7 alchemist, he similarly had a bellicose heart. Now that he saw that although Ling Xiao only had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, his battle prowess was beyond his expectations. It was just the right thing to do. All right, let's stop here. Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the young. Gu Qin stopped and turned around to speak to Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao's world energy, his eyes widened. What kind of world energy is this? This was the first time he had seen such a strange world energy. It looked very peaceful, but it contained an aura that made others feel fear. Even though he was at the Emperor realm, he felt the pressure from this world energy greatly increase. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a heavenly venerate, but the mystic emperor who was at the same level as him. Don't say that I don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Ling Xiao said faintly as a golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, his aura reached its peak. With a loud shout, his entire body deduced a small universe and collided with Gu Qin. Bring it on. Let me have a quick battle today. Gu Qin's battle intense sword. With a loud shout, he also charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, rumble. Violent sounds of energy colliding rang out high up in the sky. Countless elemental abilities rained down, and the mountain ridges below were riddled with holes. The trees, spirit grasses, and spirit beasts were all reduced to dust. High up in the sky, countless tree vines, icicles, and chilly winds tangled with the fire lotuses. The fire lotuses burned the tree vines and icicles to ashes, but the chilly winds sliced many of the fire lotuses into countless pieces. However, there were so many fire lotuses that they could be broken and reborn at any moment, bursting with astonishing flames that seemed capable of burning the sky and evaporating the sea. Ever since Ling Xiao had deduced the power of worlds, this was the first time he'd felt so oppressed. His sea of knowledge was shaken to the point it shook incessantly, and the blood within his body roiled from the pressure. As expected, there really is a huge gap between the emperor rank and quasi-emperor rank. Ling Xiao showed no intention of backing down. Instead, his dragon eyes were filled with excitement. As the countless fire lotuses compressed his body smaller and smaller, a series of earth-shattering beast roars resounded in the surroundings. As the sound waves resounded, the countless fire lotuses scattered in all directions. What's that? Gu Qin's eyes twitched incessantly, as if something that terrified him had appeared. Suddenly, over a dozen mutated, three-eyed wind wolves appeared in front of him. Behind them were two even more terrifying figures. Shockingly, there were a golden true dragon and a blue qilin. The wolf king howled, the golden dragon roared, and the qilin burned the sky. Over a dozen ferocious wolf kings pounced towards Gu Qin, while the golden dragon and qilin closed in from behind. The surrounding fire lotuses couldn't stop them at all. Gu Qin was astonished. Could this be the power of a high-grade spirit realm world? No, it's definitely above the spirit realm. Otherwise, how could it possibly resist the power of my world? Very good. It looks like I'll have to go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands moved incessantly in a profound manner. It was as if he was forming lotus flowers, and it looked extremely strange. Within the power of his world, the fire lotuses started to move incessantly. One by one, they converged into a sea of fire lotuses, and then a fire lotus with 36 petals that was like a mountain appeared. Fire lotus burns the sky. The huge fire lotus pressed down towards the wind wolves, golden dragon, and qilin. The raging flames seemed like they could burn the sky and steam the sea, and the majestic power was truly earth-shattering. Ling Xiao realized that Gu Qin had already gone all out, so he didn't dare to hold back any longer. He brandished his golden spear, and his spiritual realm began to control the power of his world to fully erupt. Tree twist, ice thorns, wind cut, wolf howl, dragon's roar, qilin flame. Everything in this desolate world was bombarding each other with all kinds of terrifying power. Among them, the strong corrosive wind and the heavenly fire from the volcano were the most terrifying. The two worlds collided with each other without holding anything back. It was as if this world was going to be torn apart, and the mountain ridges below were all flattened. After an unknown period of time, the fire lotus world, which had always had the upper hand, began to show signs of collapsing, while the desolate world was still being maintained. However, its power had become several times weaker than before. The two silhouettes separated, and both of them were sent flying far away by the other's strength. Ling Xiao retreated more than 100 meters, his face extremely pale, and he gasped for breath. His glazed dragon-scale armor had also become cracked, and traces of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. However, he had the recovery power of the ancient Emperor Divine technique, so it wouldn't take long for his injuries to stabilize. On the other hand, Gu Qin looked even more miserable than Ling Xiao. Although he had only retreated a few dozen meters, his clothes had been blasted to pieces, and his body, which was full of vitality, was also covered with many scars. More than half of his white hair had been burned off, making him look extremely comical. Ling Xiao obviously didn't want to give Gu Qin any chance to catch his breath, and he began to brandish the golden dragon spear in his hand. The terrifying golden dragon descended from the sky and blasted towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin was shocked. How can he still have such powerful combat power? A fire sword appeared in his hand, and a strong fiery light slashed towards the golden dragon. However, Ling Xiao's powerful moves were endless, and every move had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Qin to have a hard time blocking them. His body was forced to retreat repeatedly by Ling Xiao. The people from the Gu family, Wu Fu's master, Yi Yanfeng, Lu Kun, Li Shui, and the others who had just rushed over revealed expressions of extreme shock. How is this possible? Ancestor, he was actually forced to retreat? This is too terrifying. Unless Ancestor Gu Kuei is here, our Gu family will fall here today. It's said that Ancestor Gu Kuei has already gone out to travel for many years. Unless our Gu family faces a great calamity of life and death, he will never return. How could he possibly appear? Who exactly is that young man to actually have such terrifying battle prowess? When did our Gu family provoke such a great enemy? I don't want to fight anymore. This old man admits defeat. Gu Qin was forced by Ling Xiao to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. Finally, he could not help but admit defeat. When Ling Xiao heard Gu Qin admit defeat, he let out a heavy sigh and retreated 100 meters away. He immediately stuffed a few pills into his mouth. He had used all his strength to fight Gu Qin head-on, but he was also exhausted. If Gu Qin had been able to hold on for a little longer, the one who would have lost would have been him. "Senior, thank you for letting me win," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "So you have also reached your limit. This old man has suffered a great loss. If this old man had held on for a little longer, the one who would have lost would have been you." Gu Qin could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had greatly decreased and immediately cried out with emotion. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't you try again, senior?" Now that he had taken the pill, it was not enough for the 2 divine arts in his body to be instantly digested. His battle prowess had recovered a bit, which was why he dared to say that. Gu Qin waved his hand and said, "This old man is afraid of you. It's really like the waves of the Xianxia River pushing the waves of the old. Since that's the case, then this junior will take my people away," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He believed that with his current battle prowess, he had already shocked many people. It was even more impossible for the Gu clan to easily offend him. "Little friend, don't be anxious. Why don't you follow this old man back to my Gu clan's inner courtyard first? When I find out the truth, I will naturally give you a clear answer." Gu Qin slowed down his tone and said, right now, he could only rope in this young man in front of him. He absolutely could not offend him. Otherwise, if this young man continued to grow, their Gu clan would suffer a calamity in the future. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and returned to the Gu clan's inner courtyard with Gu Qin. Of course, the other spectators immediately followed him back. After Gu Qin returned to the Gu clan's inner courtyard, he immediately asked Gu Su to explain the whole story. At this time, Gu Qin finally understood the whole story. "Ancestor, the pill competition is around the corner. Without Qi Tong's help, it will be very difficult for us to defend our top 10 positions," Gu Fin said bitterly. Chapter 683. In the blink of an eye, it's the pill competition again? I never thought that the younger generation of our Gu family would actually decline to such an extent that we would even have to ask for new reinforcements to participate in the pill competition. This is truly a disgrace to the name of an alchemist family. Gu Qin sighed. Back then, when their Gu family won, they were ranked in the top 5 families in the Dan Alliance. Now, not only had they fallen to 9th place, they even had to face the situation of being kicked out. As the head of the family, Gu Fan's expression was also extremely ugly. He was guessing if the old ancestor was dissatisfied with him. A hint of joy that was difficult to detect flashed across Gu Fan's eyes, and he immediately said, "Previously, the Elders Guild had discussed that granddaughter Gu Jiaojiao will be allowed to marry Master Wu Fu's disciple, Qi Tong. Now that the 2 sides have formed an alliance, Qi Tong, being the son-in-law of my Gu family, is not considered a foreign aid. As long as he could facilitate the matter of Qi Tong, Wu Fu and his disciple would be his powerful backup in the future. This way, he would be able to contend against his cousin, and the position of patriarch might even fall into their bloodline in the future. Master Gu Qin, my disciple sincerely wants to marry your Gu family's granddaughter. Please consider it carefully, Master Gu Qin," Wu Fu said to Gu Qin faintly. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Gu Qin, Wu Fu did not want to lose face. As an alchemist, he had his own unique arrogance. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao. With his connections, it was still possible for him to gather a group of experts to deal with Ling Xiao and the others. If he couldn't beat them alone, he could gather a group of experts to deal with Ling Xiao and the others. As long as the Gu family agreed to this matter, everything would be easy. Gu Qin rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. However, Ling Xiao said decisively, Jiao Jiao is already my brother's wife. No one could snatch her away. The moment he said this, the Gu family members glared at him angrily. Wu Fu and his disciple also had faces full of displeasure, but due to Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, no one dared to provoke him. Gu Qin said faintly, Brother Ling, this matter concerns the future reputation of my Gu family. Is there really no room for negotiation? Although he sighed at the disappointment of his grandson, this matter was related to the Gu family's thousands of years of reputation, so Gu Qin did not dare to neglect it. If worst came to worst, he didn't mind going all out to make them stay. He really didn't believe that the entire Gu family couldn't deal with these few people. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, What's this fishing convention of yours? When is it going to start? This young master will act on your behalf. Boss, it's the alchemy competition. It'll be held in Alchemy City in 3 months, said Yi Yinfeng. Haha, that's hilarious. You don't even know about the Alchemy Guild's alchemy competition. Do you think it's a combat test? How ignorant. Wu Fu sneered. Exactly. Even though your combat strength is extraordinary, this is a competition between respected alchemists. You can't help even if you want to. Gufan ridiculed as well. Who says my boss can't help? He's a level 6 alchemist. Yi Yinfeng immediately stood up for Ling Xiao. Haha, if he's a level 6 alchemist, then I'm afraid I'll be able to reach the level 8 sane alchemist realm. Qi Tong was the first to laugh. His expression was filled with disdain. Alchemists were the most respected profession. There were very few people who were lucky enough to become alchemists, and it was even more difficult to become a high-level alchemist. Many alchemists had to go through days and nights of hard work to reach their current level step by step. They weren't like martial artists who could rely on certain resources to speed up their advancement. None of them could believe that Ling Xiao was a level 6 alchemist. One had to know that alchemists who reached level 6 and above could all be called masters. Among the tens of billions of people in the central region, there would definitely not be more than 10,000 people who could reach such a high level. Alchemists who could truly reach such a high level were all people of the older generation. Ling Xiao looked like a young man who had just left the thatched cottage. How could they think that Ling Xiao was a level 6 alchemist? Ling Xiao said disapprovingly, It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but I must take them away. Brother Ling, don't think that my Gu family can't keep you. Gu Qin had already lowered his stance to talk to Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao's attitude would still be so unyielding. For the sake of the family's honor, he might really have to force Ling Xiao and the others to stay. How about this? Ling Xiao and Qi Tong will compete in pill refining skills on the spot. Whoever's pill refining skills are stronger will stay and help our Gu family, and Jiao Jiao's ownership will also be decided in this competition. What does everyone think? At this time, Guing spoke up from his side. As soon as these words fell, Gu Jiaojiao's expression turned pale. The young miss of the Gu family was now treated like a commodity. Anyone would feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi Yinfeng tightened his grip on Gu Jiaojiao's hand and said, Don't worry, boss will definitely win. That's right. I think Tan Er's method is suitable. What do you think? Gu Qi nodded and replied. Qi Tong glanced at his master and immediately replied, Qi Tong has no problem. I'm just afraid that someone won't dare to agree. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ling Xiao with a provocative look. He felt that although Ling Xiao's combat strength was astonishing, how could his alchemy skills be his match? He must properly humiliate this so-called first emperor-level expert. Ling Xiao ignored Qi Tong's words and lightly nodded towards Gu Qin. No matter what, you are still my brother's family, so I will give you some face. Let's start the competition now. I don't want to waste too much time with this kind of low-grade alchemist. As soon as these words came out, Qi Tong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It had been many years since he had been spoken to like this by anyone. No matter which sect he and his master went to, those people would have to respectfully call them Master Qi when they saw them. But this Ling Xiao in front of him was really too hateful To actually call him a low-grade alchemist, it was simply the biggest insult to him. You only know how to use your tongue. Since you are so confident, why don't we add a little more? If you win against my disciple, I am willing to give you another 50 high-grade 6th level spirit herbs. If you lose, you also give me 50 high-grade 6th level spirit herbs. How about it? As Qi Tong's master, Wu Fu's expression was also extremely ugly. He must make this arrogant young man pay the price. 50 stalks of 6th grade high-ranked spirit grass. Everyone present was taken aback. The value of these 50 high-grade 6th level spirit herbs was very high. How could an ordinary person easily take them out? This Wu Fu was clearly making things difficult for Ling Xiao. It seems that you have 100 times more confidence in your disciple, ah. Ling Xiao lightly laughed and paused for a moment, then said, "Why don't I add a little more to the bet?" "What bet?" Wu Fu asked. "1 hand each for each of your masters." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "What?" Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had so much confidence in himself to actually want the hands of Wu Fu in his master? Gufan opened his mouth and said, "Isn't this too much of a bully? Then do you not have confidence in this person?" Ling Xiao asked back. Gufan was immediately speechless by Ling Xiao's stare. "You are a mere Empyrean, and you want 1 hand each for us master and disciple. Do you really think that we are easy to bully?" Qi Tong rebuked angrily. "If you don't dare, then just admit defeat. I also won't make things difficult for you," Ling Xiao said, turning from guest to host. "All right, we agree," Wu Fu suddenly replied loudly, following which he said, "But our hands are not that easy to take. You also have to pay the corresponding price." Ling Xiao immediately replied, "In that case, I lose. I will compensate you with my life." Hiss. No one present thought that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless, actually using his life to exchange. This price was indeed enough. "All right, this matter will be witnessed by Grandmaster Gu Qin." Wu Fu immediately agreed, following which 50 stalks of high-grade 6 spirit herbs flew out from his spatial ring. Each of these spirit herbs was filled with rich energy, causing the spirits of everyone present to be lifted. If one wanted to obtain high-grade 6 spirit herbs, they would have to face high-grade or peak-grade 6 spirit beasts to obtain them. It seemed that this Wu Fu had also walked through quite a few dangerous places. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time either, summoning a dazzling array of high-grade spirit grasses from his space ring. 100 stalks of high-grade 6 spirit herbs flew towards Gu Qin at the same time. Gu Qin revealed a surprised expression and immediately put away the 100 stalks of spirit herbs. Gu Qin, will be the witness for you. However, it's better not to add this additional bet. Both of you are honored guests of my Gu family. If anything happens to you here, my Gu family will also be very embarrassed." Gu Qin said indifferently. "Grandmaster Gu Qin, there's no need to say anymore. This is all of our own accord." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Wu Fu also said from the side, "That's right. No matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with the Gu family." Although Wu Fu was also a 7th-grade alchemist like Gu Qin, he was alone and naturally did not dare to offend the Gu family. "All right, since you are determined, then I will be the judge this time," Gu Qin replied, following which he said to Gu Tan, "Go and clear the alchemy field. Let them compete there." With these words, Gu Qin was also relieved. In any case, if they fought to the death, the Gu family would still be the one to benefit in the end. He was also happy to be the middleman. Gu Tan nodded, and then immediately ordered people to clear the venue. At this time, Qi Tong smiled sinisterly at Ling Xiao and said, "I want your life." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored him, as if he was treating him as air. Qi Tong was extremely angry. He cursed in his heart, "You can be arrogant. Later, I will let you know how the word death is written." The group of people also headed towards the place where the Gu family provided alchemy for their descendants. "Yinfeng, isn't this too much?" Gu Jiaojiao asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I only want one of their arms. Boss didn't kill them all." Yi Yinfeng comforted her. "Forget it. I hope nothing goes wrong." Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she did not speak out the worries in her heart. In fact, she was not worried about Wu Fu and his disciple, but about Ling Xiao's safety. Although Yi Yinfeng kept saying that Ling Xiao was a sixth-grade alchemist, she had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills with her own eyes, so she really had no confidence. Chapter 684. The Gu family's alchemy field was located in the center of the Gu family's inner court. There were a total of 100 medicinal cauldrons arranged on the field, and on the high platform, there was a huge cauldron that was tens of meters tall. It looked majestic and spectacular. The 101 medicinal cauldrons showed that the Gu family's alchemy family's reputation was not undeserved. Anyone who came here could not help but imagine the lively scene of the Gu family's disciples refining pills here. The lingering fragrance of the medicine made everyone intoxicated. Although the alchemy field had been cleared out, the surroundings were still full of Gu family disciples. They had all stayed behind to observe the competition. Low-level alchemists would more or less gain something from observing high-level alchemists refining pills. On the high platform, Ling Xiao and Qi Tong were already ready. They were only waiting for the order to begin. At this time, Wu Fu said to Qi Tong, "Tong, haven't you always wanted to use Master's Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? Today, I will let you have a taste of your desire." With that, Wu Fu waved his hand, and a large scarlet cauldron flew towards Qi Tong. This cauldron emitted a strong flame, and above the flame, a huge scarlet serpent appeared. The serpent's eyes were awe-inspiring, its basin mouth fierce, and its fangs thirsty for blood. This cauldron floated in midair. The body of the cauldron was wide and narrow at the bottom. There were 4 snake-shaped handles on the cauldron, as if they were swallowing the world. The cauldron's walls were engraved with spirit snakes that looked like mysterious array patterns, giving off an ancient feeling. As soon as this cauldron appeared, the Gu family couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Is this great Master Wu's Earth-level cauldron, the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? It looks so beautiful. It is said that Great Master Wu obtained it in a secret realm in his early years, and it is also the reason why he is now a 7th-grade alchemist. If this cauldron falls into our Gu family's hands, our Gu family will definitely rise to the next level. With this cauldron, I'm afraid that Qi Tong can use it to refine a 5th-grade elixir. I wonder what the first emperor, Ling Xiao, is relying on. Although the Earth-grade Scarlet Serpent Cauldron was ranked 34th among the 36 great Earth-grade cauldrons, it still surpassed the grade of ordinary medicine cauldrons. It could greatly improve the quality of the pills refined by an alchemist, allowing them to condense better pills. Ling Xiao had not expected to see an Earth-grade cauldron here. He believed that he would be able to see even more extraordinary spiritual fires and medicinal cauldrons at the elixir gathering competition. Qi Tong revealed a fanatical expression and grabbed the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron in his hand. He laughed proudly and said, "Haha, thank you, Master." Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Let's see how you die this time." As soon as his words fell, he immediately placed the medicine cauldron on the stage, and many spirit grasses flew out of his space ring. "Refine!" Qi Tong shouted. The hundreds of spirit grasses were all suspended above the medicinal cauldron under his control. As his voice fell, countless black flames immediately shot out of his palms. The flames burned the cauldron walls, and the flames burned the suspended spirit grasses like spiritual snakes. Sizzle! The spirit grasses were immediately burned and quickly withered. Bits of grass essence began to drip into the medicine cauldron. Alchemy into the rain realm. This Qi Tong really has some skill. Gu Jiaojiao's big brother, Gu Li, quietly came to Gu Jiaojiao's side and whispered. Gu Jiaojiao nodded and responded. Looking at his smooth technique, he must have gone through a period of bitter training. I just don't know what kind of pill he wants to refine. At least at the peak of the 5th grade, or, in short, this competition is not optimistic. Even if I go up, I may not be Qi Tong's opponent, Gu Li said with a frown. Gu Jiaojiao's worry became even stronger, but Yi Yinfeng on the side still had a calm smile on his face. Yao Qingmin quietly pulled Bing Ruoshui's hand and said, "Do you think young master will cut off their left or right hands?" Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at her and said, "Senior sister, are you really going to be Zhao's maid? Why don't I go talk to Xiao and let this matter go?" Previously, Ling Xiao had promised to save her master, so Yao Qingmin had to promise to be Ling Zhao's maid. Bing Ruoshui thought that this matter was over. She knew Ling Zhao's character and didn't take this matter seriously. However, her senior sister considered herself as a maid. This put Bing Ruoshui in a difficult position. She knew that Ling Xiao already had a lot of women, and one less was one less, but it seemed that it would be difficult. Yao Qingmin blinked her big eyes and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for your favor. I'm just warming your bed. I won't do anything to let you down." Bing Ruoshui patted her forehead and didn't say anything else. She knew that her senior sister was sometimes very insensitive. If she really wanted to warm the bed, would Ling Xiao be able to hold himself back? Forget it. Rather than letting senior sister follow another man, it's better to share a husband with me. In the future, there will definitely be more women by Zhao's side. With senior sister here, I can also have an ally. Bing Ruoshui thought. At this time, on the high platform, Qi Tong had already finished refining the spirit herbs, but there was still no movement from Ling Xiao. Do you want to secretly learn from me? Unfortunately, you can only learn it in your next life, Qi Tong said proudly. With the Earth-level Scarlet Serpent Cauldron, he was already 100 times more confident in winning against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled non-committally. He just wanted to see what kind of methods this Qi Tong had. Refining medicine into rain? You have some ability, but unfortunately, you met me, Ling Xiao said disdainfully in his heart. Immediately after, Ling Xiao looked at the 100 cauldrons below. He found that these cauldrons were all at the 5th stage, which was really good. If any of these cauldrons were to fall into the northwest or the southern wasteland, they would become treasures that local alchemists would fight over. But here, they were just ordinary ones for their descendants to use to refine pills. Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and a cauldron below flew towards him. He patted the cauldron's body lightly, making a few crisp sounds. He murmured, "Not bad. It's you. You want to win against my disciple with this kind of ordinary stuff? You're really delusional." Wu Fu, who was sitting to the side, said disdainfully in his heart, "I really don't know if he knows alchemy. If he really knows alchemy, he should be able to use the cauldron that he usually uses. It seems that he really is a layman." Goofin sneered at the side. Maybe he thinks that our 5th stage cauldron here is better than his own cauldron. An elder of the Gu family beside him echoed. Gu Fong also frowned and murmured, "Is he really just bluffing?" At this time, Ling Xiao also began to make his move. He was not as ostentatious as Qi Tong. Instead, he stuffed all of his spirit herbs into the cauldron. His actions immediately caused everyone around him to criticize him. Does he even know how to refine pills? Even if he can't reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, it's still impossible for him to stuff a bunch of spirit herbs into an apothecary to refine. I'm going to faint. I thought he was also a high-ranked alchemist, but it seems like he's just a layman. That's right. How can he extract the essence of all kinds of spirit herbs by doing this? I'm afraid they'll all turn into a pile of useless grass in the end. What a pity for that pile of spirit herbs. Everyone watching from the high platform also revealed a look of ridicule. Gu Qin, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on his face. What is Brother Ling doing? Could it be that he's just fooling people? Gu Jiaojiao, who was below, almost fainted when she saw this scene. "Yinfeng, I've been killed by you." Gu Jiaojiao cried out to Yi Yinfeng. "Why do you say that?" Yi Yinfeng asked in confusion. "You said that he's a 6th-grade alchemist, but how can this be considered alchemy? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Gu Jiaojiao shouted angrily. She had been learning alchemy since she was young, but she had never seen anyone who would actually put a large pile of spirit herbs into a cauldron to refine. Only a layman would do such an unreasonable thing. She now felt that Yi Yunfeng and Ling Xiao were definitely lying to her. What 6th-grade alchemist? He probably couldn't even be considered a first-level alchemist. Yi Yinfeng said innocently, "Jiao Jiao, don't be angry. Boss naturally has a way. Although I haven't seen Boss's appearance when refining pills, I can be sure that he really is a sixth-grade alchemist." Usually, Ling Xiao would be alone when refining pills, and he had never observed Ling Xiao's appearance when refining pills. However, the various kinds of pills that his boss had taken out were definitely refined by his boss himself. Yi Yinfeng trusted Ling Xiao unreservedly, and he also firmly believed that Ling Xiao would never lie to him. Gu Jiaojiao was completely speechless. Ling Xiao, who was on the high platform, also began to make his move. His palms flashed like a dream, and countless palms struck out. One after another, fire shadows burned the walls of the cauldron. Right now, he was only using ordinary flames. He felt that he didn't need to use his full strength to win against Qi Tong. The stalks of spirit herbs in the cauldron were steamed by the scorching energy until they shriveled. If an ordinary person were to refine spirit herbs like this, they would definitely destroy these spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao would definitely not cause such a result, because his mental power had already controlled the spirit herbs in the cauldron to disperse and wrap them up to prevent them from being destroyed by other scorching energy. In the medicinal cauldron, these spiritual herbs were extracted from the lowest layer of spiritual herbs. However, no one could see the mysteries of this process clearly. Qi Tong, who was at the side, naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a brilliant method. He only thought that he had completely defeated Ling Xiao, and in his heart, he was thinking that he should let Ling Xiao die in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Qi Tong compressed all the essence of the spirit herbs to one side, and a sparkling beast core appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, but still threw it into the cauldron. Qi Tong. He just threw in a 6th-level beast core. Could it be that he is already a 6th-grade alchemist? Gu Fan asked Wu Fu in astonishment. At this time, Gu Ying and the elders of the Gu family pricked up their ears to listen. They all wanted to know if Qi Tong was really a 6th-grade alchemist. Wu Fu smiled proudly and kept them in suspense. You can count, but you can also not count. Chapter 685. In the Gu clan's pill refining field, there were disciples of the Gu clan standing everywhere, watching the two people refining medicine on the high platform. At this moment, Qi Tong had already reached the final stage, and the beast core that he had thrown in had already been gradually refined by him. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still slowly refining the spirit grass. He was not in a hurry to quickly refine the spirit grass. This was because he wanted to see the expressions of those people when they fell from heaven to hell. Only then would it be refreshing. The spirit grass in his medicinal cauldron was almost completely refined, and the medicinal smell emitted by the medicinal essence was suppressed by Ling Xiao using his mental power. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao had destroyed the pile of spirit grass. Phew, I've finally finished refining it. Qi Tong let out a light sigh. A lot of sweat had appeared on his face. It was obvious that even he, an Empyrean, could not endure the continuous consumption. He glanced at Ling Xiao, who was still using fire to burn the medicinal cauldron, and revealed a pleased look. "You're just pretending. Let's see how you cry later." In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed, and it was finally time for Qi Tong to refine the pill. His face was flushed red, and a large amount of black flames emerged from his palm. The powerful flames mixed with the surrounding spirit qi and pressed down on the medicinal cauldron. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a strong rebounding force sprayed out from the medicinal cauldron. Qi Tong immediately used his nether protection force, wrapping himself in layers. Ling Xiao also took advantage of the time when no one was paying attention to quickly throw a beast core into the medicinal cauldron. The flame energy in his hands quickly increased, and his mental power turned into countless sharp blades that cut the beast core into countless pieces. In the end, it was easily refined by the fiery energy. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to refine the beast core in such a short period of time. If others were to see that he had actually done it so quickly, their jaws would probably drop in shock. After all, even a grade 8 alchemist might not be able to refine a grade 6 beast core so quickly. When Qi Tong went to check the medicinal pill he had refined, Ling Xiao also shouted on the other side, "Condense for me." The spiritual energy around Ling Xiao surged towards him like a tidal wave. At the same time, the flames in his hands pressed down on the medicinal cauldron. Once again, he was distracted. The spiritual energy compressed all the essence that was about to spill out of the medicinal cauldron. Flames, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy simultaneously compressed and refined the essence of the spiritual herbs and the energy of the beast cores in the cauldron. Pump. There's also a muffled groan, but not much energy came out of the cauldron. On the other side, Qi Tong seemed to have obtained the pill he had refined, and his face was full of pride. "Qi Tong, quickly show your pill to Grandmaster Gu Qin." Wu Fu impatiently called out to Qi Tong. Qi Tong nodded at him, and then quickly walked in front of Gu Qin. He handed an ugly medicinal pill to Gu Qin and said, "Grandmaster Gu Qin, please take a look. This is a grade 6 medicinal pill, the Blood Rapid Pill." The Blood Rapid Pill was a high-grade medicinal pill that could quickly restore blood and qi. It was an excellent and necessary healing medicine for Empyrean powerhouses. Once they lost too much blood, this Blood Rapid Pill could quickly replenish their blood and spiritual energy in a short period of time. This was also the lowest grade of grade 6 medicinal pills, and it was the easiest to refine. Gu Qin glanced at Qi Tong's ugly medicinal pill and said, "This can only be considered a semi-finished grade 6 medicinal pill, but it's already very good that you can condense it. It seems that in a few years, you will have the opportunity to advance to a real grade 6 alchemist." Qi Tong received Gu Qin's praise and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks for Grandmaster Gu Qin's praise." Although this was only a semi-finished grade 6 medicinal pill, it was already considered a medicinal pill that surpassed grade 5. Unless Ling Xiao could completely refine a grade 6 medicinal pill, it was absolutely impossible to win against him. Congratulations, Grandmaster Wu, for having such a good disciple. Among the younger generation of my Gu family, there is no one as outstanding as Qi Tong. In the future, he will become my Gu family's son-in-law and can be considered half a member of the Gu family. Gu Fan said respectfully to Wu Fu. Wu Fu said modestly, "You flatter me. Your Gu family is full of talents, and my disciple only has a little tenbin. It's really not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Although he said so, his face was full of pride, and his heart was incomparably gratified. Although this disciple of his was a little lecherous, his tenbin was indeed not inferior to his, and there was even a chance that he could surpass him one day. At this time, the cauldron on Ling Xiao's side also exploded, and everyone's gazes fell in his direction. What the hell is this guy doing? Just now, he stuffed a large pile of spirit grass into it, so it should have been destroyed. He can actually explode the cauldron and condense the pill. Isn't he too good at pretending? That's right, I haven't even seen him put the beast core in. Could it be that he refined a level 1 or 2 medicinal pill? I'm dying of laughter. I think he can't even refine a level 1 or 2 medicinal pill. He's just using his qi to make a sound. That's right, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron is just a pile of dregs. Ling Xiao purposely wiped off his sweat and sighed, "Damn, concocting pills is so king hard." The surrounding people all laughed in surprise at the same time. Their laughter was not a kind smile, but a smile filled with incomparable ridicule. Gu Jiaojiao almost fainted on the spot. All sorts of signs showed that Ling Xiao was not someone who knew how to concoct pills. He was just a layman. On the other hand, Yi Yunfeng said happily, "Jiao Jiao, did you see that? I told you that boss would not disappoint us." Hearing this, Gu Jiaojiao completely fainted. At this time, Gu Qin, who was the judge, said, "I wonder what rank of pill Brother Ling is refining." Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Gu Fan, who was at the side, mocked, "Ancestor, do you think he can refine a pill like that?" I think it's better to immediately get someone to activate the clan's great formation and tie him up so that he won't run away immediately if he loses. Wu Fu, who was at the side, also said, "That's right, he definitely won't be able to refine a pill. Master Guqin, please control him first so that he won't go back on his word." Qi Tong smiled disdainfully at Ling Xiao and said, "Competing with me in alchemy, you really don't know what's good for you. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll let you go if I'm happy." Looking at the mocking expressions, Ling Xiao still did not move. He calmly extended his hand towards a medicinal cauldron and muttered, Why didn't I get the pill? Forget it, Brother Ling. I think you should apologize to Wu Fu and his disciple and let this matter go." Gu Qin said. He also felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to refine a pill, so he said this in hopes that he could be a mediator and make Ling Xiao owe him a favor. However, Ling Xiao did not answer him. Instead, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise and said, I got it. Huh? Who said that this young master can't refine a pill? Take a look for yourselves. This is a grade 6 revered pill." Following that, 3 pills appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He raised them up high like a child who had been praised, smiling very happily. Everyone was stunned, and their expressions were extremely strange. "Aha, you're too funny, cheating in front of everyone in the hall. It's fine if you're cheating, but at least do it more realistically. Have you ever seen anyone who can refine a high-grade pill and condense 3 pills at once?" I'm dying of laughter. Qi Tong did not care about his image and burst into laughter. On the high platform, the Gu family and Wu Fu could not help but laugh as well. Obviously, they all tolerated Qi Tong's words. Most of the people present were alchemists. They all knew that a tier 1 or 2 medicinal pill could be condensed into multiple medicinal pills at once. However, when it came to tier 3 and above medicinal pills, it was almost impossible to condense multiple medicinal pills at once. After all, a standard grade medicinal pill required a lot of energy, and at the same time, the refining process was complicated. During this process, not many alchemists could completely seal the energy and prevent it from overflowing, so this also led to the loss of a large amount of medicinal essence and energy during the final condensing of the pill. In the end, they could only condense a single medicinal pill, and Ling Xiao took out 3 pills at once. This naturally made them think that he was cheating. Ling Xiao ignored their ridicule and walked in front of Gu Qin with large strides, saying, "Master Gu Qin, these are the 3 metal attribute Zun Dan that I refined. Take a look." "Brother Ling, did you really refine this?" Gu Qin asked as he looked at the 3 sparkling pills that were as smooth as jade. He only needed to smell the rich pill fragrance to know that these 3 pills were definitely high-grade pills of excellent quality, but he did not believe that they were refined by Ling Xiao. "Master Gu Qin, is there even a need to ask? He clearly took them out of his spatial ring to fool us. He doesn't know how to refine pills, so he lost this match," Wu Fu said from aside. "That's right, old ancestor. We have never seen anyone who can refine pills like this. And we also didn't see him throw a beast core in, so how could he possibly condense a pill? This is clearly cheating," Gu Fen said with a sneer. At this time, Guing also shook his head and said, "I have also never seen anyone who can condense pills like this." For a moment, everyone accused Ling Xiao of cheating, saying that he didn't know how to refine pills. Yao Qingmin, who was below, said angrily, "They clearly lost. Yet they actually said that young master doesn't know how to refine pills. They really deserve to die. Isn't that so? Xiao Luo's alchemy is a bit unique, but I also saw him secretly put a beast core in just now. He definitely wouldn't cheat." Bing Ruoshui also stood on Ling Xiao's side and said. Li Shui and Lu Kun remained silent. They also couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. But of course, they all hoped that Ling Xiao was right. "Yin Feng, it seems that we really can't be together," Gu Jiaojiao said to Yi Yunfeng with great disappointment. She originally thought that Ling Xiao could really reverse the situation and help her escape the fate of marrying Qi Tong, but now it seemed that it was just her wishful thinking. "Impossible. You must believe in Boss. These pills are really refined by him." Yi Feng said very firmly. Chapter 686. Facing the questioning and ridicule. Ling Xiao was still waiting for Gu Qin's reply. He also wanted to know if Gu Qin, a 7th-grade alchemist, would believe his words. In the end, he looked at Gu Qin's expression and was disappointed. A dignified 7th-grade alchemist actually had such poor eyesight and experience. He was truly unworthy of the title of a 7th-grade alchemist. It seems that even Master Gu Qin doesn't believe that I refined this, Ling Xiao said as he put away the 3 pills and turned around. Qitong immediately shouted from the side, "Master Gu Qin, quickly stop him, he's going to escape." "I'll stop you." Ling Xiao turned around and roared at Qitong. The powerful sound wave was deafening. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not use the heavenly roar of the dragons. Everyone only felt a little uncomfortable, but it did not affect them much. "Don't tell me you want to go back on your word?" Wu Fu shouted at Ling Xiao with a dark face. "That's right. If you go back on your word, your reputation as the first emperor will definitely be destroyed. Tomorrow, everyone in the central region will know that the first emperor Ling Xiao is just a despicable person who doesn't keep his word." Gu Fen shouted from the side, "Brother Ling, I think you should beg for forgiveness from Wu Fu and his disciple." Gu Qin said in a very difficult manner. To be honest, he admitted that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was not inferior to his, but this was the Gu clan's territory. If he really wanted to keep Ling Xiao here, he was still confident that he could do it. If you lose, then just admit it. Hurry up and kill yourself. He can't afford to lose, yet he still wants to bet with others. This person's skin is too thick. That's right, to think that he's still the first emperor. I think it's just an undeserved reputation. I'm afraid that the title of first emperor was also obtained through deception. Other than the people on the high platform, the Gu clan disciples below were also shouting nonstop. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, who was preparing to escape. "All of you, shut up. Today, I will let you so-called alchemists see what the true art of alchemy is." Ling Xiao roared with a dragon's roar. Then, something flew towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin immediately reached out and caught it, but before he could see what was inside, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. "This is my space ring. Please keep it safe for me. Also, give me a portion of the revolving soul pills, spirit herbs. This young master will let you broaden your horizons." Wushang Ling Xiao's emperor's might was displayed, and everyone was stunned. Everyone quieted down. Standing in front of the medicine cauldron, Ling Xiao's upper body was completely naked, his well-proportioned body showing the most perfect proportion. There were no space rings on his fingers, so it was impossible for him to hide anything on his body. "Bastard, you've already lost just now. No matter what you do, it's useless." Qitong looked at Ling Xiao, who was showing off his might, and scolded him. Ling Xiao ignored him and turned to stare at Gu Qin. "Grandmaster Gu Qin, could it be that your dignified alchemy family has never heard that high-grade pills can be refined in one go? You really don't deserve to be called an alchemy family. Those 3 pills just now were taken out by me from the medicine cauldron. You all said that I cheated, but which one of you saw me cheat? Which one of you saw me throw the pills in? Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you now. High-grade pills can also be refined in one go. Right now, I don't have any empty clothes, nor do I have a space ring on hand. If I can refine more pills, I believe you all can shut up." Ling Xiao's series of rhetorical questions left Gu Qin and the others a little speechless. Indeed, as Ling Xiao said, none of them saw Ling Xiao throw the pills in the medicine cauldron, so there was no way to prove whether he cheated or not. Moreover, what Ling Xiao said was also true. Some outstanding alchemists could indeed condense multiple pills in one go, but such alchemists were really rare. As far as Gu Qin knew, there were only 2 or 3 old farts in the medicine sect and the spiritual martial pavilion who could do this. He had never heard of anyone else, so he really did not believe that Ling Xiao could do this. Gu Qin was silent for a moment before saying, "Fine, I'll give you another chance, but if you can't refine a pill, even if this old master has to risk his life, I will take your life here. Of course, your friend will follow you on the road. This is the price you have to pay for looking down on our Gu family. Gu Qin tolerated Ling Xiao, but that didn't mean that he could let Ling Xiao look down on their Gu family. As an ancestor, he had to protect the Gu family's reputation even if he died. Wu Fu was overjoyed and immediately added fuel to the fire. Since Master Gu Qin has spoken, I'll give you a chance. If you can't refine it, I, Wu Fu, have decided to join forces with the Gu family to keep you here. Hee, I'll see how you die later. Qi Tong laughed sinisterly. They definitely didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine multiple pills at once. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Gu Qin brought a set of fire attribute Zun Zun Dan spirit herbs to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. Open your eyes wide and take a look. This young master just wanted to show you a unique alchemy method. Unfortunately, you stupid pigs don't know what's good for you. You really don't deserve to be called alchemists. After saying that, Ling Xiao once again stuffed all the spirit herbs into the Zun Zun Dan. All of his movements were the same as before, but this time, his movements were countless times faster than before. His palms kept flying, and a series of dazzling movements made it hard for people to see the movements of Ling Xiao's palms. The strong flame was like a fire dragon that incessantly burned the medicinal cauldron. Sizzle. The spirit herbs in the medicinal cauldron were being refined at an extremely fast speed. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his spiritual force to isolate the spirit herbs. Waves of refined medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing everyone to be astonished. His movements are so fast. Is he using a palm technique? It's really fast, and I can even smell the medicinal fragrance. Did he really refine the essence of the spirit herbs? Impossible, all the spirit herbs are stuffed together. How can he extract their essence one by one? Isn't this going against our usual refining methods? Could it be that the 3 medicinal pills just now were really refined by him? The disciples of the Gu family started discussing once again, and the people on the high platform revealed expressions of surprise. They watched Ling Xiao's palm technique as if they were fascinated and kept staring at it. As alchemists, they knew that a good set of alchemy palm techniques could control the fire extremely well, and the palm technique that Ling Xiao was using now was undoubtedly an excellent fire control palm technique. In their hearts, they didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine medicinal pills, so they were somewhat shaken. What kind of palm technique is this? It's actually so incisive. It's much more brilliant than our Gu family's inherited fire control palm technique. Gu Qin was able to capture the trajectory of Ling Xiao's palm. As a Tier 7 alchemist, he could also feel the extraordinariness of Ling Xiao's palm technique. For a moment, he was unable to extricate himself from watching. Hundreds of stalks of spirit herbs. An ordinary high-level alchemist would need to spend at least an hour to completely refine them. However, Ling Xiao only spent about a quarter of an hour to refine them all. The spirit herbs stuffed in the medicinal cauldron had already completely disappeared, and only balls of various colored essences were left inside. Watch carefully. I'm going to throw the beast core in. Ling Xiao raised the beast core in his hand and shouted, then threw it into the medicinal cauldron. Just like before, the moment the beast core was thrown in, it was completely refined by Ling Xiao in a short while. The essence of the spirit herbs and the energy of the beast core gathered together at the same time. Condense for me. Ling Xiao raised his bare arms high. Then the flames on his palms pressed down towards the mouth of the medicinal cauldron. The surrounding spiritual energy squeezed in at the same time like a tide. Bang! The terrifying energy produced a strong, muffled sound, and this muffled sound was much louder than before. A burst of milky white smoke appeared in the air. This milky white smoke was like pure energy, making the surrounding people feel refreshed when they smelled it. This is the milky pill fragrance produced by a top-grade pill. Did he refine a top-grade, 6th-grade pill? Impossible to refine a 6th-grade pill. It would take at least half a day, but he refined it in less than half an hour. This is absolutely impossible, This pill fragrance is definitely fake. Are you saying that our noses have failed? Impossible, he's still naked, and he doesn't have a space ring on his hand. It's impossible for him to cheat this time, right? Who knows? Maybe there's nothing in the medicinal cauldron. After the pill fragrance drifted away, Ling Xiao turned around and said faintly, "You can inspect the goods yourselves." After saying so, Ling Xiao walked to the side and said to Bing Ruoxue and Yao Qingmin below, "Come up and help this young master put on his clothes." The two pretty figures did not hesitate and immediately jumped onto the stage. Their stunning faces were flushed red, and then they obediently helped Ling Xiao put on his clothes. TSK, young master's figure is really great. Yao Qingmin boldly pinched Ling Xiao's chest and clicked her tongue. This action caused the blood of the Gu family juniors below to spurt out. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy as they stared at Ling Xiao. Anyone who saw another man being served by such two beauties would feel that the heavens were unfair. At this time, Qi Tong, who was on the stage, looked at the two women serving Ling Xiao with greed in his eyes. He then said coldly, "Who are you trying to scare? I don't believe that you can really refine a 6th grade pill in such a short time." After saying so, he strode towards the medicinal cauldron. However, when he was about to reach the medicinal cauldron, there was another muffled sound. Qi Tong was startled and stopped in his tracks. Bang! The 5th grade medicinal cauldron actually broke into pieces. Immediately afterward, for crystal clear, round, and flawless pills fell to the ground, and bursts of pill fragrance filled the Gu family inner courtyard. Everyone began to suffocate. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their mouths were the size of fists, as if they could not believe what they were seeing was the truth. Chapter 687. The Gu family's alchemy hall was unprecedentedly silent. Apart from breathing, there was practically nothing else that everyone could do. Their eyes were fixated on the pills that were emitting an intense fiery color. It was as if these few excellent pills had become the focal point of all eternity. After a long time, Gu Qin stood up from his seat and walked toward the elixir step by step. His pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the pills. With a wave of his hand, the 4 pills on the ground fell into his hand. Gu Qin's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at the round, flawless, fiery Zun pill. I really didn't expect that this old master would be able to see such a perfect alchemy technique in his lifetime. It only took half an hour for all the essences to be condensed together. It seems that all these years, this old master has really been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Gu Qin said with great emotion. His expression was both excited and self-deprecating. Then, he made an unexpected move. "Grandmaster Ling, I'm sorry," Gu Qin's eyes were blind. "I didn't recognize Grandmaster Ling's talent in alchemy. This Gu Qin is ashamed. Please accept this Gu Qin's bow." Gu Qin bowed 90 degrees to Ling Xiao apologetically, and at the same time, handed over Ling Xiao's space ring. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Gu Qin to bow to Ling Xiao. Gu Qin was a high and mighty 7th grade alchemist. Even a peak mystic emperor was not worthy of such a bow from him. Ling Xiao was just a young man in his 20s. Even if he was a 6th grade alchemist, he was still a level lower than Gu Qin. Gu Qin should not be bowing to Ling Xiao, right? Others might have thought so, but Gu Qin didn't think so. To be able to achieve this kind of unpredictable alchemy at such a young age, it could only mean that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were not as simple as they seemed. Even if Ling Xiao was indeed a 6th grade alchemist, but with his current performance, it was absolutely not a problem for him to advance to the 7th grade or 8th grade Tenbin. How could such an outstanding young man with Tenbin's potential not be worthy of Gu Qin's favor? At the same time, it was also his apology for questioning Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. Wu Fu bounced up from his seat and revealed a look of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the next moment, he arrived beside Gu Qin. Looking at the pill in Gu Qin's hand, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. The members of the Gu family stood up as well. Their faces were burning with embarrassment. The Gu family disciples below the platform still didn't seem to understand what was going on, and their faces were still full of confusion. What are you all still in a daze for? Why haven't you quickly saluted Grandmaster Ling? Gu Qin frowned and yelled at all the disciples of the Gu family. He, the dignified old ancestor, had already saluted. Why were his own descendants so insensible? Everyone in the Gu family was stunned. They all bowed in Ling Xiao's direction and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Ling." They had been mocking Ling Xiao all this while. But now, they were slapped ruthlessly by Ling Xiao and even had to work hard to put on a smile and apologize. This simply made all of them extremely uncomfortable. But when they thought of Ling Xiao's means of refining 4 6th-grade medicinal pills in one go, everyone was also convinced. If it was said that martial artists worshipped the strong, then alchemists similarly worshipped alchemists of higher grades than them. Impossible. He must be cheating. I absolutely don't believe that he can refine 4 medicinal pills in one go. This is absolutely impossible. Even my master, who is a 7th-grade alchemist, can't do it. How can he do it? Qi Tong roared very agitatedly. The Gu family's people acknowledged Ling Xiao. That meant that they lost. Not only did they lose those 50 stalks of 6th-grade high-rank spiritual herbs, they also lost an arm. Losing those 50 stalks of 6th-grade high-rank spiritual herbs was lost. They could get it back in the future. But losing an arm, that was impossible to retrieve. Qi Tong was close to 100 years old. Relatively speaking, he was still very young and still had a long way to go. His beautiful life had just begun. He absolutely did not wish for himself to really become a cripple with a broken arm. What are you still in a daze for? Follow me. Wu Fu was definitely not Qi Tong. He quickly regained his composure. He knew that the situation was not developing as they imagined. He decisively swept to Qi Tong's side and grabbed Qi Tong's shoulder with one hand and immediately fled out of the Gu family. Want to leave? Not so easy. Lu Kun regained his composure. He immediately bounced up and chased after Wu Fu and his disciple. However, there was one person faster than him who caught up to Wu Fu and his disciple. You guys go back. I will plead on your behalf to Grandmaster Ling. Gu Qin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at Wu Fu and Qi Tong. Grandmaster Gu Qin, I am your Gu family's guest. Please let us go. I don't want those 50 stalks of spiritual herbs. However, we absolutely cannot lose an arm. Wu Fu said with a pleading tone. Go back and beg for mercy. How could they be so naive to believe Gu Qin's words? How could that Ling Xiao let them off so easily? Wu Fu, you have been a famous figure for many years. My family's young master is willing to exchange his life for your arm. This is already thinking very highly of you. With me, Lu Kun, here, you can forget about escaping. Lu Kun shouted, blocking Wu Fu's path. Go back. Grandmaster Ling should be a person who understands his carelessness. I believe he will not make things difficult for you. Gu Qin repeated. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Fu was also a famous alchemist like him, Gu Qin would have immediately cut off the hands of Wu Fu and his disciple. He hated these kinds of vile people who repeated their words the most. If Gu Qin could put down his old face and apologize, why couldn't Wu Fu go and apologize as well? Master, don't go back. I don't want to be crippled. Quickly take me away. Qi Tong shook his head vigorously and cried out in alarm. Wu Fu looked at Qi Tong and hesitated for a moment. His entire person became dispirited as he said, Fine, I will go with you. However, Grandmaster Gu Qin, you must ensure that my disciple is intact. Even if this old man has to compensate him with both of my hands, it doesn't matter. Master, Qi Tong cried out softly. His heart was somewhat touched, but he was even more delighted. As long as he could keep both of his hands, he would still be able to live a luxurious life in the future. Gu Qin looked at Wu Fu in astonishment before nodding his head and saying, I will do my best. The few of them once again returned to the high platform of the alchemy field. Grandmaster Ling, they're back. Gu Qin said to Ling Xiao. If it was said that Ling Xiao had defeated him and made him treat him as someone of the same level, then now he was treating Ling Xiao as someone of an even higher level. Ling Xiao, I admit that we underestimated your strength. We, master and disciple, admit defeat in this competition. However, I hope that you can be magnanimous towards my disciple and let him go this time. You can chop off both of my arms. Wu Fu said faintly to Ling Xiao. Even Gu Qin wasn't a match for Ling Xiao in terms of combat strength. He, Wu Fu, wasn't confident that he could subdue Ling Xiao, so he could only speak humbly. In order to protect his disciple, it could be said that he was protecting Qi Tong. Qi Tong, who was at the side, nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Grandmaster Ling, please let me go. I will never appear in front of you again." Gu Fun, who had been standing on the side of Wu Fu and his disciple, didn't dare to speak anymore. He knew that his plan this time had completely failed. On the other hand, Gu Ying stepped forward and said, "Grandmaster Ling, I think we should forget about this matter. Grandmaster Wu Fu and nephew Qi Tong are only sparring with you in pill refining. There's no need to hurt everyone's feelings. You didn't lose anything after all. Why don't our Gu family compensate you with 1,000,000 high-grade profound crystals and 100 level 6 spirit herbs?" Gu Ying was the head of the family, and Wu Fu and his disciple were guests of the Gu family. If he could help them once, he believed that Wu Fu and his disciple would be grateful to them in the future. From this point of view, Gu Ying's heart was much better than his cousin Gu Fun's. Gu Qin looked at Gu Ying with a gratified expression. It was obvious that he agreed with Gu Ying's words. Patriarch Gu. Wu Fu looked gratefully at Gu Su and called out. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Grandmaster Ling, please give me an explanation. I only want to protect my disciple. Even if you want me to die immediately, I will do so." At this time, Ling Xiao finally spoke. "Haha, what a good master and disciple relationship. Since you are so great, if I don't fulfill your wish, it would seem that I, Ling Xiao, am too unreasonable." Ling Xiao laughed out loud towards the sky and said, "Grandmaster Ling, I think we should forget about it." At this time, Gu Qin also advised from his side. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "You guys saw it too. If I had lost just now, they would have taken my life. Luckily I won, so they must pay the price." As he said that, he looked at Qi Tong, who couldn't help but retreat a few steps in fright from Ling Xiao's cold gaze. "Grandmaster Ling, please let me go." Qi Tong knelt heavily on the ground and begged for mercy. "Rest assured, I will let you go." Ling Xiao showed a cunning smile, pausing for a moment before saying faintly, "As long as you cut off your master's arms, I will let you go." Saying so, he took out a long sword from his space ring and threw it in front of Qi Tong. Everyone understood Ling Xiao's intentions, and their faces became ugly. Ling Xiao's Chofu was too ruthless. He actually ordered his disciple to cut off his master's arms. If Qi Tong didn't do it, then he would lose an arm. However, if he cut off his teacher's arms, then he would be no different from a rebellious person who killed his teacher. His reputation in the future would be ruined, and he would be hated and abandoned by the world. Qi Tong looked at the sword in front of him and hesitated for a moment before finally grasping it in his hand. "Ling Xiao, why must you be so aggressive?" Wu Fu shouted at Ling Xiao. "Haha, aren't you very great? I want to see if your disciple is as great as you." Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone who saw Ling Xiao smile felt their blood run cold. Only now did they realize that this first emperor was absolutely a ruthless person. "Master, I'm sorry. In the future, this disciple will definitely find a spirit grass to cure your broken arms." Qi Tong clenched his teeth and raised his sword towards Wu Fu. Chapter 688. The sudden scene caused everyone's eyes to widen and their mouths to drop open. They did not expect Qi Tong to make a move so abruptly. He did not even care about their relationship as master and disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. What he did was completely the act of killing his own master and father. This was the most despicable person. Wu Fu could not help but feel a wave of sorrow in his heart. He had thought of cutting off both his arms to protect Qi Tong. After all, Qi Tong was the child he had raised since he was young, and the successor he was proud of. He did not expect Ling Zhao's revenge to be so vicious, to actually make Qi Tong cut off both his arms. He hated Ling Xiao, but he hated himself even more for raising an ingrate. He had the ability to kill Qi Tong with his palms, but he could not let go of the relationship between master and disciple. Forget it. I did not expect that Wu Fu, who was famous for my entire life, would be muddled for a moment. I actually accepted such a disciple. Wu Fu lamented in his heart. He had already closed his eyes and dispersed all the dark protection force, waiting for Qi Tong's sword to fall. However, he realized that Qi Tong's sword did not fall even after a long time. He slowly opened his old eyes, only to discover that Qi Tong, who was already in front of him, had his neck gripped by a hand, rendering him speechless. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Fu disdainfully and said, "You sacrifice yourself because of the relationship between master and disciple, but this fellow only cared about his own life and death. This is your good disciple." After saying that, he flung Qi Tong away heavily. Ling Xiao did not make any other movements. He turned and flew down from the stage. He looked at Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao. "In the future, you two must be together well. Don't let down boss's hard work. Let's go. I believe no one will stop you." Yi Yunfeng excitedly pulled Gu Jiaojiao's hand and said, "Let's go, Jiaojiao. In the future, accompany me to eat and drink with boss." Gu Jiaojiao's face flushed red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. "Grandmaster Ling, please wait." Gu Qin instantly caught up to Ling Xiao and called out, "Is there anything else, Master Gu Qin?" Ling Xiao asked. Gu Qin smiled and said, "Your gambling money is still with me. By the way, Guing also said that since you were willing to let go of Wu Fu and Qi Tong, our Gu family must give you 1,000,000 upper-rank mysterious crystals and 100 rank 6 spear herbs. Why don't you go to the guest room and rest first? I'll get someone to prepare everything for you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. He accepted the 100 stalks of rank 6 high-rank spiritual herbs and then brought his group to the guest room of the Gu family. If there were benefits to take, why would he refuse? Unless he was a fool, Ling Xiao was naturally not a fool. The people of the Gu clan started to disperse. Only Wu Fu and his disciple stayed behind. With a face full of guilt, Qi Tong walked to Wu Fu and knelt down. Master, I'm sorry." Wu Fu had a desolate look on his face. He sighed heavily and said, "Go, Master, I know I was wrong. Don't chase me away." "Master." Qi Tong kowtowed heavily toward Wu Fu as tears of regret flowed out of his eyes. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If not for Ling Xiao, how could he be like this? In the future, how could he still have the face to walk in the central region? "I've taught you everything that should be taught, and you've learned everything that shouldn't be taught. Leave the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron and leave. I hope that in the future, you can be a down-to-earth person." Wu Fu sighed and said. Qi Tong looked at the determined Wu Fu and knew that he could not return to the way he was in the past. Qi Tong took out the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron and placed it in front of Wu Fu. Then, he said emotionally, "Master, this disciple knows he was wrong. I disdainfully hope that you can forgive me. I only hope that before I leave, I can hug you. All these years, you have treated me like a son." Wu Fu's heart tightened. He really wanted to change his mind and let Qi Tong stay, but he knew that even if Qi Tong stayed, it would be impossible to restore their previous relationship. Qi Tong knelt down and moved towards Wu Fu. He hugged Wu Fu's leg and slowly climbed up. He said in a choked voice, "Father." Wu Fu's heart seemed to be melted by a warm current. He opened his dry mouth and replied, "Yes." However, just when he let down all his guard, Qi Tong, who was holding him, broke through and showed a cold smile. "Old fart, go to hell." A dagger appeared in Qi Tong's hand out of nowhere. He used all his strength to stab at Wu Fu's heart. "Pooh! Ha! You old fart! You should have died long ago. All your treasures are mine." Qi Tong laughed crazily and pushed Wu Fu away. He immediately put away the scarlet serpent cauldron once again. You ingrate!" Wu Fu cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. He had never expected that Qi Tong would do such a crazy thing. Even though he was an emperor, the heart was the foundation of a person. Now that it had been pierced while he was defenseless, it would be difficult for him to reverse the situation. At this moment, not only was he about to die, but even the little fantasy he had of Qi Tong had been shattered. Qi Tongkai didn't care about Wu Fu's curses. He had been eyeing his master's Scarlet Serpent Cauldron for a very long time. Originally, his master had said that he would pass the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron to Qi Tongkai after he advanced to a 6th grade alchemist. But now that this matter had occurred, how could he have a share of the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? It had to be said that Qi Tong had a thorough understanding of Wu Fu and had succeeded in one strike. "Old fart, once you die, everything you have will be inherited by me. Don't worry, one day, I will surpass you in all my achievements. I won't let you down." Qi Tong said to the dying Wu Fu and then reached out to grab Wu Fu's hand. He wanted to take away Wu Fu's space ring, which was the most important treasure. However, just as he was about to make his move, a raging voice rang out. "Wonderful. I almost missed such a wonderful show." Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had once again appeared at the edge of the alchemy field and was looking at Qi Tong leisurely. Qi Tong was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao looking like he had seen a ghost. He didn't dare to touch Wu Fu's space ring anymore and immediately flew up into the sky. He had seen Ling Xiao's combat strength before. Even if he hesitated for a second, he could be caught by the other party. However, it was too late for him to escape. Gu Qin's figure appeared in front of him and sighed. "I didn't expect Wu Fu to be so blind to accept a disciple like you. Master Gu Qin, I beg you to let me go. I am willing to offer the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron to you." Qi Tong was facing the real mystic emperor. How could he dare to escape? Both his legs had gone soft. Gu Qin didn't say anything more and struck out with his palm. Qi Tong was immediately sent flying back to the high platform like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Qi Tong fell heavily on the high platform and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was still breathing. Gu Qin returned to the high platform and immediately took out a high-grade recuperation elixir and stuffed it into Wu Fu's mouth. Ling Xiao also came up to the high platform and asked, "Master Gu Qin, how is he?" Although Ling Xiao didn't like Wu Fu and his disciple from the start, Wu Fu's performance later on made him feel a little touched. A master who was willing to give up everything to save his disciple was worthy of his respect. He let Qi Tong chop off Wu Fu's arms to test Qi Tong's feelings towards Wu Fu and whether he was willing to give up everything for his master. Unfortunately, Qi Tong ultimately cherished his life more. However, Ling Xiao still spared them and didn't ask for their arms. Who knew that not long after he left, Ling Xiao sensed that Wu Fu's aura had actually dropped. Therefore, he quickly appeared. Gu Qin believed that he was the same as him. He also sensed that Wu Fu was strange and appeared. At this time, many heavenly venerables from the Gu clan appeared one after another. However, Gu Qin waved his hand and told them to leave. "I'm afraid that it's not possible. Although my elixir can protect his heart from drying up in a short time, it can't let his heart recover. That dagger was too accurate. This Qi Tong is really ruthless enough." Gu Qin shook his head and said. Ling Xiao also checked Wu Fu's wound and sighed lightly. If there's a Tier 7 low-level rapid blooming flower, perhaps he can still be saved. Rapid blooming flower only bloomed every 5,000 years. After it bloomed, it would wither in just a quarter of an hour. It was also known as every-minute blooming flower. It had an extremely fast healing effect. No matter how serious the injury, how big the wound, consuming the rapid blooming flower could immediately heal it. Wu Fu's heart was pierced through. Large amounts of blood were already flowing out. If not for his powerful cultivation, he would probably have died immediately. However, The current situation was not optimistic either. If he still could not stop the bleeding and heal his heart, his life would also end here. Grandmaster Ling's knowledge is indeed extraordinary. But you also know that although the rapid blooming flower is not the most precious among the Tier 7 spiritual herbs, it is one of the most difficult to encounter. Gu Qin sighed. Forget it, this young master suffered a little. I'll save him. I hope that he doesn't bite the hand that feeds him. Ling Xiao sighed, and a small blue flower appeared in his hand. This small blue flower with speckles was delicate and sparkling. Not only was it beautiful and alluring, but it also exuded a strong vitality, tempting people to want to take a bite. Rapid, blooming flower. Gu Qin could not help but exclaim, "That's right, it's the rapid, blooming flower." Ling Xiao smiled and then bent down. He pinched open Wu Fu's mouth with one hand and quickly released a bit of scorching energy with the other, refining the rapid, blooming flower. The essence of the rapid, blooming flower was thrown into Wu Fu's mouth by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also quickly pulled out the dagger from Wu Fu's heart. The moment the dagger was pulled out, Wu Fu's wounds started to bleed again. However, in the next second, the blood froze. Ling Xiao and Gu Qin both knew that the rapid, blooming flower's effects were already rapidly taking effect. Ling Xiao fed Wu Fu 2 more pills before letting out a relaxed sigh and said, "This is a big loss." Grandmaster Ling is righteous. I think Wu Fu will not let Grandmaster Ling suffer a loss. Gu Qin praised. Ling Xiao shook his head and did not say what he wanted to say. What he had invested, he naturally had to get back with interest. This had always been his style. Chapter 689. Wu Fu had already been taken care of by the Gu family, and Qi Tong had already been restrained, waiting for Wu Fu to wake up so that he could deal with it himself. Their matter did not cause much of a stir in Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment, he only felt that it was a pity that the low-grade 7-stage rapid flower that Dao In had given him was a life-saving top-grade spirit herb, and it was gone just like that. At the same time, the Gu family quickly agreed to marry Gu Jiaojiao to Yi Yunfeng, as if they were afraid that something would happen if they delayed. Yi Yunfeng naturally agreed with incomparable joy, because the Gu family was too far away from the Yi family. Even with the help of the transfer array, it would probably take several months to return. Therefore, the wedding was simple and was held in the Gu family. In the future, when Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao returned to the Yi family, they would hold it again. As Yi Yunfeng's eldest brother, Ling Xiao became the host of the wedding for Yi Yunfeng. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. When will I also hold a grand wedding with my own woman? Yi Yunfeng had become the son-in-law of the Gu family, so it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to participate in the pill competition on behalf of the Gu family. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, Gu Qin and Ling Xiao sat at the head of the table, while Gu Ying and the elders of the Gu family sat below them. This was the highest level of treatment the Gu family had given to Ling Xiao. This time, Master Ling has agreed to let our Gu family participate in the pill competition. I believe no one has any objections, right? Gu Qin glanced at everyone in the hall and said indifferently, "How could the people of the Gu family still have anything to say?" They immediately began to respectfully praise him. Master Ling is a heavenly genius. If he represents our Gu family to participate in the competition, it will be easy for him to keep his position, and he might even be able to rise by a few ranks. That's right. In every pill competition, there are only a few youths who can truly become a 6th-grade alchemist. Now that Master Ling is holding the fort for our Gu family, we can rest assured. Yes, this time, we will definitely be able to raise our ranking, and we will be able to obtain more resources in the future. Yes, we all agree that Master Ling will participate in the pill competition for our Gu family. Ling Xiao already had the qualifications to sit on the same level as their ancestors, so how could they dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao? Of course, they were eager to immediately agree. Ling Xiao was a genuine Tier 6 alchemist. If he could lead the younger generation of the Gu family to participate in the pill meet, it would be beneficial to the Gu family. At that time, their Gu family's ranking would definitely rise, and they would definitely obtain more resources. Gu Qin turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked, Master Ling, do you have anything else to say? I don't have anything to say. What I'm most concerned about is what benefits you can give me. Although Yun Feng is the son-in-law of your Gu family, it's still fair between brothers, isn't it? Your Gu family will get the biggest profit, and I'll earn some compensation for my hard work. That shouldn't be too much, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. At this point, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Gu Qin smiled and said, Of course. How can we let Master Ling work for us for free? As long as Master Ling helps our Gu family get a better ranking, we will definitely prepare a generous gift for Master Ling. Since he had already said this much, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. After asking about the general situation, he asked the Gu family to arrange a place for him to go into seclusion before dispersing. Returning to the guest room, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, the two newcomers, were already waiting. Ling Xiao joked, Why didn't you two go and discuss the plan to make a human? Why did you come a fine boss? Gu Jiaojiao's face instantly turned red. Boss is really not good. Sister-in-law Ruoshui, you should discipline him more. Bing Ruoshui smiled faintly and said, He's just like that. He always speaks without thinking. Hee. All men are more or less like this, but I like young master like this. Yao Qingmin laughed happily from the side. This girl seemed to be born to be an optimist. It was rare to see her depressed. Boss, the plan to create a human doesn't have to be done all the time. Yi Yinfeng rubbed his hands and replied. His words were immediately met with a series of punches and kicks from Gu Jiaojiao, causing him to cry out in pain. Ling Xiao teased from the side. I didn't expect Jiaojiao to actually have a violent streak. Yinfeng is really sorry for you. Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao put her hands on her hips and glared at Ling Xiao as she roared. Ling Xiao immediately raised his hand in surrender and said, All right, this young master said the wrong thing. Speak, what do you want from me? I just want to ask, boss, do you really agree to participate in the pill competition on behalf of their family? Yi Yinfeng asked with an embarrassed expression. He knew that if it wasn't for him, Ling Xiao wouldn't have caused all this trouble. Ever since he followed Ling Xiao had never treated him unfairly. Moreover, Ling Xiao had sincerely treated him as a brother. In his heart, he was becoming more and more loyal to Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. You've already sold yourself here. How can I not agree? Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. Great, thank you, Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao exclaimed from the side. Now, her admiration for Ling Xiao had reached an unimaginable level. As long as Ling Xiao agreed, then her Gu family would be safe. Boss, thank you very much. Yi Yinfeng said gratefully. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, Brother, there are some things that don't need to be said too much. After this pill competition is over, you and Jiaojiao should make a trip back to Yi Family City. With your strength, I believe that no one would dare to do anything to you. Yi Yinfeng shook his head and said firmly, No, boss is in need of people. How can I leave at this time? After boss has made a name for himself, I will move all of my family members here. Yi Yinfeng had already planned to see the fate of a Yi family in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. After chatting with them for a while, he went to the closed-door training room that the Gu family had arranged for him. Alchemy was the same as cultivation. It was like rowing a boat against the current. Currently, Ling Xiao was already a middle-stage Empyrean, and as long as he had the pill formula, he would be able to easily obtain a 6th-grade pill. He could condense 3 or 4 pills at a time using a 5th-stage cauldron, and with the help of the obsidian cauldron, he could already condense 6 or 7 pills at a time. With his current ability, he was completely qualified to charge towards a higher level. Therefore, the main reason he went into seclusion this time was to raise his alchemist level. This was not for the Gu family to deal with the Great Assembly, but to improve his own strength. Other than one of his reasons for agreeing to participate in this pill competition was for the sake of the Gu family, he also had his own reasons. Previously, The reason why he had participated in the imperialist competition was not only to gain experience, but also to make a name for himself in the Central region. The current Dan Alliance's pill competition was not inferior to the imperial list competition at all. It was even a bit more grand, all because the alchemist would always be the focus of attention. At that time, there would be representatives from all sorts of great powers coming to watch the grand occasion. Therefore, Ling Xiao must perform outstandingly in this pill competition, so that the world would pay attention to him. He must let others know that he, the first sovereign, was not only powerful, but was also an expert in alchemy tenbin. In this way, he could truly be considered to have shaken the entire central region. At that time, if Yimingqi really heard news of him, she would definitely come looking for him. This was the main reason why he worked hard to become famous. Mengqi, no matter where you are, I must find you. Inhe, that bitch, I must tear her into pieces. Ling Xiao swore in his heart with a strong, killing intent. The place that the Gu family arranged for Ling Xiao for seclusion was a place that was extremely rich in spiritual energy. All the places for washing and resting were extremely clean. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this. This was much better than the cave abode that he had temporarily opened in the wilderness. All right, now it's time to concentrate and raise my level to the 7th stage. Ling Xiao took a light breath and murmured. He could not estimate the current level of his mental strength. He only knew that it should not be a problem to enter the 7th stage. However, before that, Ling Xiao had to enter the 3rd layer of the alchemy cauldron first. He had been looking forward to the 3rd layer for a long time. He hoped that it would not disappoint him. After Ling Xiao entered the 2nd layer of the alchemy cauldron, he immediately called out the cauldron soul. Obsidian greets master. The cauldron soul appeared in front of Ling Xiao and immediately said respectfully to Ling Xiao, "Well, don't talk nonsense. Take me to the barrier of the 3rd layer." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and immediately cut to the chase. Obsidian said in surprise, "Master has reached the heavenly venerable level so quickly? This is really worthy of celebration. If the first master was here, he would be extremely happy." Ling Xiao ignored the bastard and urged again, "Don't talk nonsense. Take me there quickly." The cauldron's soul felt bored and brought Ling Xiao to the edge of the 2nd layer. It muttered some incantations, and after a while, a light screen appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not directly smash the barrier like when he entered the 2nd layer. He remembered that the cauldron said that he could open it with his mental strength. Ling Xiao's mental strength transformed into the shape of a golden dragon spear and directly pierced towards the light screen. Rumble, who knew that not only did the mental strength fail to blast the light screen open, it was even rebounded by the light screen. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted quickly and cut off the connection with his mental strength. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the rebounding force. He looked at the cauldron soul with a black face and scolded, "Damn it, didn't you say that you could open this door with your mental strength?" The cauldron soul put on an innocent look and said, "I'm innocent. Master, when did I say such a thing just now?" Ling Xiao almost swallowed blood. He shouted, "You said that the last time we entered the 2nd layer." The cauldron soul replied in an aggrieved manner, "Last time was last time. This time is this time. All right? Master, why can't you distinguish between the important and the secondary?" Ling Xiao almost fainted. "Then what do I need to do to enter the 3rd layer this time?" Ling Xiao asked while suppressing his anger. "You don't even know that? Master, what should I say to you?" The cauldron's soul said again, "Damn it, are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll make you eat shit." Ling Xiao was furious. He wanted to capture Obsidian and roast him with heavenly fire for 3 days and 3 nights. "Master, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I was just joking. You have advanced to the heavenly venerable level. You only need to use your physical strength to blast it open." The cauldron's soul replied weakly. Chapter 690. Ling Xiao swore that if there was no reason, he absolutely would not provoke this damn bastard. It was simply too deceitful. Ling Xiao did not say a word. He gathered all of his anger and blasted a punch on that light screen. Rumble. The light screen could not withstand Ling Xiao's all-out blow at all. It directly blasted until not even a bit of light shadow was left. And Ling Xiao also successfully entered the third level from the second level. When Ling Xiao fell into another space, he only felt a strong wave of humidity pouncing over. This strong wave of humidity was impressively the spiritual qi in this space. It had actually reached an inconceivable level. This place was at least several dozen times richer than the outside world. It would not be an exaggeration even to say 100 times richer. Moreover, there were no impurities at all. It was very pure and vast. Ling Xiao only felt that the spiritual power in his body felt a small increase between breaths. This gave him a huge shock. Even in any grotto heaven-blessed land in the central region, it would probably be difficult to find a place with such abundant spiritual qi like this place. Ling Xiao felt that in less than 3 to 5 years of seclusion here, he could absolutely reach the peak of middle-level heavenly venerable. Within 10 years, he would definitely break through to the high-level heavenly venerable realm. One had to know that the higher a martial artist's realm, the more energy they had to accumulate, and the harder it was to break through. With the massive speed at which Ling Xiao absorbed spiritual qi, to be able to break through one rank in 10 years was already very impressive and monstrous. After all, some people might not even be able to break through one rank in 100 years. From this, it could be seen how rich and extraordinary the spiritual qi in this third level was. Although this place is good, it's a pity that the spiritual qi is limited. Once I cultivate here, I'm afraid it will be absorbed cleanly within a few years. Ling Xiao said with a sigh. The spiritual qi here was isolated from the outside world. Once the spiritual qi dried up, it would be very difficult to replenish. Therefore, although this place was good, it could not let him use it for cultivation and breakthrough. Ling Xiao began to size up this space. He discovered that not far away was surprisingly the same as the second level. There was a spiritual field. He quickly flew over. This place was surprisingly similar to the second floor. It was filled with spirit herbs, but the spirit herbs here were all 7th and 8th grade. The only difference was that the number of spirit herbs here was much less than the second floor. Low 7th level radiant stargrass. This is a rare light attribute spirit grass. Ling Xiao's eyes shone as he looked at a white stalk of grass. Then, he began to identify the other spiritual herbs. Mid-level level, 7 heaven-tongue bamboo, an elemental neutral spirit grass. High-tier 7th grade, 7 revolutions vine, wood-type spirit grass. Low-tier 8 dragonmark flower, metal-type spirit grass. Mid-8th level, 8-leafed fire lotus, a fire-type spirit herb. High-tier 8th grade black serpent vine, a black-type spirit grass. The more Ling Xiao looked, the more shocked he became. Every single spiritual grass here had reached the 7th rank and above, and there was even a small portion of the 8th rank spiritual grass. Every single one of them was priceless, and it really made him extremely excited. He could not help but feel that this heaven cauldron was truly an alchemist's treasure. Not only could it improve the quality of pills, but it also contained so many spiritual herbs that it saved him a lot of time to search for spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao knew that the items in this heaven cauldron were not that easy to obtain. It must be the same as the second floor, where one had to exchange for spirit herbs of the same rank in order to use the spiritual herbs here. Could it be that apart from these things, are there no other surprises? Ling Xiao asked with some dissatisfaction. If other alchemists heard this, they would probably want to slap him to death. There were so many high-tier spiritual herbs here, and yet he was still not satisfied. He really wanted to show off. Of course there are surprises. An old voice sounded faintly. Who? Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. This voice was clearly not the cauldron's soul, and yet that person was able to approach him without a sound. How could he not be shocked? Ling Xiao clearly saw the person who spoke. No, he was not a person, but a remnant soul energy. This remnant soul energy condensed into the appearance of an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. Looking at his elegant appearance, one could guess that he was also a flamboyant person when he was young. He gently stroked his white beard and stared at Ling Xiao with satisfaction, as if Ling Xiao was a great beauty naked in front of him, making his face full of spring breeze. Ling Xiao shrank back and said, "Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" "Ha! I don't remember who I am. I only vaguely remember that people respectfully call me Alchemist God." The old man revealed a wanton and arrogant laugh. "Alchemist God?" Ling Xiao's eyes bulged out as he exclaimed. Was there a god in this world? He only knew that when one reached the pinnacle of martial arts, one could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth, shatter mountains with their fists, and split rivers with their feet. However, above this, there was a powerful great man who could create his own space and take in all things for his own use. This kind of great man was also known as the Saint or the Holy Emperor. Above them, there was a kind of existence respectfully called God. Not only could they shatter stars with their fists, they could even soar through the universe and enjoy boundless might. They were practically omnipotent and immortal existences. They'd already broken away from the scope of humans, and they were true gods. When an alchemist reached the pinnacle, they could also be called God or Alchemist God. This was the pinnacle realm that all alchemists revered. It existed in the illusory, yet it was truly born. The old man in front of him actually called himself the Alchemist God, which made Ling Xiao unable to wrap his head around it. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you scared? No wonder you're still young and don't know the vastness of the sky. You don't even know the existence of God. It must have been hard on you." Ling Xiao shuddered and regained his senses. He walked to the old man's side and circled around him, sizing him up. The old man shrank back and said, "Little guy, this god refuses to be gay." When Ling Xiao heard this, he directly fell to the ground and vomited 3 liters of blood. He bounced up from the ground and shouted, "Damn, are you a human or a ghost? You're actually gay? Your whole family is gay." He really didn't expect that this old man would be like that cauldron soul, causing him to show signs of collapse. "Little guy, it's not a good thing to have a bad temper. You should know that in the path of alchemy, the most taboo is to have a bad temper. That kind of person will never be able to refine good pills." The old man was actually not angry, but very patiently advised. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly cut to the point. "Tell me, why are you here? Did you swallow that guy Obsidian?" "What a joke. Obsidian was created by me. How could I swallow it? Obsidian, come out." The old man said snappily. When Obsidian heard the call, he immediately appeared in front of the two. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Big Master and Little Master." "Hey, what do you mean by this? Big Master, Little Master?" Ling Xiao's brain was a little confused. "What was this?" Obsidian said with a drooping face. "Is the Big Master. You are the Little Master." "Wait, can the Obsidian Cauldron be shared?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Just when Obsidian wanted to say something, the old man waved his hand and said, "Obsidian, you can leave first. I don't have much time. Let me explain to him." After Obsidian bowed, he once again disappeared in front of the two. The old man sighed and said, "I am the first owner of the Obsidian Cauldron, and it was also created by me. Do you understand now?" The old man had already made it very clear. Ling Xiao was not a fool, so he already knew who this old man was. Ling Xiao's angry expression just now immediately turned into a spring breeze-like smile. He bowed slightly to the old man and said, "Aha, so it's Senior. Junior Ling Xiao pays his respects to you." He was worried in his heart. This is bad. This old man is the original owner of the Obsidian Cauldron. No wonder he can stay here. Don't tell me he wants to take back the Obsidian Cauldron? The old man seemed to be able to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said, "You little rascal, This old man has already been dead for God knows how many years. Why would I fight with you over the obsidian cauldron? Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said, That's good, that's good. I knew that Senior is a righteous sage god. Why would he fight with us mortals over this insignificant cauldron? The old man lightly shook his head and said with a smile, You're just like me when I was young, narcissistic enough, but I like it. Ling Xiao shrunk back and immediately covered his chest as he looked at the old man vigilantly. The old man's face was full of black lines as he said, I don't have time to waste with you. Since you can come here, prepare to receive my inheritance. Your inheritance? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. You can come to the 3rd level before the age of 30. This proves that you are already an Empyrean and also proves that you should be a 6th grade alchemist, so you are qualified to receive my inheritance. The old man nodded in response. Sounds good. Ling Xiao happily nodded. The old man smiled and said, At least you know what's good for you. You are the first person to receive my inheritance, and you will also be the last. You should feel honored. Wait, why do you say that? Did none of the previous owners of the obsidian cauldron accept your inheritance? Ling Xiao asked. Although they're not bad, compared to you, their aptitude is simply a pile of shit, the old man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced in his heart. Hee, looks like this young master is really a 1-in-a-million genius. All right, I don't have much time left. You will only receive a 1/3 of my inheritance now. Wait until you reach the 8th level of the Saint Alchemist realm. Then go to the 4th level to receive the rest of my inheritance. After the old man finished speaking, his shadow gradually became blurry, and little sparkling and translucent balls of light, like fireflies, quickly flew into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Hey, you haven't said what the inheritance is. Don't tell me you want to take over my body? Ling Xiao called out nervously. Unfortunately, those little balls of light still forced their way into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Ling Xiao fell into a sluggish state, and his soul in a sea of consciousness had been forcibly injected with some kind of mysterious memory inheritance by the little balls of light. After an unknown amount of time, the old man had completely disappeared, and all the balls of light had also entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. In the space, only a sigh resounded for a long time. I, the alchemist god, have finally found a successor. Chapter 691. In the 3rd layer of the cauldron, Ling Xiao sat in a daze for an unknown amount of time. He only felt that his mind was filled with a large number of unfamiliar memories, just like when he absorbed the remnant souls in the chaotic abyss of war. However, these memories were all about alchemy. Among this knowledge, there was a vast amount of knowledge about spirit herbs, pill recipes for all kinds of pills from the 1st to the 8th grade, and a variety of alchemy techniques. In short, these memories made Ling Xiao feel enlightened about spirit herbs and the art of alchemy. He was like a child who had just started school, constantly trying to absorb the new, comprehensive knowledge. He realized that his original knowledge of alchemy was only superficial. Now he had seen what true alchemy was and what a true qualified alchemist was. He had always thought that the alchemy method in the alchemy sect had already recorded extremely perfect alchemy techniques. Now it seemed that it was only some basic alchemy techniques. The alchemy technique he was currently receiving from the inherited memories was the true and perfect alchemy technique. There were as many as hundreds of pill recipes for each grade, and there were all kinds of pills, each with different medicinal properties. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao knew that some unknown weeds that he usually saw were actually extremely helpful to alchemy. They could improve the medicinal properties and promote the quality of the pills. For example, the pill recipes that he had previously seen in the alchemy method were all common pill recipes used by the major alchemists on the continent. They seemed to be extremely perfect pill recipes, but now in his mind, he knew that there were many pill recipes that had a lot of flaws. 1 or 2 spirit herbs were missing, or 1 or 2 spirit herbs were added. Although it was only 1 or 2 auxiliary spirit herbs, it led to the quality of the refined pills and the degree of medicinal properties being exerted. Ling Xiao knew that he had received a part of the medicine god's inheritance and possessed the essence of alchemy. He understood the vastness of the art of alchemy and the power of all kinds of pills. This allowed him to have greater room for improvement in his future alchemy techniques. The medicine god is truly worthy of the title of God! Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said with great emotion. After seeing the alchemy god's knowledge and understanding of alchemy, Ling Xiao was full of admiration for the alchemy god. He finally understood why the drug god had chosen him as his successor. It turned out that he had previously set up a huge barrier. Only those who could reach the strength of an Empyrean and become a sixth-grade alchemist before the age of 30 would be recognized by him. Only then would he appear to irrigate the inheritance. As for the other part of the inheritance in the fourth layer, only those who had attained the strength of a saint and an eighth-tier alchemist before the age of 500 could receive his inheritance. The highest level, which was the fifth level, required one to reach the God-King realm before 2,000 years old. Only those who had reached the ninth-grade alchemist realm could receive his inheritance. Those who didn't meet the requirements would be left to the fated person in the future to accept it. The alchemy god's requirements for his successor were extremely harsh. However, Ling Xiao was confident that he could meet the requirements of the divine alchemist and inherit all of his memories. After all, he had always felt that he was an omnipotent genius. Ling Xiao spent nearly 10 days to organize his memories and refine some of the first to sixth-grade pills. He discovered that the quantity and quality of the pills he had refined had greatly increased, which made him go crazy with joy. After he had digested most of the knowledge, he began to refine seventh-grade pills. Ling Xiao had many years of experience. He did not choose to refine seventh-grade pills that were too difficult to refine. Instead, he began to refine some ordinary seventh-grade pills. After all, a seventh-grade pill required a more rounded technique, and the size of the fire throat was more in place. A slight carelessness could easily lead to a failure or a difference in the color of the pill. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao went to the desolate mountain range to bring the prodigal son out, he had harvested a lot of seventh-grade spirit herbs, and the prodigal son had beast cores of various ranks on hand. Only then did he have enough materials for him to squander. Otherwise, an ordinary force would have to spend a lot of effort to gather all the spirit herbs and beast cores needed for a seventh-grade pill, and they might not even be able to gather all of them to refine it. For an entire month, the closed-door training room that Ling Xiao was in would often ring out with terrifying explosions. The elders who were in closed-door training near the Gu family were unable to meditate and cultivate in peace, nor were they able to calm down to refine pills. If it was any other time, they would have cursed out loud. However, they knew that the person in the closed-door training room was their Gu family's distinguished guest. The old ancestor had already ordered that no one was allowed to disturb him, so they could only endure it. However, they were also getting more and more curious as to what kind of pill this masterling was refining to actually cause such a huge commotion. At the same time, they were also sighing at Ling Xiao's fighting spirit for pill refining. It was not until the second month after Ling Xiao entered the closed-door training room that the sounds of the explosions started to become much softer, and from time to time, a rich pill fragrance would be emitted. That kind of pill fragrance was of the highest grade and was even more intoxicating than the average fifth or sixth grade pill fragrance. As a family of alchemists, the Gu family understood that to be able to emit this kind of pill fragrance, it was at least the pill fragrance of a sixth-grade pill. However, today, it seemed to be exceptionally different. A bright red glow actually appeared in the sky above their Gu family. That glow shone down towards the place where Ling Xiao was in seclusion, causing the seclusion place to be especially dazzling and sacred, as if some kind of rare treasure of heaven and earth had been born. Everyone in the Gu family was alarmed. This is a heaven and earth anomaly. Someone has refined a seventh-grade pill. Could it be that a certain elder from the previous generation has reached the 7th grade realm? The heavens are truly blessing our Gu family. No, no. I heard that the one who is in closed-door training there is our son-in-law's eldest brother. That Ling Xiao, who has just obtained the title of First Emperor, is the one who is inferior to Qi Tong. So it's him. He looks so young, and he has actually reached the 7th grade alchemist realm. This is too abnormal. It's really frustrating to compare people to others. Even the older generation of alchemists in the central region can't compare to him. Gu Qin gazed at the place where the glow was, and his old eyes blossomed with emotion as he said, "A heaven and earth anomaly is definitely accompanied by the appearance of a rare treasure. Grandmaster Ling is truly a genius to be able to advance to the 7th grade realm in just 2 short months. This really leaves us speechless." An old figure beside him sighed and said, "That's right. I believe that in a few years, there will be another alchemist saint in the central region." The person who spoke was actually Wu Fu, who had come back from the dead. He looked several times older than before, and his originally black hair was now completely snow white. There were also several wrinkles on his old face. Qi Tong's stab must have been a huge blow to him. Gu Qin nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, this time I made the right bet. Perhaps our Gu family will be able to take another step forward." The more powerful Ling Xiao was, the higher their Gu family's ranking would be, and the more benefits they would obtain. Gu Qin had already decided that when Ling Xiao headed to the pill gathering, they must show their sincerity towards him. Wu Fu lightly nodded and said, "You're right. Perhaps this is also the opportunity for me to come back from the dead." Gu Qin turned to look at Wu Fu and asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Wu Fu resolutely replied. Within the seclusion room, Ling Xiao was in a sorry state. His clothes had almost all been torn apart, and only a few strips of cloth were left to cover his vital parts. His skin and hair were charred black in many places, making him look extremely ugly. It was as if he had just been sent by the heavens, and he looked extremely comical. However, his miserable appearance did not make him feel that anything was wrong. Instead, there was an extremely excited smile on his face. His gaze landed on the 2 scarlet-red pills in the cauldron, and he seemed to be in a daze. "I've finally refined the pure yang pill. It was really killing me. Fortunately, this young master is an outstanding person in Tenbin. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take for me to succeed." Ling Xiao carefully stored the 2 pills. This was the first time he had successfully refined a 7th grade pill. Moreover, he had condensed 2 pills in one go. The significance of this was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao had not received the inheritance of the alchemy god, he definitely would not have been able to grasp the perfect method of refining a 7th grade pill so quickly. It would also be impossible for him to successfully condense 2 pills on his first try. Once he succeeded, he would succeed a second time, and even a third time. In the next 10 days, there were many strange phenomena in the sky above the Gu residence. Everyone was sure that Ling Xiao was already a genuine 7th grade alchemist. Moreover, they all knew that Ling Xiao's knowledge was even more solid than that of the 2 great ancestors of the Gu family. They remembered that when the 2 great ancestors of the Gu family concocted the 7th grade medicinal pellets, the natural phenomenon was not so obvious, nor was it so real. Compared to this, there was a world of difference. Sometimes, they wondered if their ancestors could be considered a true 7th grade alchemist. Or perhaps, had Ling Xiao already surpassed the existence of a 7th grade alchemist? It was also because of Ling Xiao's unrestrained performance that the entire Gu family tried their best to curry favor with their son-in-law and Yi Yunfeng's position in the Gu family sword. As for Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin who came with Ling Xiao, they all received the warmest reception. It was to the point where many of the disciples of the Gu family had the thought of acknowledging Ling Xiao as their master. The older generation of the Gu family also tacitly agreed to their thoughts. Ling Xiao's strength was there for all to see, If someone could catch Ling Zhao's eye and become Ling Zhao's disciple, it would mean that their Gu family would also be able to become a high-grade alchemist in the future. As the days passed, the Dan Alliance's pill competition gradually approached. After a round of internal competition, the Gu family finally selected 4 candidates to head to the pill competition. These 4 people were the 5th-grade alchemist, Gu Li, and 3 top 4th-grade alchemists, Gu Jiaojiao, Gu Hongtian, and Gu Chong. The 4 of them were the most outstanding young alchemists in the Gu family. They would head to the medicine capital with Ling Xiao to participate in the pill competition and determine the final ranking of the Gu family in the Dan Alliance. And Ling Xiao finally came out of seclusion 5 days before the pill competition. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.